Shall we try that again? Morning. I am reliably informed by my learned friend, Mr. Howard, that the appropriate thing to say here is greetings, Earth scum. I'm not sure whether that is appropriate, but hopefully nobody gets offended. Thank you everyone for coming along, and thank you for so many people coming up to the opening ceremony. It's not much, but it's full of information. I've got it written down here from there. So, yes, so thank you for coming up to see us, including those who will be watching via live stream. So the point on that, this room will be live streamed, and if you're in here, it will be assumed that you are willing to be live streamed. If that's not the case, then please don't come into the room, or at least move well away from the cameras, but you will be able to watch it on a live stream. We have a YouTube live stream. We've also got Discord channel as well. The information that you need on the programme is in the programme booklet, which hopefully you picked up this morning from the registration desk. And on your badge, may or may not have noticed a little QR code. If you can't be bothered to have this on you all the time, you've always got your phone or your tablet or whatever, the QR code will also take you to the programme. A very warm welcome to our first guest of honour, Liz Williams, if you wouldn't mind standing up and showing us. And I I also wanted to be able to introduce you to... Oh, wow, you are here. Goodness me, you crept in. Come on, stand up, start. South Holborn, who is our... Right, don't forget to... excuse me. Come and say hello to these people, see them on the panels, get your books signed, meet in the bar, have a good old chat. I mean, BristolCon is one of the best parts of BristolCon, we're often told, but we put this on for information and gathering, sharing of ideas as well. This is a bit far back for me, so I'm going to move it. Right. It says here, everyone please follow the one-way signs. I don't think we've got them up yet, but if you wouldn't mind coming in the back of this room and out the front, and if you are waiting to come, can you make sure that the room is empty? What we'll be doing is sanitising everything in between panels, and then also between panels getting these back corridor rooms open to get the airflow through as well. So hopefully we can minimise as much as possible any chance of spread of either COVID or any lurgy at all. And for that reason, if you can, then please wear a mask, particularly in a theatre setup panel event. If you're on a panel, we're not expecting you to wear masks, but we've got, as I say, sanitizer, masks, face masks, etc. available for your use. Just help yourselves, whatever makes you feel comfortable. I mentioned the QR code, mentioned the Discord chat, which Mark, you're monitoring for us, thank you. Yes, got to warn you that panel lineups are subject to change at the very last minute. Much like the committee has been subject to change at the very last minute. Dan, who runs our programme, was supposed to be here. He was on holiday all last week but had to go in because his assistant manager was off sick, and he's also had to go in today, so we're not seeing Dan for programme today. We're mulling amongst ourselves, we're getting backup people, we're keeping an eye on things, but just understand that it's going to be a little bit more flexible than it has been over previous years. And if you come into a panel and you're not seeing somebody that you're expecting in there, we apologise about that. As I say, there are some people who have had to drop out. We do have some backup people as well. But if you want to put your name down, let Ops know. Ops is the desk, so you've just come in out of the registration area. Ops is the desk opposite the place where you registered. On the Ops desk, there's the small group session sign-ups, cafe clutch sign-ups as well, so if you haven't done that, put your name down for those. For the cafe clutches, which is in the upstairs room, which I can't remember the name of, there's a limit of 10. And for the downstairs room, there's a limit of 15. Some of those are getting sign names on them already, quite a lot of names on them. So if you're really keen on one that you've seen in the panel, oh, he's going to write one down already. Then put your name down as soon as you can. In your booklet here and on the website, there's the information about when the bar is open and when they're providing food. They're not doing the normal hotel fare. They're doing the same as we did last year, which includes baked potatoes, onion rings, snacks, chips, things like that. But open again in the evening. I think the bar's pretty much open, full stop. You want to carry on drinking, you carry on drinking, but we don't want to find you on the floor in the morning. Or actually, maybe we'll drag you into something or other. That's fine. There are no planned fire drills. So if you hear the fire alarm, it's genuine. Please make your way in an orderly fashion out of the building, into the car park out front, where there's an assembly area. Right. Is there anything that people wanted to know that I haven't yet answered or mentioned? I'm quite happy to do it now. No? Right. Well, in which case, enjoy your day, have fun, be excellent to each other, and any issues at all, come to see us at Ops. The staff The committee are wearing orange lanyards, and if you need help, we will find somebody that's got a yellow lanyard that basically is a helper for the day. Okay? Have fun, guys. Enjoy your day.
I've just got a reading for the panel, and I'm going to make it a very, very short reading because I believe we're already running over time. Not suggesting anyone has bad timekeeping intent. But I've got a reading, and damn it, you're going to have a reading. So, my name's Anna Smith-Spark. I have the amazing privilege, actually, of having the first event today. So, and I'm going to read very, very quick reading from my new book, A Woman of the Sword, which comes out with the amazing Luna Press at Easter next year, which is a kind of standalone / coda to Empires of Dust, and is a very, very personal thing to me. So I'm just going to read from what's actually the second chapter, but it's the first chapter's a prologue, so it's just the opening scene. So, Day lay on her back in the pale morning and watched the may-tree blossom dance in the wind. The dawn splendour had faded, a grey sunshine of spring with the sky a nothing colour, cloud-studded. The wind had changed direction and the air smelled damp, a good smell of rich soil, of green shoots crushed against her body. Looked to windward and the sky and the air were clear, running right into the horizon, green grass and green trees. The may-tree was just coming into blossom, a sweet, heavy stink of scent to it up close, for the branches reached downwards, the flowers that seemed like smiling eyes in the green. And on all the field bounds, great banks of white lace flower were foaming up. Beech mast from the previous autumn, fallen beech leaves faded from fire red to old bronze. In the shaft of sunlight, mayflowers were dancing. A great high bank of roots and moss and wild garlic plants and violets, traced through with animal tracks like wading through a stream. Meadows so thick with buttercups, the air seemed golden, the sky seemed bathed in gold. Before her, just visible as a mark in the green and a drift of hearth smoke, the little village of Saleth Drath, bright field, named for the buttercups and the may blossom, and her own little farmstead beyond that. Behind her, the sea stretched itself grey-silver, moving as the wind blows the young stems of a wheat field, murmuring, nodding, tracing out patterns, moving with the ripple of a child's limbs. On the shingle beach a fire burned. The smoke of her husband's funeral pyre rose grey into the light. All night, long and bitter, she had sat by the pyre, watching the flames. The body was raised up on a stack of black rocks, the height of a man's waist. At high tide, in the night, the water had lapped at the wood of the pyre, making the flames flicker and hiss. In the dark, the flames had gleamed in the water. The reflection of the fire moved as the waves moved, as the sparks above it flew up. It looked to her like the beating of great wings. She had stood with the sea breaking around her ankles, her dress wet and heavy around her legs, the smoke in her eyes. She had stood close enough to the fire that she felt the heat on her face, although she had shivered with cold and the sea and the wind. The flames had leapt up high, dancing. The darkness and her husband's life leaping up bright. She had seen 1,000 funeral pyres burn, but here she felt a great new fear and wonder, a glorious, terrible thing. The dawn had tamped down the light of the fire, the body had sunk down as grey ash and blackened bones. The gulls cried out overhead. The fire would soon burn itself to nothing. The tide went out, leaving a mound of black rocks on the shingle, the embers of the pyre smouldering, stinking. A woman of almost 40, tall and strong like the fire, white pale skin with the thick rough redness of a life spent out in the open. Dark hair, raven hair, black horse hair, black iron hair, her husband had called it, black like the black rocks and the ash. She had hacked her hair short for mourning. When it grew back long, she thought it would be mostly grey. The locks of her hair had burned up as soon as the pyre caught, scattered over her husband's dead hands. The smell of it had been filled with memory. The white blossom danced and scattered. She was wet with salt and wet with dew. She got up slowly, looked down at the green fields, the meadows, the trees dancing. The leaves, the beech trees whispered, a blackbird sang, a skylark sang, the gulls screamed. She half turned to look at the beach behind her, then turned away. She walked down the slope of the fields, shimmering. A boggy place, yellow mallow flowers, crossing a stream so narrow she could step across, soft, damp, fetid mud suckling at her feet. A dragonfly, brilliant blue, pushing through a bank of white place as high as her shoulders, pollen and petals dusting her, tasting the damp, sweet scent. Spider webs, dew-jewelled, little green, pale, clear-winged flying things. Beneath the beech trees there were bluebells, crushed and trampled, staining the earth blue. A great beating of wings, panicked as a wood pigeon in the trees started up in flight. A crow called out very loudly. It made her jump even though she could see it. The peace of being alone in the waking world, her hands and her feet wet on the wet earth, listening, feeling. Bury her husband, and bury the last of the old years, and live in peace.
Oh, great. Oh, no.
Is that right? Hello, welcome to Pixies in Space. It's been such a long time since I've done a panel that I actually can't remember how to moderate or introduce myself. I'm going to let everyone introduce themselves in a second. But I am your host, Tom Toner, and I'm the author of the Amaranth Iron Spectrum, which is a 147th century space opera series published by Gollancz. And I'm going to start with you.
Can you hear me okay? Yeah, microphone's on, brilliant. So my name's DS Kettleby, and I've written a few things for the fanzine Banana Wings over the last 15 years. I've also started to be published in Focus, the BFSA magazine. I guess I'm interested in science fiction, urban fantasy, and I like to say parapolitics, with the para in brackets, counterculture with the counter in brackets. The last thing I wrote for Focus was about James Herbert's Rats, comparing it to sort of punk rock during the 1970s. And I'll be writing soon about 1970s genre television. So that gives you a rough sense of the sorts of things I'm interested in. You can see some of my words in my website, which is kettleby.blogspot.com, and that's me.
Hi, I'm Anna Smith-Spark. I'm the author of the Empires of Dust trilogy from HarperCollins, the Quarterbreaker Knives, the Tower of Living Dying, the House of Sacrifice, and the forthcoming A Woman of the Sword. So I write Second World epic grimdark fantasy. I'm on Twitter as the Queen of Grimdark, and I write sort of very big military epic, very dark fantasy. My background is in history. I'm particularly interested in ancient history and medieval history, and sort of creating really historically quite real worlds. Someone created a lovely term, said I write hard fantasy. I just want to write really long sections about how they make a pot or build a long house or something.
Hello, I'm Rex Dean. I've written a trilogy of books called Synthesis. It's sci-fi / space opera, although it's more drifted into space fantasy because I've got a big interest in Norse mythology. I wanted to write something set a few hundred years in the future, but not really throw our history and sort of folklore and legends of witches and wizards and that sort of thing under the bus. So I kind of dragged aliens into the 22nd century.
Hello, I'm Cheryl Morgan. I'm here primarily because I run Wizards Tower Press, so do come and see me in the dealer's room afterwards and buy the new Juliet McKenna book, because I know you all want it. I'm on this panel because I'm also a critic, fanzine editor, whatever. I've edited Emerald City for about 10 years, that one at eBay back in 2004. I've now got a new fanzine called Solum Futura, and I've written occasionally for things like Locus and Vector and Simple Bulletin and that sort of thing. And like Anna, I'm very interested in ancient history.
Right, brilliant. So I think there's quite a lot we can talk about on this, and I said to a few people before, I'm happy if this is a context-free zone. You can just, you can just talk about whatever you want. I don't mind if you suddenly change the subject. I don't mind if you interrupt me and change the subject, or you can do whatever you want. But I thought I'd sort of kick us off with. I tried to come up with some questions last night. I can't read my own writing, but I'll start with. So I'll sum it up. Folklore and legend have been a potent resource for fantasy, but could they also be a source of inspiration for SF? And so some of the things I was thinking about. Any world building we do in SF is probably based on a set of mythological principles. Can anyone give me one hard SF that is free of mythological things?
I can't read any hard SF, so I can't
Okay. Well, change the subject then. Talk about whatever you want. I don't care. Anyone?
I mean, I can think of a few different things in the genre that would seem to really not like the idea of folklore very much at all. Because the whole point of what we're trying to do as a species is to ascend beyond this world as we know it. And one example that came to mind of that is, let's give this some backstory. Let's think about Plato, who distrusted the idea of sort of fiction in general, and would have presumably wholly distrusted the idea of folklore, because what we're supposed to do is use pure reason, for want of a better word, and sort of ascend towards the form of the good. And you could say that a movie like Close Encounters of the Third Kind is a kind of Neoplatonic allegory, because the protagonist of that movie, or one of them, Roy Neary, obviously was also sort of Gillian, who's along and doesn't quite sort of complete the final quest, so to speak. There's perhaps something a bit gendered about that. This is a 1970s movie after all. But he arguably it's a sort of religious quest that lifts him out of his mundane life, and he essentially fuses with the cosmos in the shape of these aliens, who is said to be like the sun singing to us during the night time, or they also communicate in the form of pure music, which is close to mathematics. And he is lifted beyond this world in a kind of apotheosis. So that's kind of reversing into the topic of this panel somewhat, but it feels like that's one example of arguably hard SF. I'm not sure it quite fits that definition, but somewhat. But it's an indication of the kind of tropes in the genre that very much militate against sort of having regard for folklore. And it's interesting, when I was first asked to be on this panel, I saw the title and the blurb, and my mind went blank, you know.
Yeah, so did mine. Total
Complete brain
blank.
freeze. And, you know, it's interesting just checking, you know, the science fiction encyclopedia, online wonderful resource, and fantasy encyclopedia. The latter has plenty on folklore, as you'd imagine. You know, the science fiction encyclopedia doesn't even have an entry. Doesn't even say mostly harmless or anything like that. It literally has no entry. Obviously, you can find plenty if you dig a bit deeper.
I've never had a panel where I just looked at it and there's just been, I mean, my brain's pretty empty a lot of the time, but my brain was completely empty when I was trying to think of this. Anyone else want to?
Because this is actually something, the relationship between fantasy and science fiction is something I actually think about a lot in terms of my own world building and the world I created. So it bothers me a lot to think about, does the world that I created in Empires of Dust, so I created a kind of, it's essentially kind of Dark Age, British / Bronze Age, Homeric / kind of Orientalist fantasy cities in the desert. It's very clearly very pre-modern. It's very kind of, in some ways, very generic kind of high fantasy setting, and it uses all my love of myth and ancient history. But it really bothers me how the difference can have. Is it a real place? Is it a continent on a massive ball of rock with a molten rock core, in space, orbiting a star, and it obeys all the rules of physics, and eventually, one day, could Marith's great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, great-grandson, have a ship and get to the moon? And then, you know, could we go from epic fantasy battles in Empires of Dust to fast forward 2,000 years, and we're heading towards epic science fiction conflict with alt-right? Could they get science, or is it a flat world on some kind of? How is it kind of a flat world, a self-contained world? When they talk about gods, the gods are real. When they talk about magic, the magic's real. And I asked this to. I was on a panel talking about world building and map making with Bradley P. Bailey, and I said to him, you know, is his world, is it a flat kind of map world? And when they talk about the moon goddess, do they mean there is literally a divine being who is gendered female sitting on a throne up there with a lamp? Or is it a ball of rock reflecting the light of the sun? And could his 12 kings eventually could their descendants get science, so could they go into space? And he's like, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Like, oh God, I don't know. I don't know, is the moon real? When they talk about the moon, is it a lump of rock reflecting the sun? Or is it, when they talk about the moon goddess, is she a goddess? I mean, and when, you know, when she does magic, when people have, you know, when the goddess answers someone's prayers, is that literally the goddess is answering someone's prayers? Or is that people conceptualising the world as the goddess has answered their prayers, or as the magic has worked? And is it real or not? And he was completely in pieces about this, so I'm going to go and think about it. So it really bothers me, that kind of sense of how the two fit together.
This is a question, like I teach creative writing, it's a question I ask my students when we're just very early basics world building. And I ask them these sorts of questions, and there's this long, uncomfortable silence, and they hate these questions from me because they don't want to answer them. And I think it's something you should ask, because you come up with so many other interesting things just by thinking about it.
What does it do to your magic world? What does it kind of, that sort of sense of, would it stop existing? Would that world stop existing in that kind of, or could the two coexist? Could they have, as we have in things like Babylon 5, could you realistically have a magical world with also space age technology, and that kind of, that how all those different parameters intersect is something that really interests me.
I think it's quite important that, you know, if you're kind of agonising over it, is to make both decisions and see where they lead. But it's one of those things, people are like, oh my God, how do I make this work? What can I do? You can do what the hell you want.
No, I don't think it's answerable in a way. It's just a really interesting
but
paradigm
yeah,
to try and
it's
think
good
about.
to do that, and then you kind of branch into speculative fantasy, I suppose, you know. But
yeah.
Internal consistency. As long as you just shout internal consistency over and over and over, while you're writing, then everything's fine.
This is one of the things I wrestled with, you see, because I wanted to write a futuristic sci-fi but not throw folklore under the bus, because like you say, sci-fi tends to be something that's logic-based, so if there's any hand wavery, no, we can't have any of that, so all of that's got to be cut off with an axe rather than a fine scalpel. but I wanted to kind of retain all that sort of thing and say, well, okay, maybe we've got legends because if aliens exist, maybe there was some sort of prior contact, and we've got lots of stories that may or may not be true about aliens and things. You know, you've got these Mayan petroglyphs and things with complicated machinery, but it might not be, it's probably not machinery, but it could be. So if you say, well, if that could possibly be the explanation, we might have had contact with other beings or beings that have come and told us stories about different forms of life, and that then makes its way into our mythology, which we can then eventually come into contact with, further down the line. It gets a bit flaky when you kind of involve magic in it. I struggled with that a lot.
I've actually read Eric von Däniken's book, which was a big mistake. I read it in an Airbnb because they had it on the shelf, and it was rubbish. But anyway, so
actually, I was on the front cover of the Fortean Times and about von Däniken and Richard Dawkins. So it's interesting you're talking about Chris and Council of the Third Kind. You're using very religious language that people are saying. There's this sort of sense of that there is some kind of sense of the divine. And I pointed out that if you look at what Richard Dawkins' The Ancestor's Tale, it's called The Ancestor's Tale, and he takes the Canterbury Tales and uses that as a basis for telling the stories of human evolution. And he talks about chance all the time, but he's constantly talking about chance in this kind of deified way. It's chance that these cells happen to split in this way, that they happen to form this particular kind of microbe, happens to form, involved in this way, that ends up with this. And he goes on and on and on. It went on about chance all the time. And it's clear that chance is essentially a kind of a goddess. You can see the goddess Chance standing there doing her thing that ends up with this. Whilst von Däniken, you have these aliens. They're not gods. You have aliens, and Hegel and all the kind of. So I went beyond von Däniken. This is the people who believe we're genetically engineered by alien dinosaurs aliens came to Earth and genetically engineered dinosaurs to be their slaves, and they ended up with us. And that's human evolution. That's where humans came from. But of course, none of that involves anything remotely.
So they never talk about the evolution tree before dinosaurs.
No,
they just ignore that.
But it's all totally scientific. It's something in a spaceship that works mechanistically according to the laws of physics, comes to Earth and does stuff according to the laws of biology. That means you get people. He's not actually. It's way more rational than Richard Dawkins. And it's that kind of a lot of science. That kind of sense of some kind of purpose, or that kind of sense of, or that desperate need to put God back in as some kind of, like at the centre of the universe there is something, or that kind of sense of evolution as some kind of teleological, that there's some kind of endpoint, or there's some kind of, that somehow it couldn't just have been just a mess, basically, and yet kind of the ancient alien gods things is actually more rational. If you think about it, it's more scientifically rational.
Shelley? I'm going to just move to you.
Yeah, the thing about science fiction is that it's fiction, right? Fiction is made of stories, and we as human animals grow up surrounded by stories which come primarily from folklore. Now, we might not use specific tropes from folklore when we write science fiction, but we are definitely recycling all of that stuff that we grew up with, all of those stories that we read when we do it. It is, I guess, possible when you're writing very hard SF to try and eliminate all of that story stuff and just talk about the science. Maybe stories like the cold equations are an attempt to do that sort of thing. But the vast majority of science fiction, I think, is imbued with folklore in some way or another. And if you're looking at the genre as a whole, I mean, okay, you can say that hard SF people try to make it purely about science and logic and that sort of thing, but once you get to space opera, absolutely anything is possible. You can do a space opera with any background you want, you just have to do the world building. I have an example here that I'm particularly fond of. Here's an introduction to it. In 453 current era, St Brendan the Astrogator took the survivors of the Celtic peoples so far over the Western Sea that they ended up on the far side of the galaxy, with their own star systems to settle. The Coranians, their enemies from the days of Atlantis, were already there, and other peoples followed them to the stars. A galactic civilization was founded. Slowly but surely, Earth caught up in the technology stakes. The scene was set for for a climactic reunion of cultures. Now that's the introduction to an essay I wrote for a book called The Celtic Obsession. It's being published next year and it's edited by Dimitra Feeney, who runs the Fantasy Centre at the University of Glasgow, and our own Alistair from Books on the Hill. And most of the essays in it, I imagine, will be about fantasy, but mine is about science fiction. It's about a series of books called The Celtiad by Patricia Keneally Morrison, possibly more famous for her relationship with Jim Morrison at The Doors, but it's a wonderful set of space opera books which are rooted absolutely firmly in what Americans believed was Celtic mythology when she wrote them back in the 1970s, 80s, whatever. So yeah, you can do pixies in space. It's been done.
Right. Curses, monsters, ghosts, voyages, quests, gods, supernatural beings, gods in human form. Favourite examples in SF? Go. I thought that was quite a good one. I quite like that one.
I've got my very favourite one,
Yeah.
Babylon 5, the Shadows versus the Vorlons. So they basically are, for anyone who doesn't know, the big baddies and the sort of slightly dodgy goodies across the entire story arc of the Babylon 5 series. And the Vorlons they all have an organic technology because they're very ancient beings. The Vorlons, when they appear in their natural form, which you don't get to see until quite late, are quite light beings. They tend to have tentacles, but when any race sees them, they see them as their kind of primary deity form. So we see them as angels, and the Drazi see them as Adrazi, and the Minbari see them as Minbari, because they tampered with our history and genetics through the centuries. And the same thing happens with the Shadows. They kind of represent this demonic influence, and that battle that's been raging on is almost like the battle between angels and demons, and they brought that into the future, dragging humanity in it along with it.
Excellent. Anyone else?
Sorry. Yeah, back in the day when we were still foolish enough to do panels about what is the difference between science fiction and fantasy, I used to talk a lot about Anne McCaffrey's Pern series, which is marketed as fantasy. It's got people riding dragons, and it's got bards and stuff like that. It's obviously fantasy, isn't it? No, it wasn't written like that. When McCaffrey did the world building for Pern, she assumed that people had settled this planet and they'd found a species of lizards there, and they'd had the problem with thread falling from the sky, so they had genetically engineered the lizards to grow bigger, so that they would turn into dragons, and then people could ride on them. So, yeah, you've got dragons which people get to ride on in a science fiction book.
So for me, I suppose, on the one hand, there's things like Clark Aston Smith and that kind of what's going on there. Things like the City of the Singing Flame, which is clearly, is that fantasy? Is that science fiction? Where people, that kind of nature, people travelling between different dimensions, different worlds, different beings. Are these different sort of fantastical beasts? Is this different beings in different planes of existence? Like that kind of that intersection, which again you get with that sense of cosmic horror as well. People try and kind of codify what Lovecraft's doing later, but that sense of when we talk about this, are these things alien beings? Are they gods? Is there any difference? And those kind of gaps, when people talk about things coming from beyond the stars and things, that kind of language of, that kind of slippage between, are we talking in terms of magic, and obviously we have in a lot of cosmic horror, we have the sort of the classic archetype of the kind of someone's ancestor who was a New England magician, or that sort of sense of magic and the use of books and language, but then also that we then blur that into mathematical formulae. And that kind of that blurring, I really, really, really enjoy. I find that really kind of interesting. A lot of kind of, you think about things like Edison's The One at Ruberos, it actually begins with that kind of intro of these are people on Earth, and then somehow in another dimension this stuff is going on, somehow we're being sort of psychically taken or interdimensionally transported or something to another plane of existence in which we have Pixie Land and Goblin Land, and we have the characters in the Worm and Ruberos, and that slippage between you're using notions of I suppose in horrible terms now we call them multiverse, which I loathe, but you're using that question of moving between dimensions and dimensionality. And Steve Erickson does it as well. In Malazan, when people move through the Warrens, quite what they're doing in terms of is this sort of magical dimensions, or there's one lovely little bit, there are lovely little bits where very occasionally they end up very briefly on what's clearly modern day North America in the wilds, but there's very pointed comments about they're in a plane of existence where the kind of most of the native animals have been killed, and where the environment has been destroyed, and where horrible things have been done to the indigenous populations of that area. And then we just leave and go back to the Malazan world, and that really interesting slippage there is what that for me is the thing that really drives my interest in fantasy and science fiction. I guess that kind of it's all possible. Maybe it really is all possible.
Yeah, so I suppose I would think of a couple of examples done by very different writers writing at around the same time, which perhaps kind of answers, what Rex was mentioning about meeting our mythology further down the line. It's in our future as well as our past. And the reason it's in both places is because it was seeded by beings who work on a much greater timescale than we're used to, even if we're thinking historically. And the two examples would be Arthur C. Clarke's Childhood's End, written just after the war, I think early 50s. I believe it was maybe his second novel, somebody might correct me on that. And then also Nigel Neal's The Quatermass Experiment. And there's a strikingly similar plot in both. Presumably anybody in this room who's wanted to encounter either book or film will have done so by now, so I won't really be careful of spoilers. Basically what happens in both is that alien visitors from another world who have interacted with us for quite some time turn out, when they're seen in their true form, to look like devils, or to look like the Christian idea of the devil. And in both book and movie, maybe more Quatermass Experiment than the book actually, that provides a kind of rationalistic explanation for what's going on when there's poltergeist activity and things like that. So, those would kind of both strike me as interesting examples of, demons, gods, whatever, that we meet in sort of science fictional form. And it's interesting what Nigel Neal does in his work, because he was kind of born and brought up on the Isle of Man, which is an interesting place for anybody interested in fantastic literature to get raised, because it's, the whole culture of that place is dense with kind of myth and legend. It's a place with its own history. Arguably, its assembly, the Tinwald, it perhaps, some would say it predates the English Parliament, which of course later becomes the British Parliament and the United Kingdom Parliament. It's an ancient place. Nigel Neal grew up with all these stories, had a very rationalistic outlook on them, and kept seeming to need to cast them out over and over again in quite a strange way, from his first short story collection published in 1946 through his television drama career. So I suppose, those are my two examples, I suppose. And it's interesting that they come at a particular time and place in Britain just after the war, because it maybe points up when I was talking about, who is interested in folklore and science fiction, and who, so to speak, wants to cast it out for kind of quasi-spiritual or platonic reasons, which then get mapped into science and technology, a bit like what Anna was saying about, Richard Dawkins and the God of Chance. The Americans are on a very different trajectory as they become the kind of global superpower that they now are. And Britain is in a rather stranger place, having experienced more damage, obviously, during the Second World War, and is thrown into kind of doubt as the empire kind of fades. So I suppose those two, I'm just interested in the politics of this, that kind of appears the way it does in British science fiction because of a particular thing that Britain is going through in the 1940s, 50s and into the 60s.
Right, thank you. I was thinking about it last night, trying to come up with more questions, and I sort of went off topic because I was thinking about how folklore is often based on something that is transformed completely, you know, Chinese whisper style to the other end. And I was thinking about inspiration behind novels, and I just looked up a little bit, and I looked at the inspiration for Dune just completely offhand, and I had no idea that it was about the encroaching sand dunes in Oregon, and that Frank Herbert was a journalist, and he just went out there and became obsessed with these sand dunes. And I was wondering if any of our panelists had bizarre origin stories for their own work that, you know, that maybe didn't have anything really to do with what the final finished product was.
I don't write a lot of fiction, so.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe Cheryl, you could just come up with, if you want something else.
I actually wanted to involve, when I was writing my notes for my book, I wanted to involve some kind of demonic possession, mostly because, you know, you've got quite a lot of sci-fi with people getting taken over by, you know, alien entities like ghosts of Mars and things like that. Which, well, I'm jury's out on that film, but it started off being these kind of demonic things, and I suddenly realised that I could make it really complicated because I was kind of inspired by the whole Babylon 5 thing with the shadows being the generic evil. But one of the most important things I wanted to have was my main character following a Sartre, which is a reconstruction of the Norse religions. So basically his grandfather brought him up teaching in Norse mythology and things like that. How can I make that be like the prime focus? So I've ended up having the ice giants and the fire giants in my books. They don't really show until the very end, but they're kind of like the generic evil force. And along with that, that meant that I had to involve, you know, where the heck did the Norse gods come into things? Were they actual, like Anna said earlier on, real gods that are sitting somewhere in another dimension, you know, can answer prayers and that kind of thing, or were they real people? So I went with that tack because it was kind of easier to, it fitted in with the world I built, that they could be real people that actually had these unusual powers, and they end up driving out the fire giants, ice giants, as happens in Norse mythology, and that's why we haven't seen them since. But they have these kind of insidious ways of coming back, which doesn't really kind of happen fully until the culmination at the end of the book, but there's quite a lot of that involved in it, along with trying to involve things like nature spirits, because I didn't want to kind of throw away a lot of pagan mythology. So we end up having dryads in it, which I can't really say too much about because it'd be a bit of a spoiler.
So, actually one of the big, for me, one of the core things in Empires of Dust was this notion of what's real, is magic real, is this a magical world or is this a real world? So, massive spoiler alerts, because I obviously know I'm talking about my book and the ideas behind the book, so that's kind of talking about books, but giving stuff away. But so it's actually quite heavily drawn on. So Empires of Dust draws a lot on the story of Alexander, who's someone studying at university, is someone I'm not completely obsessed with. But that notion of Alexander, I mean, Alexander, the kind of notion, and it really bothers classicists, this idea that did Alexander genuinely believe he was the son of God and he was a god? And that, you know, it really bothers classicists, actually, the whole notion of, coming back to Plato, there's a famous sort of French rationalist classic study, which is called, did the Greeks really believe in their gods? Because it really bothers classicists, this idea of kind of, you know, this kind of amazing uber white men, rational, you know, the uber pinnacle of Western civilization with their amazing white temples, everything's so white and rational. And then you get these stories of what really literally they believed in some bloke with a big beard who turned himself into a swan and raped someone. I mean, like, and it's that kind of like yes and no. So the note, so there's, I mean, you can read Empires of Dust very clearly on one level. There's this guy who is a reincarnation of some kind of demonic being who was fathered by a demonic being, and you know, he's got these amazing natural abilities, and we open with this scene where he's clearly, you know, which is a total rip-off of the opening scene of Peter Jackson's Fellowship of the Ring, with the kind of, you know, the 20-foot-tall Lord of Darkness who's like won a sword stroke and fell entire armies. But then the whole question of, well, is that people's perception? Is that, you know, the kind of, when you read language of people talking about people's accounts of things like the Mongols coming through, you know, what you could believe some very, very strange things about what happened at various points in world history. If you look at people's sort of terrified accounts of what happens when sort of some kind of supposed believed unstoppable force comes through, you know, that what's real, what isn't, and what's perception. If someone truly believes, if someone believes they're a god in a culture in which that's possible, does that mean they're a god? You know, that kind of. There's a lovely little bit in Christian Cameron's book, Alexander God of War, his book about Alexander, where Alexander's just incredibly, he's just a really jammy, lucky bastard. There's a bit where he's just pulled off this amazing feat, and he's just, you know, no one thought he could do it, and he's just got through by the skin of his teeth, and very few people, apart from his generals, know how close he came to everybody dying, and it was all just a total disaster. And he sacrifices, he makes this big chariot sacrifice, and at the moment he's made the chariot sacrifice, the sun comes out, and a single sunbeam comes down and strikes him, and he's standing there alone, surrounded by his army in this beam of golden light. And Christian Cameron's take is you have this lovely flippant, like, he's such a lucky bastard, you know, just, but that kind of, what does that mean? You know, does that, if you have a culture which totally takes that as, you know, that's not just, wow, timing, you know, perfect selfie moment there, if you take that as that is divine favour, and this is someone who we believe is a god, and it believe it's possible for a human to be a god, does that mean, you know, what does that actually mean? Does that mean he's a god? And I'd argue, yes, it probably does. That, and that kind of, so that kind of, again, that slippage, that kind of what do people actually believe and what's real, and the blurring of the two is something that I didn't want that really mechanistic fancy of things explained. You know, you have the magic system, and that explains how the magic works. And I really didn't want to do that kind of, oh, we're just reading someone's account. We're reading people's voices telling the story, so we're only ever getting their perception of what's real, not what's real. But that's all we can ever have, obviously, all we can ever know.
On the subject of Alexander, Kate Elliott is currently in the process of writing a space opera series which is loosely based on the life of Alexander. There's no sort of gods and magic and stuff in it as far as I can see from the first book, but it is very much, you know, taking straight the story of Alexander and sticking it into the space opera world. Of course, we will never know whether Alexander believed he was a god or not, or what that meant to him. But we do know that he was in the habit of cosplaying gods. He would dress up as various members of the Olympian pantheon, including Artemis.
David?
Yeah, fascinating. I was just off somewhere else thinking about that for a moment. But, I mean, sort of responding to something Anna said about kind of magic and technology, and will this fantasy world eventually become a world in which people can reach their world's natural satellite by rocket ship or not? I mean, of course, there's always been a kind of slidiness, hasn't there, between magic and technology? And, you know, famously, are they indistinguishable or not to certain observers at certain moments? And I suppose, you know, I can't really, you know, I haven't written very much fiction, so I can't talk about origin stories of my own work, but I do want to advertise Ken MacLeod's work for anybody who hasn't read him in this context. And specifically, I want to kind of frame that by way of talking about two particular definitions of folklore. One is the traditional beliefs, customs and stories of a community passed through the generations by word of mouth. And obviously, if we're thinking about that, we're thinking about timescales of hundreds of years perhaps. And then the other definition is a body of popular myths or beliefs relating to a particular place, activity or group of people, e.g. Hollywood folklore. So we've all heard that sort of sense of the word folklore, and there's a kind of slidiness between, well, which is which. You know, it's maybe, you know, if a profession exists long enough, it develops its own folklore in the first, stronger sense, because it's, you know, it's a created tradition. And I think Ken MacLeod's work really addresses some of that. There's some kind of reference to kind of pagan mythology here and there in his work, but there's also reference to the way in which kind of political movements over time accrete mythology, whether you're talking about libertarianism or the far left or anything, the environmental movement, for example. Information technologists accrete folklore as a kind of professional body. And this feels, relevant in our world, where, back in the 60s, the space age was brand new, everything NASA built was brand new, amazing. Presumably information technologists didn't at that point have much of a folklore to speak of. At this present moment, when to sort of run some of its old technology, NASA has to call in the old-timers who understand legacy tech going back kind of 2 or 3 human generations. Well, that starts to become more interesting, doesn't it, about the way particular sort of professional groups accrete folklore. And there's some interesting kind of play with that whole idea in Ken Cloud about, who are the barbarians, who are the incomers, who are the technologists. I can't sort of remember particular plot points, but just talking about this now makes me want to go and reread some of his work. So yeah, recommended.
And Ken, of course, has written a novella set in the present day in which Selkies are real creatures.
Yeah, with Newcon Press, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, I think it's almost about time for questions from the audience, but is there anything else anyone else wants to talk about?
I just had a thought.
Yeah.
What we were saying about extending stuff into the future, and also the nature of gods and things like that and magic. One of the things that I'm constantly fascinated with is thermodynamics, general systems theory, and determinism. So one of the big ideas that I constantly have hang-ups about is people assuming that the Big Bang is the beginning of the entire universe and there's nothing before it. And yet, one of the fundamental points about thermodynamics is that energy can't be created or destroyed, it can only change form. That means everything that exists now was at one point energy and possibly matter that then turned into energy. So ultimately, everything we exist in is infinitely old. And also, there's another thing that says the universe is flat, as opposed to being, you'll go to the one side of the universe and come back the other side, which means we've got vast scope beyond what we can see for the existence of other things. So one of the ideas I try to touch on in my book is that maybe there was stuff that existed before that's still way out there, vastly ancient, possibly intelligent or not. But it's one of the things that was kind of touched on in, I think it was the Frederick Paul's Gateway series, where there were aliens that somehow managed to escape the great collapse at the end of the universe, which is one of these kind of things that will happen, where it'll all slow down and go scrunch again. And this kind of comes from Buddhist philosophy as well. I think they've got a cyclic universe, where the universe just collapses and then starts again. And it was just a very strange notion that he'd come up with that, but then not involve any kind of religion at all. Having these energy beings effectively that survive the collapse into the next universe. And
I always like Frederick Pohl's Intelligent Stars, the star beings that lived inside the star. I can't remember what book that was, but they were beautifully done. And they were just happy, weren't they?
I think
Just
it's
living
similar.
inside plasma, just having a good time.
It's that notion of wonder. That's where it all intersects. It's just that notion of making things just wondrous, and the notion that when you're talking in whether you're talking vast astrophysics and cosmological terms in terms of the impossibility of trying to understand the nature of the universe, or whether you're talking about high magic or mythology, is that just the notion that the world is wondrous beyond human conceptions, and that things are just possible beyond that. That's what it's all about.
It's like evolution as well. Like my partner showed me a picture of a caterpillar that turns its tail up, and the underside of it is exactly the same as a viper's head. And it's like, it's mind-boggling if you're saying random mutations that make it slightly look more like a snake will lead to it surviving, but then to get it to look exactly like a snake, it makes you think maybe there is something else going on, but I'm not going to get happy.
Your sense of the span of time.
Yeah, it's just vast. It's just unbelievable.
Oh, what was that? I'm sorry, vision's so blurry, I can't even see what I said. 5
That's
minutes.
a
Oh,
really
5 minutes.
That's a 5-minute warning.
It's only about
Okay, I'm sorry.
One
I
short
thought we had
question.
15, sorry. Okay, well, Cheryl, did you want to...
Yeah, just very quickly, the Ken MacLeod book is called Silky Summer, and I also wanted to mention Justina Robson's Quantum Gravity series, in which an accident with a particle accelerator splits our world into a number of multiple parallel worlds, one of which is inhabited by elves and another of which is inhabited by demons.
Okay, excellent. Questions? Anyone want to ask a question?
But quickly.
Could I very, very quickly mention, because I think someone should, Ursula Le Guin's The Word for World is Forest. I just think it's absolutely pivotal in the way that attitudes to folk culture change in the genre. I think Ursula Le Guin in general and that work in particular. But that's all I'll say about that.
Right. Yes, any questions? Again, apologies. Yes.
Just very briefly.
Do we have a roving mic? Sorry, do we have a roving mic?
Oh, yeah.
I'll just shout, because we're short on time. African futurism is related to Afrofuturism, but it's more focused on the African experience, and it is by definition the continuing of the pre-colonial beliefs into far futures, and those they're not magics, they are other people's religions, work. And who fears death by the Acor 4 is a good place to start.
Okay, anyone else?
I'd like to throw in a proposition that may speak to the subject. The universe is constructed out of physics, but the human mind is constructed out of story. So any narrative about the universe inevitably contains story, which may be summarised conveniently as folklore.
Anyone want to comment on that?
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said for that. It's like, you know, the pagan force and the cold equations. Right there, you've got the kind of existential drama that we all experience, having been thrown into this world not of our making. All that said.
There's a lot of touching back on what I said about religion. You've got Taoism, which believes the universe was this thing called, I think it was Wu Ji, which is a unified field almost, that then condenses into distinct forms of order and chaos. And again, you've also got Norse mythology, where the universe starts off as the zone between the realm of the fire giants and the ice giants, and it condenses in Gununga Gap, which then forms the physical universe. And that, to me, is almost like an allegory for the way that the universe actually would have formed, you know, from energy condensing into matter and then expanding.
Of course, even number in itself is just language. I mean, all we're doing is numbers and maths don't exist outside the human mind. They just also happen to absolutely exist and govern the structure of the universe. But at the same time, they are just constructs of the human mind. They are just another language for telling stories. And it's that intersection that all of this is just our perceptions, and all of this is just stories we're telling to impose some kind of coherence. And yeah, also it's true.
Okay, good time for one last quick question.
Okay, this is a bit unfair of me, because I know I'm asking a specialist question. I read that essay about Greeks and gods, and it was only when you were talking about it that I found myself thinking, but that idea that this is alienating is an awfully Christian Islamic position. For other religions, and I've deliberately left out Judaism because we're kind of borderline. You know, originally the Israelites, our God was one of everybody else's gods. Now we're kind of monotheists, but it still doesn't mean the same thing. But I do find myself wondering if a Hindu scholar would think of that the same way.
Yeah, no, that's the point. It's this kind of it's an issue about Western rationalism that you find it impossible to cope with the idea that other people can believe that stuff, but the notion that classical scholars really struggle with this notion that the supreme white dude believes this stuff is really difficult for them, basically.
I've been writing about it at the moment. I'm working on an essay about queer gods in science fiction and fantasy, mainly fantasy, obviously. And one of the problems I'm finding is that fantasy writers do polytheistic religions very badly because they can't believe themselves to exist, believe that these are real religions. They have to be just super powerful people rather than gods that anybody would worship.
Yeah, no, this is all kind of, I mean, again comes kind of sort of talking about Afrofuturism, that kind of notion that, yeah, with the kind of the notion of rationality as an entirely Western construct. It's the Western religion, essentially. It's a modern Western way of articulating the world. And that, yeah, it's the kind of notion that how you deal with polytheistic religious systems which cannot be as easily rationalised into, when you have this, you rationalise God into a kind of the deist prime mover, are conceptually difficult. And science fiction is very much rooted in that, and a lot of fantasy is very much rooted in that as well. That notion of gods as either basically superheroes or as metaphors.
Right, I think we're going to have to wrap that up now. But thanks to all the panellists for an excellent time. Thank you.
Series, so I'm just going to read a really quick bit of that one. Okay, this is from the prologue. They say that a little knowledge can be dangerous. But of course, we already knew that. Our minds might journey into the perfect, pure planes of mathematics, but we cannot live there. We're only human, and no matter how we try, no axiom can shield against corruption, no theorem stand in place of morality. In the dead of night, we smuggled that knowledge beneath our coats and ran, trailing chalk into the desert. We tried to hide what we knew and became fugitives. We tried to wield what we had learned and became outlaws. We used the knowledge we had fought for as a weapon and became villains, turning ink to blood. So you see, a little knowledge can be dangerous, but a lot of it can be deadly. We learned that the hard way. Malago. I lurched awake. My back was slick with sweat, my heart pounding. For a moment I was sure I could still smell the acrid, tragic sting of books burning, and instinctively groped beneath the pillow. The protractor was there, as always. I drew it out and raised my head. The town was quiet. One of the reasons we were here. Bounty hunters loved gold, and this was a no-horse, no-gold settlement. That should have been enough to make me feel easy, but it wasn't. Not with a bounty larger than any respectable citizen would voice aloud hanging over my head. I kept one hand in my pocket, wrapped around the instrument's tin, my boots crunching softly in the pale, clogged dirt. Instinct alone drew me towards the edge of town. The old schoolhouse glowed softly in the moonlight, its whitewashed planks broken and blackened as burned bones. I stopped in its shadow. "Well?" I asked. A match flared into life, illuminating blue eyes, cold as a hunting cat's. "Malago," a hoarse voice greeted. Only one person called me that. Only one person dared. The man in whose presence I'd once trembled as a terrified undergraduate, behind whose half-closed eyes spun galaxies of theorems too dazzling for me to grasp. Princeps Mathematicum, we had called him. Prince of mathematicians. The canon, the capital, had named him since. The only mathmo in the western states who had never been caught looked at me and smiled. "Gauss," I greeted. "What are you doing here?" He stepped forwards. "Malago, meine Gerte Schülerin. I'm here for you. I need your skills." I'm going to leave it there. I think I'm meant to be doing something here now as well. Yeah? I think it's interview time. Oh, thanks. Yeah, no.
Hello.
My interviewer is here. Woo. I bought my book so people can see it as well.
Do you want me to put my copy of trigonometry up?
Yeah, thanks. Trigonometry is only available digitally at the moment, but hopefully in the future that will change. I don't know.
Thank you all for joining us today.
I love it. Jared just showed me his notes and it was just a picture of a dinosaur. So, we're off to a good start.
Yes, right.
I've no idea what's going on with this, by the way, so I'm quite excited. What? Why have you got a D20?
Hey, John. Hello. Hi, everyone. How are we on time?
Can you move your mic closer?
Hello. It's great. Can everyone hear me now? Brilliant. We are, I think, spot on time. We have 50 minutes. So we're going to take somewhere between 30 and 40 for lighthearted banter. And then turn it over because I think everyone will have questions for this. Well, our versatile and amazing and charismatic guest of honor today. So, without any further ado, thank you very much for attending BristolCon generally, and more specifically, this interview with one of our amazing guests of honor, the enigmatic, who is Stark Holborn. My name is Jared. I am very lucky to be interviewing Stark today. We have collaborated, I suppose, in the past. I had the honor of publishing a series of Stark's Western reviews about a decade ago, and for some reason we've still stuck together as friends since then, so no complaints about it. Because this is my lucky D20, and I really wanted to add the element of chance to this whatsoever. So we'll be rolling this before every question. I mean, you know, conversation flows naturally. But what I'd like to do is that every time there's I'll let Stark roll it, but every time there's a 1, one of the truly nasty questions that I've prepared will come out. And every time there's a 20, I'll throw a softball. Like, what are your inspirations or some crap like
That's
that.
one of the truly nasty ones.
Okay, I'm going to reverse it then. You get the math problems on the 20.
Oh,
So, I think almost everyone was here for the previous reading. So you know who Stark is. Stark is the author of, well, many things. She is a novelist, a games writer, a film reviewer, the author of Tenlo, of Nunslinger, of the Trigonometry series, the games writer behind Mars 2020 and Shadows of Doubt, the Gallotown Incident, and my personal favorite, the Hyde video rentals game, which actually was, I think, one of the great things that anyone did during lockdown, which was an interactive adventure to help you choose what movie to watch next. We all needed that. Stark, would you like to have a roll?
Okay, let's do it. I'm
Let's
just
start.
going to crit fail immediately.
Get it out of the way.
Oh,
Okay, 6. That's a good point. So Stark, games, novels, serialized works, you've really sort of explored across formats, which is really amazing, especially you know, taking advantage of everything that publishing has to offer. Do you have a preference?
it depends what mood I'm in. I mean, fiction is my sort of go-to genre that I would just, you know, I write kind of long-form fiction, and then I've sort of taken some of that across to the games writing, especially interactive fiction, because I didn't grow up with interactive fiction, so I don't have the same kind of set of references or assumptions. So the first interactive fiction piece I wrote was actually first person, and I didn't really know that you're kind of meant to write them second person, as in you walk down the corridor or you pick up a thing. So I've definitely steered some of my knee-jerk fiction preferences into games writing that way. No preferences. I mean, I love it all. Writing for games is really fun because I actually get to work with a team sometimes, rather than just me on my own in a room with a Microsoft Word document for 6 months. So it's nice to collaborate on stuff, especially when, for Shadows of Doubt, which is a procedurally generated detective game that I've been working on, which is ridiculously fun, and the developer Cole is very happy to accommodate all of my weird suggestions and my bizarre kind of contributions to the game. So yeah, I think I like them for different reasons.
Can you talk a bit more about what a procedurally generated noir might look like?
It's so much fun. So it's set in an alternate 1980s. So think sort of Blade Runner, Brazil is a big reference, Terror Games Brazil. And that's the setting for sort of hyper corporations. And the game itself, every time you load a new game, it will generate a different city, and that will include different citizens who have habits, likes, dislikes, jobs, routines, and that's all happening independent of you as a player. So you're investigating crimes and murders and can take jobs, but the city carries on with or without you. And so writing story into that is obviously really difficult because it's completely procedurally generated. So we've had to be quite creative. And at one point during lockdown, I was trying to figure out a way how to proceduralise murder. And I had a big document open on like murder modules. And yes, it looks quite bad to any passerby. But hopefully we've created something pretty cool. I mean, my part of it is really small. Cole, the developer, is amazing. He's primarily an artist and has become a developer through making this, and it's hopefully going to be pretty fun. It's coming out next year sometime.
That's really interesting, because you talk about the city carries on with or without you, and that's, I suppose, very different to, say, a novel where things only exist when you write them.
Mm.
Is there, I'm trying to figure that out, I guess you can't really do that in any other way with a novel, can you? I mean, Tenmo, for example, everyone has commented in the reviews, rightfully so, that there are sort of no NPCs in this world. You know, everyone seems to have a real depth of story to them. Is it, I suppose, frustrating to be able to explore all of that more deeply when you're in that kind of format?
I mean, I think it happens with fiction anyway, that when your readers kind of take charge of the world in a way and create it new with every reading, and the experience of reading a book is a story in itself, so maybe you remember where you were when you were reading it or what you were doing, and that all kind of feeds back into your particular experience as a reader. But yeah, there's definitely a fun that comes once you learn you have to let go of things you've written, and you have no idea how people are going to interact with this world. Like there's some players, they literally will just go and sit in a bar and just drink coffee in this procedurally generated world, and that's it. And that's fine. If they want to play it that way, that's absolutely fine.
I mean, that sounds, as I get older and older, I think that's actually what escapism feels like now. The dragon's fine. I'll be at the pub.
Yeah.
I'm going to change tacks very briefly, so if you'd like to roll, just in case.
It's a 6. Oh, for God's sake, it's a 6 again.
I like the really ominous thump we got off the table there. It's fantastic. Let's talk about Westerns.
Okay.
It is a topic near and dear to both our hearts, I think.
Yeah.
So, first, why Westerns? I mean, when we talk about Tenmo, when we talk about Nunslinger, when we talk about trigonometry, there's a Western element in all of them, a very heavy Western element in all of them. What draws you to the genre?
It's so weird. I never expected to be writing them. And I didn't read them growing up. I had no idea. And I always just assumed that I didn't like them, because I assumed Westerns were the John Wayne Westerns, them galloping around doing manly, boring things, which I wasn't very interested in. And then I think I saw Jim Jarmusch's Dead Man, which is Johnny Depp in it, and it's an amazing cast of characters as well, including Iggy Pop, he's in there too. And I read The Sisters Brothers by Patrick DeWitt, which is another great book. They're both Westerns, but they're both sort of quite oblique Westerns. They're kind of very revisionist, so revising the genre, kind of upending all of the kind of the tropes that established the genre in the 30s, 40s, 50s. And I realised that that's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in looking at the Western from new angles, not from the traditional point of view. And that came out in the Westerns I used to review for Porno Kitsch, which Jared edited. They became more and more weird and niche as the Westerns went on. I think I ended up reviewing Soviet musical comedy Westerns, of which there are 2. So, I went through animated Westerns, but basically, the weirder they got, the more interested I became.
My favorite thing about the animated Western is that I made a bunch of GIFs out of it as we did, and those are now incredibly popular, so we've sort of given it this weird, 5th lease on life.
I didn't realise that you made them.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's what I occasionally come across them and think, I know where that's from.
I forgot which one I forgot what that's even called.
The animated one.
Yeah.
There's an amazing, I think it's from 1960 something, but it's an Italian animation called Western Soda. And it's just brilliant animation, it's really good fun. And like quite anarchic, the studio who made it, because I think they were all in their 20s and just kind of did whatever. So that's a really good example of someone remaking the genre to their own kind of whims.
So you've explored, you've explored a Western as a Western, you've explored a Western as an excuse for fantastical mathematicians, you've explored a Western on a barren prison planet. Are there limits to where you can take the genre? Are you secretly working on a new Western in a new format?
No, probably not. I'll jam it in anywhere, really. But then you can make an argument that loads of things are Westerns. So, we were talking yesterday about how, the very first Star Wars one was basically a Western. So you can remake the tropes and play around with them, I think, in so many settings. Whether they're actually desert Western inspired or not. You can have neo-Westerns and neo-noir Westerns, and yeah.
I was reading one of your reviews, which was, I think it was a Persian vampire Western.
Oh yeah, A Girl Walks Home Alone at Night. That is, I like that one. But yeah, she's a skateboarding vampire, and it's a Western, basically.
So if the desert doesn't matter, and I'm assuming there's not a horse in that one either, what are the elements of Westernness? What is the golden thread of a Western that makes all of these things Western, despite not being in the West?
I think for me, it's people pushed up against the limits of their own perceived morality. So people coming face to face with structures of law or justice that may or may not exist, but also coming up hard against their own moral boundaries, which are either self-constructed or constructed for them. And then I think there's also a lot about which I sort of get to in Ten Low a lot, the kind of the myth of freedom. Like, is it a trap a bit? This idea of people chasing what they think is freedom, but actually just realising they're in another type of prison. So that probably sounds quite depressing, but it ends up getting really rich characterisation out of it. So I think a lot of my characters are people with a very strong moral code, and it might not be everyone else's moral code, but it's theirs, and then if you throw that into conflict with a setting, with other characters, that's where interesting stuff happens.
That makes sense. Ten Low is all about that sort of, the monsters are actually out there giving you this sort of illusion of choice, aren't they? And that's almost why they're monstrous, is that everyone else is stuck in a path, and there they are, pretending that it could be otherwise almost.
Yeah, and also that's the alien kind of beings in this book called the Ifs, and they feed on the potential of chance, like potential energy between every choice you could make. Almost like where a world will divert, that's what they feed on, and so they like to create chaos. And they follow certain individuals around, or everyone's just really paranoid because there's not enough air on the planet and they don't exist at all. So, however you read it is fine.
Going back to the idea of a moral code, thinking about both Nunslinger and trigonometry, both of there are other codes at conflict there, aren't there? You've got Nunslinger, TJ, as we call her,
yeah.
has she has a very fixed moral code that she needs to live by, a religious code, a theological one, and then your mathematicians are also very, very desperately trying to they subscribe to a world of order and of rules, and that conflict between objectivity and subjectivity, I suppose, is that an intentional metaphor to keep throwing in people with other forms of law into a realm of disorder?
Yeah, it's probably I just love doing it, so I'm always looking for other opportunities. No, but I think it goes back to, you do that it basically creates conflict and tension, not necessarily, people, gunning each other down. It's a different type of conflict, it's kind of internal. And most of my books are written first person, so I have the space to explore that kind of internal conflict. Which maybe is a bit harder to do in third person, depending on how you write it. But in Ten Low, So one of the things I loved about Nunslinger is throwing my nun, Sister TJ, in with Muir, who's basically an outlaw and a deserter, and then watching both of their assumptions kind of play out against each other. And that's kind of what I did in Ten Low as well, with throwing her basically together with someone would have been her enemy in the war that has just finished, and then watching the fallout of two completely different individuals who totally believe that the other one was wrong, and how are coming at it from very different moral points of view as well, and then just watching what happens really.
Why do you enjoy first person so much?
I think it goes back to the sort of interiority that I can explore moral wrangling. So watching someone wrangle with themselves, which you can kind of get into with first person, which, I don't know, I keep thinking I'm going to have to do third person, because first person, it does take a lot of work as well, in the sense that, like, oh god, you're in this character's head all the time. And with Ten, I kind of, the other character she comes up against is a character called the General, who is actually a 13-year-old genetically engineered soldier, child soldier, and she's pretty fun to write because she's actually quite a brat as well. And so I have to throw in characters who are quite opposite, because otherwise you just have someone, especially if they're really like guilt-ridden, it's really not that fun to be in their head all the time, where they're like, oh, I'm such a terrible person. You kind of need someone around to give them a bit of a hard time about that, and just lighten up a bit.
It's interesting, you talk about the sort of limits of first person in writing trigonometry. You know, your one non-historical or a historical character is the one you've chosen for first person. Is there sort of I suppose, a moral limit to are you not comfortable with, you know, taking actual people and going into their heads?
Yeah,
That's better way to phrase that, sorry.
No, trigonometry is first person as well. So
it is, but she's the only mythical person.
She's the only made up. All the rest of the characters are based on historical mathematicians. Well, most of them. And then I felt like I felt like I needed a bit more room to manoeuvre than basing it on a real person would give me. And then also, it felt a bit weird, like kind of just being like, and then this person did this. I mean, I do that with all the other characters anyway, so I don't know why I have a compunction about making it first person. But I think I just needed room to kind of develop her as a character in a way that I might not have got if I based her on a real mathematician. So I could also give her a cool backstory and all kinds of things that way. So.
We've had a lot of fun developing all the other mathematicians in interesting ways as well. There's no question.
Yeah.
Should roll.
Oh yeah. Oh, 18.
Close. So close. Completely different tangent. You were a judge for the Clark Award a couple of years ago.
I was last year. Well, this year, last year.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
The one that just got announced.
One that just got announced. What's that experience like?
So many books. So many books. And I knew there'd be loads. But I didn't think there'd be that, I don't know why, I just didn't think there'd be that many. And there were. And they were all hardbacks as well. Or most of them were. So it was, I did it because I wanted to get like a snapshot of science fiction across a year. And I thought it would be a really good way of like seeing across and then discovering things I wouldn't have otherwise read as well. And I did literature at uni, so it was one of the things I enjoyed most about my degree was discovering books that would not have been on my radar, and reading stuff I thought like, oh, I won't enjoy that, and then actually coming to it and being like, oh no, that was really great. So it was great in that sense. It is very time consuming. So I'm taking, you do 2 years, so I'm taking a break before I do another year, because the guilt of being like, it gets to 10 o'clock in the evening, and I'm like, oh God, I've got to get through like 4 books, or like look at them. But it was a great experience in terms of discovering writers and seeing patterns across works as well. And my postman, I felt very, very sorry for him, because at one point a lot of books were arriving. He knocked at the door and he went, Arthur C. Clarke? And I was like, no, but yes. And so, had
What are some of the patterns you discovered? You know, it was good to ask that.
It's really interesting. The books that are on the shortlist, they might not necessarily seem to have kind of relatable themes between them, but I think the theme of communication was one that ran really strongly throughout all the books. Communication, failure of communication as well, between humans, between different species, between ideas. It was really interesting how that came out, not that we were looking for it, just one that came through. And then, weirdly, quite a lot of vaguely libertarian kind of, oh no, everyone's dead and I'm having a lovely time. Which, there were quite a few books like that, and I opened up and I was like, okay, it's another one of these, really interesting. So I'm quite looking forward to if anyone's going to dig into that at some point as a theme.
That's sort of interesting, because those all probably would have been written pre-COVID as well?
Some of them were, some of them, yeah, I think some of them just skirted it. But yeah, a lot of them I think were just pre-COVID. Oh, there are quite a few plague books, obviously. And quite a few, everyone has died from horrid illness. Which, yeah, it was a bit of a hard sell this year, I'm just going to say. But, yeah.
I always felt incredibly sorry for anyone that had finally sold their plague book. It's just a terrible curse.
We did consider them all.
That's good.
But, you know.
I mean, the failure of communication is very interesting. I mean, does that just reflect where we are now in 2022, that we're no longer, you know, the big problems that science fiction can tackle? Or we've gone away from, you know, what is our space in the universe to, you know, how will we ever settle Mars to how will we just talk to other human beings?
Yeah, and I think it's a problem in terms of discourse being really polarised now as well. And I think we've seen that through online spaces. I mean, obviously they're great, but also everyone knows it's impossible to have a nuanced debate on Twitter. And I think there has been, probably through the rise of the far right as well, this increasing polarisation of position. So, you know, you can either be one thing or another thing, and there's no nuance and, you know, nothing in between, which is really worrying in a lot of ways. So I think maybe that's feeding into part of the idea of failure of communication, especially when communication is so vital, because we've got big things we need to be communicating about, which we don't seem to be communicating about.
The literature of imagination, for imagining nuance. That's amazing. Any great discoveries? I mean, shortlist aside, is there anything that you'd love people to know about that you found?
See, now I'm like having to think back through the big stack of books. One thing about the winner on the shortlist, which I'm really I'm delighted that Deep Blue Arcadia was the winner, which was a prose poem written in Orkney Scots, with the translation on one side, and just beautiful language and really amazing setting. The way it was written, it was basically like an epic, but in like glimpses. So I would highly encourage anyone to go and pick that one up. Again, something I wouldn't have immediately gone to, but I'm very pleased we had the opportunity to read it.
Just to jump in there, so that's a format you haven't tried yet that I know of.
No.
Have you worked on prose poetry?
No, I haven't. There are people who do it very well, probably a lot better than I would, so I'm happy leaving it to them.
Just checking.
Going back to the Clark list. Can you come back to me on that one? I'm thinking through my list. I've been so focused on the short list.
That makes sense. Can I ask you to roll again, please? Number 2. I'm never going to get to ask you a math problem.
Well, that's fine, because you literally just get like stunned blank silence from me anyway. So.
How good are you at math?
Terrible.
Okay.
Really, really bad at it. Like, I count on my fingers. And when we're playing D&D, the person next to me has to look at my dice rolls.
So why mathematicians? So why drawn to them?
Oh, they're just fascinating people. Usually, if you start reading about them, they're just all so weird. They're brilliant. It's like, is it Tycho Brahe? You know, he had a nose made of brass because he lost it in a duel, and then he had a pet elk, and then the king was like, send me your elk, I want to see how fast it runs, because you keep bragging about it. And he's like, I can't send you my elk because it got really drunk on beer and fell down the stairs and died. And that's just like peripheral to his amazing mathematical ability. And that's just one mathematician, they're all like that. It's so weird. He wasn't even the only mathematician with a brass nose.
If you start the trend,
Well, maybe.
you've got to own it. Are brass noses coming back?
Well, maybe.
I mean,
Maybe we can start a new fashion.
I am really sorry about this because it is a variety of where do your ideas come from? But we are, you take something like mathematicians.
Yeah.
You've got what's very interesting, mathematicians. You've got the actually writing an interesting story about it. And then in your case, you've got that freedom to flow across formats and structures as well. So, you've got the chick and the egg and the frying pan or something. It's the frying pan turns into a chicken. What comes first? Do you think I really want to write something interactive, or oh my god, this guy had a drunk elk?
Yeah.
Or, what's the
Trigonometry is your fault because you posted a picture on Twitter of a book called Trigonometry, a gallery of gunfighters, and I went, oh, and it's not about mathematicians at all, but immediately my brain went, oh, look at that pun. We could do something with that, and then that's what happened. Basically, the pun title came first, and then the story followed. And the same thing happened with Nunslinger. I'm really sorry to admit. We're getting back at 3 in the morning and seeing a film on, I think it was a film called Madron. Anyway, there's a nun in it and a cowboy. And we were all going, oh, gunslinger, nunslinger, ha ha ha. And then, again, my brain went, I like that. And so then that's the story just rolled out of that, basically. Kind of imagining, well, what would those characters be? What would the world look like? Why are they there? What kind of stuff would they be fighting for? And yeah, so both of those started with literally a word and a bad pun, and went from there. And then otherwise, it's usually a setting. Maybe I want to. If in interactive fiction, it's often a setting that I want to explore more than a character, maybe. But often there'll just be a kernel of an idea, and I think that's what generally kind of carries through the novel or the piece of work. Even if the peripherals change quite a lot, the kind of core mechanic or the core kernel will be there.
Was there a pun behind?
No.
Okay.
I mean, hello is sort of a pun, I guess, in a way, but
I have to say, when I, for you is it the idea? Is it the story? Is it the format? And learning that everything comes from shit puns is a little terrifying.
Basically. It doesn't really matter what the kind of sparking off point is. And Reem Kachaka, who's a writer I really like, she's published by Amazon, she talks about creative compost. And it's the idea that all the stuff you read and hear and watch, it all goes into this kind of rich mush. And then your ideas kind of can blossom out of that. And in this case, I add a lot of bad puns into my compost.
It's the rake.
It's the rake, yeah.
Let's have one more roll,
All right.
and then we'll turn it over to everyone else.
Everyone.
10. That's so depressing. You know what? I'm going to ask it anyway, because I'm dying to.
Go on.
Is it culturally appropriate for you to be writing westerns?
It's, again, really interesting, something I've thought about a lot. And I think this is, again, part of the tradition of revisionist westerns. You think of some of the most famous westerns, they're Italian and they're Spanish, and it's, again, that's a different approach completely to the western genre. And I am really glad now we're starting to see westerns written by Native American writers, by writers who maybe have ancestry in the diaspora of various parts of the States as well. So books like C. Pan Zhang's How Much of These Hills Are Gold is an amazing book, and looking at the sort of Chinese diaspora experience of the gold rush. So I'm really pleased we're starting to see books like that, kind of reevaluating the traditional position of westerns and challenging it too. It's hopefully what I try to do a bit is to try and challenge the assumptions and tropes that you find. And yeah, so if people continue to challenge it, hopefully we're pushing in the right direction that way.
I think one of the things that you taught me throughout your reviews was how this quintessentially American genre was built on the back of Italian filmmaking, and all the novels were written by British authors.
Yeah, and then also like the dialogue with Japanese cinema as well. You know, the samurai films goes across from John Ford to Kurosawa back again multiple times. So in one sense, what started as a quintessentially American genre, that was self-mythologizing even as it was being created. Very rapidly, its foundations are not actually American.
Well, I think that's actually even more American than it intended to be constructed by fragments along the labor of everyone else in the world. It sounds about right. One quick question, because this is BristolCon. How much does Bristol infuse your work or inspire?
Interesting. I mean, I don't write directly about Bristol very often, if at all. I'd say it's more with the film, with the games writing, because I think we're really lucky here in that we have a really good games scene. I mean, it's quite small, and it's a lot of indie developers who are doing some really interesting stuff. And I wouldn't be writing games if I wasn't in Bristol, basically. And it's because so my partner Nick, he's a sound designer and composer in games and works in games, and so it was through people he knew as well that I've ended up kind of working with some of the people within that industry, and it's often through word of mouth, like most of these things. And some people have played my interactive fiction and were like, oh, could you do some of that? But again, I kind of knew them through the scene anyway. So it's been very important in terms of games writing.
I have to say that, I mean, just being in town for a couple of days, the cultural vibrancy of this city is astounding. It's just fantastic. I mean, there's just so much going on on sort of every corner, and really good baked goods.
Oh, we have really good bread and beer.
Oh my God, I am bringing so much of Bristol back inside me. I'm going to shift the weight of the island. I'd love to turn it over to, sorry, there's flopping happening. Any questions from anyone else for our incredible guest of honor? Sir.
Hi. The Charlie Stross's Laundry Files novels really strike a chord with your mathematician. Is that an influence, an inspiration?
No, I haven't read them.
You haven't?
No.
Wow.
Oh, I will now. Thanks for the recommendation.
I'm just going to second that recommendation for my position of microphone.
Brilliant.
Have you seen The Harder They Fall on Netflix? And so what did you make of it?
I haven't. Again, it's one of the ones on my list. But have you seen it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Very, very interesting.
Ooh, okay.
We will talk later when you've seen it.
Yes, excellent. Thank you. Yeah, there's some really great films out at the moment, and again, it's just finding the time to get around to them all. But yeah, that's it's definitely one that's been on my radar for quite a long time. So I will check it out.
And any good recommendations you would make while you've got the mic?
Ooh, yeah, there's a really good film I like recommending, which is again an example of kind of what the Western genre can be when it's kind of pushed to its outer limits thematically. It's called Little Woods, but it's in the UK it's called Crossing the Line, because I'm guessing Little Woods we have the catalogue. I thought people would get really confused by that. So, but it's by Mia DaCosta, who directed the new Candyman film as well. But it was her first film, and it's a neo-western, so it's set right up on the border of Canada. And so it's kind of a quite bleak neo-western kind of about borders, which is again another interesting Western theme. So I'd encourage checking that one out. It's not very well known, but it's great. And then there's a film called Prospect that I really like, which is a space western. That's just a lot of fun, and it just feels really tangible. It feels kind of grimy and gritty, and yeah, again that one surprised me, because it's again a first film by some young filmmakers. So yeah, 2 recommendations.
Yeah, thank you. More questions?
If you got an idea for a game, how do you write it, and who do you go to speak to about it?
That's a great question.
Yeah. Well, so far I haven't any bigger games that I've been working on are ones that have a developer already, working on it. I haven't yet gone, I want to make this game and found a team to do it. If I have, I tend to do smaller interactive fiction projects that I know I can do myself because I'm a writer, I'm not a developer. Like, I don't know how to code particularly. But we've chatted in the past about, we've had a few ideas for sort of board games and stuff like that. So, I'd find the people who are good at doing it and knew what to do, and then see if they were interested, probably, is what I would do rather than trying to do it myself, I think. Yeah.
You've used a few, oh my god, I'm turning into my father. So, as a child on the internet, you've used a few recurring sort of interactive fiction tools that you taught yourself. Is that correct? What are those?
So the main one I use is called Ink, and I don't know if people know Around the World in 80 Days. They did a sort of game version of it in Holborn, the studio. But they released an interactive fiction scripting tool called Ink, and it's really simple to learn. It involves minimal coding, and it's just a really nice way of trying out a new format. It's completely free, the tutorial's free, it's really good, and you can make it as complicated or as simple as you like. And it can be a very simple branching narrative, and the tools are all there to do it, or you can start putting variables in and messing around with stuff. But I mean, when I first learned it, I just did quite a simple story, and yeah, it's still really fun and in depth. And there's quite a good community of people who use it on itch.io, which is sort of like a lot of indie games people hang out there and post their projects up for free and stuff. So there's a nice community of people also using it and also experimenting, being open to playing short things or experiments. So yeah, that's one predominantly I use. There's Twine as well, but I don't gel with that as much for some reason.
And just to follow up on that, also as someone that's experimented with self-publishing or author-led publishing, any advice for anyone starting off on that?
Yeah, it's quite a lot of work. So, and I think you just have to be prepared to. I mean, one of the things that I really like in any form of publishing is working with editors. And actually, one of the editors, Trigonometry, is here. But it's for me, it's a really important part of the process, and one I wouldn't suggest skipping. And I think it's, for some people who think, oh, maybe I don't need an editor for it, but I would say get an editor, get a copy editor. Again, people who know what they're doing, and maybe factor that into your budget. It's a really important part of the process, I think, for me. And then I think just be prepared to put in some graft in terms of contacting people to get them to read it. And I actually quite enjoyed that part of the process, because it meant I've been emailing a whole raft of people who I now speak to fairly regularly, and chat about books and stuff. So it is really rewarding, as well as being quite tough. And I've yet to approach self-publishing stuff in physical format, just because I am terrified of formatting things, and I know I'm going to be quite bad at it. So again, I'm probably going to find someone who's really good at doing that, and then just be like, handle that for me, please.
But there is a beautiful physical edition of Trigonometry.
In Spanish.
In Spanish.
Yeah. So if you read Spanish, you can get Trigonometry and Advanced Trigonometry, which are called Plomo al Cuadrado and Plomo al Cubo, which is squared lead, which is an amazing title in Spanish as well. So good.
That's must be nice that they are out there in sort of a lovely format like that. More questions? That's very exciting.
I've got another one.
Excellent. Sure.
Do you ever find you need to avoid the show don't tell trope in first person writing, or how do you get around it?
Avoid show don't tell.
Yeah, because it's a bit. When you're in first person, you can basically describe everything. How do you show subtext?
Oh, I see. Yeah. I like to. I mean, I try to slip things in, especially in terms of world building. I kind of like to sneak it around the edges where I can. So it'll be in, you know, the type of food people choose, or you know, how, if they swear or how they swear, or what they like or don't like, and I try to sneak the world building in that way. And that's again something we've tried to do in Shadows Down, because you can't tell people about this world, they have to discover it themselves. But every single item in the world will have a tiny little bit of world building attached, even if that's like the ketchup. Like, you know, the description of the ketchup has like a little bit of world building in there, just to kind of bring a richness to it. So yeah, I try to sneak things in when I can.
I like the fact that there's the next tab of the murder module spreadsheet is ketchup.
Yeah, all the item descriptions. Yeah.
Ketchup backstory.
Well, it's made by one of the corporations, so you know.
Wow.
Anything with sugar in it.
Wow. Fear big ketchup.
Yeah.
So, as the secret billionaire in the audience has offered you either the Deadwood. Yeah. It depends on your answer to this question.
Okay.
Would you rather have the complete creative authority over the a Deadwood prequel, Grand Theft Auto 1848, or Kung Fu: The Legend is Really Back This Time?
Oh. Really difficult. I mean, so I'm guessing the Grand Theft Auto 1848 is a game.
It's literally just one car.
Okay.
Just
steam powered.
It doesn't work very well.
It just goes back and forth. Sounds great. Doing really slow crimes.
The getaway doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work at all. Probably Deadwood prequel if I could have the original writers and everyone back on it, because I loved the first season of it. And also if Brad DeReef would be there, and Ian McShane, they're all just great. So that would be fun.
It could be fun for all of us.
Yeah, I'll probably go with that. But again, I'd get other people to do all the work for me. Like, hire them and then just sort of sit there and bask.
That's very giving. See, that's why Bristol is such a rich creative community.
Yeah.
We have time for one more question. Brian? Well, sorry. Yeah.
I remember reading some of the Wild West only lasted for something like 10 or 15 years. Why is that tiny period captured so many imaginations and generated the legends?
Great question.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit like piracy. The age of piracy, again, only lasted a very short amount of time. But I think with the West, it's because, we touched on this briefly earlier, and I think it was part of America's own mythologizing of itself. So, you know, stuff like when the film, The Great Train Robbery, first, I can't remember what year that was, but very early, not 1912, maybe a bit later than that. But at that point, you still had a lot of kind of unrest going on. You had a lot of people were still alive who were the heroes, you know, the kind of Wild Bill Hickoks and the Calamity Janes were actually still around in the world, and they had already started the process of making themselves into their own caricature almost by going from actually roaming around to being in Western shows. So they were kind of making themselves into a character while they were still alive. And I think maybe that's part of why it became so kind of structurally, the structures of it were so well known and pervasive for a long time. I don't know, that was my theory anyway.
I mean, I remember reading my first Western, where sort of, when they weren't in the West, they were in fact driving cars, sort of out on the East Coast, and the idea that these two worlds sort of lived simultaneously was absolutely baffling to me. And then realizing that, as the gentleman said, the actual Old West was very brief in people's minds.
But I think, again, it's like strong visuals as well. It's like pirates, really strong visuals, cowboys, really strong visuals. So it's kind of, you've got like almost a costume attached to it.
How do you write Westerns while avoiding the sort of pernicious legacy of the Civil War? I mean, I think Firefly failed very badly on that, right? But how do you do that?
Hopefully I didn't avoid it. I kind of tried to look at it a bit in Nunslinger with the fact that actually one of them, not too many spoilers, but actually one of the main characters, he is a Union soldier who's committed some horrible atrocities. So I think it's looking at that, the fact that it wasn't, you know, goodies versus baddies. It was a really, really complicated, bloody situation. in a lot of ways. And that's how I suppose in that small way I tried to kind of explore it in that way. I tried not to ignore it at least.
Makes sense. I think we're good on time.
Yeah.
So first, a huge round of applause for our guest of honor, Stark Holborn. Stark is available, I think you have a coffee club later today.
I do, yes. If anyone wants to know about games writing, I'll be doing a small panel session, and then I'm around for various other panels, and come say hello, and I've got bookmarks, if you want a bookmark.
And the books themselves, the beauty of ebook is that you could be buying them right now. You could be, and probably should be. Thank you all very much.
Thank you all, thank you.
The dice will trade us. First time we've ever won one.
I can introduce you if you'd like.
Anybody who sits there, because they got in 5 minutes before I leave.
Hello, everyone. Hello? Hello? Is this on? Hello? Oh, blimey. Okay. Very definitely on. Okay, so I'm here to do a little reading. I'm reading today from the Light Anthology, which I was published in about a month ago. It's a charity anthology for Mind, which is a charity very close to my heart, and that's why I'm doing this today, because you should all buy it. And the featured authors here are Adrian Tchaikovsky and Peter McLean, so definitely good. Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to read their stories, so you're going to have to make do with mine. Apparently that's not the dumb thing. So, okay, everybody buy the anthology. Good cause. So, this is a story called Cerebra and the Dragon. Imogen wasn't meant to work on her personal projects in the main hangar bay, but the Dragon wouldn't fit anywhere else. They'd taken a shuttle down to the scrapyard on planet Behathir in the hopes of salvaging some usable parts when she'd seen it, a tiny blinking golden light flickering in the gloom of a broken down warehouse. There it was again, no more than a centimetre across, set in the centre of a gigantic forehead, shining like an electronic pulse as the robotic crane hoisted the immense creature free of the shuttle and laid it down in front of her. Captain Alyssa's going to flip when she sees this, Achilles said, folding his arms, his thick dark eyebrows set in their usual frown. Imogen clapped her hands together with glee. I know! He rolled his eyes. Not in a good way, Imogen. She's given you a storage room for your mechanical experiments, but I doubt she'll sanction this one. Well, she doesn't have much choice. It's here now. She could just vent the hangar. Imogen shook her head. No, there's life here. I know it. Achilla frowned. What do you mean by that? It's a mechanical what? Dragon.
He stepped forward to examine it more closely. Like in the ancient legends. Do you think it's robotic? Imogen would have smiled, but she was already grinning from ear to ear. Do you want to find out? He touched the light experimentally with a long, delicate brown finger. The dragon lay with its gigantic head resting on its front paws. The body, which, laying down, was as tall as Imogen herself, had once been covered with metal plating, but patches had fallen off and left the inner workings of the beast open to the elements. What remained was thick with grime, obscuring the base material with a layer of brownish-grey detritus. Imogen went to join Aquila by the forehead. If there's a place I can plug in and analyse data, it's going to be here. Aquila raised an eyebrow. Why do you think that? Because whoever made this had ideas and dreams. She rubbed at the metal casing around the light and revealed a small panel. Let's bring the dreams back to life, shall we? What kind of metal is this? Aquila asked, rubbing away more of the grime with the sleeve of his blue overall to reveal a shining yellow surface. It's just dirty. It's not corroded. You don't think it's gold, do you? Imogen shrugged. If it means you'll help convince the captain to let me keep it, then sure, it's gold. She levered the panel up with her screwdriver and whistled. This is flawless. And I think you could be right, it's gold. Just abandoned and forgotten. Now, let's see if I can make a connection. The lights are on, but is anyone home? That's a secure computer you're using, right? Not one that's connected to the ship's systems. Imogen snorted. No, I'm not going to make that mistake again. Glad to hear it. You're going to get us in trouble, he persisted. The Cerebra is a serious medical research vessel. So? So you brought a gold mechanical dragon on board a serious research vessel. It's a serious discovery. It's a fairy tale. It's a story. It's not real. How will this help our captain get more funding? How will it help our scientists find cures for diseases? How will it improve people's lives? He shook his head and walked back along the length of it. It's different when it's hidden away in your storage room, but in the main hangar bay, this is where the Interstellar Board of Medical Research reps arrive to inspect our operation. Imogen shrugged. Let me deal with Captain Alyssa. As for how it will improve people's lives, it's a gold dragon. It's this type of thing that feeds people's minds. Nobody dreams about cellular cascades, they dream about this. She'll want it off the ship. He was probably right, but she wouldn't go down without a fight. Well, I suppose we'll see, won't we? She glanced up and saw him examining the joint and neat extension of the creature's immense folded left wing. You're taller than me, what do they look like to you? She asked. I'm going to have to manually interface with this. Damn, I hope I can find a cable to fit. These are solar panels, he replied. A few of them are shattered. Are any whole? Yes, why? Well, if it's solar powered, it might just need to be recharged. He gave her a dark look. We are not bringing this thing online until we know exactly what it is, Imogen. If I'm going to have any success analysing it, we're going to need enough power to allow for a data transfer. It's all right, the UV fed into the ship's lighting will be charging it already. Aquila looked like he was going to object, but Imogen turned away before he could get a word out. She sat down cross-legged on the floor and started sorting through a crate of assorted cables. Imogen loved cables. They fascinated her. Everywhere they went, if she saw a cable, she had to have it. At this point, her collection spanned several crates, and she'd brought them all to the bay in honour of the event. Something here had to fit. This wing's almost whole, Aquila called from the far side of the dragon. Do you think it ever flew? Yes, Imogen said eagerly. Wow, there's a thought. No, I just found a cable that might fit. What did you say? Nothing, Aquila mumbled. This thing's got to be over 20 metres long, and there's more solar panels at the end of the tail. Imogen let him explore. I'm more interested in what's going on inside. The cable fit. Aquila crouched down beside the head as she applied her own universal adapter to her computer and threw himself backwards. What? She said, almost dropping her computer. He swore loudly. The eye flickered. Imogen frowned. Are you sure about that? Those smooth bits, I thought they were just an artistic impression of eyes, but when you plugged that thing in, they lifted up for a moment. Imogen rested her computer on the elegant angled snout and crouched down beside him. What's in there? It looked like glass, red glass. Perhaps it's solid ruby, she said. I wouldn't be surprised by anything right now. The hangar side door slid open and a brisk voice brought them to their feet. What have you dragged onto my ship, mechanic? Imogen crossed all the fingers she could visualize in her mind. It appears to be a mechanical dragon, Captain. Captain Alyssa raised a perfectly angled dark eyebrow. A mechanical dragon. Yes. Her eyes slid over the huge bulk of it. I don't believe in dragons. Imogen laughed nervously. Well, you can't say that, there's one right there. Alyssa rolled her eyes. It's a machine, Imogen, not a creature. It's still real, Imogen objected. Someone made it, for sure, but that doesn't make it less real. Who made it? The captain asked. Why did they make it? Imogen shrugged and picked up her computer. That's what I'm trying to find out. That's a secure computer, right? Alyssa asked. Imogen rolled her eyes again. Yes, I'm not making that mistake again. Good. The captain ran a finger along a softly angled horn and looked at the grime on her fingertip with distaste. Why a dragon? A killer. Sorry. A killer buried his hands in the deep pockets of his overall. Well, whoever it was, they had to be human, right? Not necessarily, Imogen said, watching her screen with bated breath. Dragons existed in every culture on Earth. Some think dragons are a part of the human psyche. So if it turns out another species made this, it could prove a common psychological thread throughout intelligent life, Captain Alyssa summarised. Regardless of species, Imogen added. Just think how fascinating that would be. All this time we're thinking it's maths that unites us, and it turns out it was dragons all along. Yes, that would be fascinating discovery in a frivolous, immeasurable sort of way. Immeasurable because it's too big. Captain, this is a solid gold mechanical dragon, found in the scrapyards of here. Solid gold, she said, her dark eyes sharpening immediately. That's what we think, Achilles said. Good, then we can at least melt it down and sell it as scrap. That should buy us a few microscopes. Imogen shifted, stifled a shout. But, Alyssa held up a hand. The Cerebra is a research vessel, Imogen. I need you to prioritise ship maintenance. If we can't jump to Barnard's Star, we'll miss the conference, and the crew have been working too hard for this. Shelve it. The ship's crew were scientists, forever on the cusp of great discovery, hunting the key to their academic immortality throughout the galaxy. This is important, Captain, Imogen said in earnest. Alyssa shook her head. Don't make me say it twice. We don't have time for dragons. Not right now. Yes, Captain. Alyssa nodded and left the hangar. Achilla kicked at the shining floor. Shall I cover up the wings to stop them charging? Imogen glanced at her dead screen. No, leave it. We'll see if it does anything after a few hours. That's all we've got time for today. Thank you very much. Bye, the anthology.
Oh, right.
But I thought I'd come down and then go. Well, yeah, otherwise I just sort of. Hello. Oh my God. Hello. Hey.
How are you? Okay?
Yes, good, thank you. Yeah. Yes. Are you sticking around for this one? Oh, hey. Come on.
Yes, definitely are. It's not pumpkin, it's not
Very well,
I have a request.
How are you doing? Have you done okay, yeah, well, you're winning there, okay.
We've done the reading as well. Reading as well.
I've got Gary's head today. One more moderating after this, and then I'll just spend the last hour sitting in a dark corner waiting for a migraine to pass over, so I can actually go and done words. My next one's
Yeah, I don't know how.
Does anybody want a copy of the questions? I would, because I don't think I got. They're really short. It's really simple because I figured that actually.
That's right. It'll give me 5 minutes to have a think.
I've actually done my homework. Well, you did the same for mine, so you know.
It's notes.
Go there, see?
Oh, excellent. Yeah.
This never happens.
It's a very cheated side of the
This is like bride and groom, isn't it? Who they come to see. Let me walk in, are you the bride or the groom?
Which side are you?
That's Jeff's side of it.
Yeah, there's no. Yeah. My family here. And just people off the street that I may come to my wedding. They just come in now, that's it. Just bulk it out a little bit, I need some people.
And everyone's had enough of me today already, so that's...
Mine as opposed to the ones that... Mine as opposed to the ones that I bought.
Oh, should we put books at the front?
Why not?
Hey, let's do that.
Yeah, just imagine mine here, if you can, that'd be great.
There we go. Oh, and if anyone's in need of bookmarks, I've got lots. So, yeah, if you fancy a branded bookmark of a thing, then, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So.
Hello? Ah, there we are. Took a moment to cut in. So, good morning everybody. This is a panel, the title of which is So You've Written a Book, What Now? I'm Judith Mortimer, she, her. I'm moderating this panel. And with me I have 4 authors, one of whom, Ian, at the end there, is also a publisher. And I'm going to ask Ian to speak as an author first, and at the end I'll ask him to speak from the point of view of a publisher. I'm going to ask the panel some questions, and then I hope to open it up to questions from the audience. And primarily we'll be talking about 2 publishing approaches, traditional and self-publish, and a combination of the 2 usually referred to as hybrid. I'm hybrid myself, that's one of my, it's not self-published. We will not be talking about vanity publishing, other than to say if someone wants money to publish your book, run away fast. I'm going to start by asking the panellists to introduce themselves and say what genre books they normally write. I myself primarily write space opera, but that one's fantasy. And I'm going to tell you now that I only actually have 5 questions, and that's because I think that when I ask the authors these questions, they're probably going to have quite a lot to say in response. So first question, I'll start at the end there with not Ken.
Okay.
Sorry, it's a running gag. So, are you traditionally published or self-published, or a combination of both? And how did you go about deciding which route to take? Did you have an agent, that sort of thing?
So I'm both.
I started out self-published, wrote my first book a long time ago. I can't remember, Matthew, how long ago it was, but it was a long time ago now. And decided that we didn't need to go down the traditional route. I just wanted to write and publish and just get books out there. I didn't have time to do the self-published querying and traditional querying and all that. So I wrote loads of books of fantasy and some sci-fi ones. And then I just made a decision that I'd quite like to set myself another goal to do, and then see if I get a book traditionally published. And then started querying. I have so many rejection letters and emails. Some even with my name spelled correctly in them as well, which is nice. And went down that route really, but it was a decision about a goal rather than anything else. The next challenge as I'm writing. So there's a story about the project, but we'll get to that in a minute if you want.
Emily?
Hi, so I'm a sci-fi writer predominantly. I've written novels. I'm not actually published yet, but I'm repped. And, well, I've self-published or indie published a audio drama, full cast audio drama. It's available on all platforms, and it's a full cast thing, and currently writing season 2. And so I guess I'm published in that respect, but going for traditional publishing with my novel. So, yeah.
I'm Chrissy Harrison. I'm an author of supernatural thrillers. This is my first novel, mine. I'm currently I've first drafted book 2 on the editing phase, which is taking way longer than it should, but never mind. I've also written some short stories which have been published in anthologies by small press publishers. And I've also worked with another publisher, Books on the Hill, who are here as the bookseller. I'm involved in their Dyslexic Friendly Quick Reads project as the designer formatter, so I'm kind of involved in that side of publishing as well.
My name's Ian Waits. I'm an author of science fiction and fantasy primarily, occasionally horror. I've got 8 novels out, plus 2 co-written and about 80 published short stories. Most of what I do is in the science fiction genre. There is also a large minority of it in fantasy. And once in a blue moon, when a strange mood strikes me, I might write a bit of horror, but don't tell me.
And did you get an agent for your books?
I have had an agent, and I have got an agent now. Some of my work is published via an agent. Some of it is by direct approach to publishers or elsewhere. But yes, I mean, I set out very much to get an agent, and luckily I managed to get one fairly early on. I'm now with my second agent.
Was that an easy process, or?
It's very difficult to say easy because it wasn't. I mean, I think I was quite fortunate. I started out very deliberately writing short stories because I felt there's a discipline in writing a short story and writing a narrative arc in a very constricted word format, which would then serve me well when I came to write novels. So I wrote 20-odd short stories. I wrote a lot more than that, but I have published 20-odd short stories in various venues before I then started writing a novel. And these things, conventions, are flipping useful for networking, because I then approached publishers and agents who I've met at conventions and said, look, I'm writing a novel. By then, one of my short stories somehow had fluked its way onto the shortlist for a BSFA award. It didn't win, but it's something to mention. So I knew that I had a slight, not reputation's too strong a word, but I knew that I'd been noticed a little bit. So I said, look, I've got these novels I've got this novel I'm writing, would you like to look at it? And through that I got an agent, and I also got an offer to buy the novel from a publisher. Sadly, one the agent in question wouldn't deal with, but that's another story.
Who else had an agent? You do, don't you? And you
go first.
Quickly talk about agents.
Well, it's sort of all I've got to talk about, really, as that's the stage I've got to, and the rest of it is still sort of publishing query fun times. But what do you want me to talk about? The submission process to agents? Right, okay, so my submission process was relatively short, and I was approaching it from I've never been to a convention before, but I was building an audience on Twitter and social media in general, which is a good idea in terms of
proving that you're a human being and proving that you've got some kind of reach and that you're prepared to talk to fans and things, you're not a hermit. And that's all very encouraging for people in general. So I sort of started out with looking at the set format. You know, you've never talked to anyone about this before. You look at the, you know, advised what you should be writing in your email. And I sent out a couple of test queries. Like, nobody talks about this. I have spoken to other people and they say that this is what they did too, but it's very much on the down low. It's when you get a list of the people you want to apply for, and the first ones you send out, because you know you're never going to strike gold the first time, are the ones you don't necessarily think you're going to cry about if they say no. But, you know, you'd still love to work with them, but they're not your be-all and end-all. And I tried a couple of different styles of queries for those people. And I think the most important part of the process was finding my own voice in this. And what I learned very quickly is that the set format, which is the impersonal email with the very short 2-sentence introduction, the synopsis, and then 2-sentence goodbye, and that's it, doesn't work for me, did not work for me. And I think that it doesn't, like, I got the impression it doesn't work for agents too, because this is the most important professional relationship it could be of your career. And you don't want to approach it like they're not a human being, and you don't want to seem like you're not a human being. So it seems quite counterintuitive to sort of be, I don't know, impersonal in that moment. You want to be reasonably personal. And through the through the socials, every agent is different. Every agent requires different things when you're querying. And I had questions. Sometimes it's not straightforward. Sometimes you're reading what they want and you don't necessarily know exactly what they're asking for. And I found that if I reached out to them on Twitter with a direct question, what do you mean by this? You know, is this absolutely essential, or is there some wiggle room? They were very happy to answer these questions because they then know that you want to get it right, that you want to get their application right. You're not just going to throw something else to them that's formulaic, you're paying attention to what they need. And I mean, I found that broke the ice. And then when I sent my application to these people who I'd never had the benefit of meeting at these conventions, I was able to say things like, further to what we were discussing before, here's my my submission. And I felt like that initial sort of introduction really helped my case almost. Like when I landed in their inbox, they were looking for me. And actually with my agent, John Jarrell, he did these Twitter Q&As, and I asked him about he wanted comparative titles. My book, I failed at this 100%. My book, no comparative titles. And I asked him, how essential is this? And he came back, he said, you can pick, if you're struggling in the genre, pick comparative titles from outside the genre. There was still nothing. And at that point, I was just a bit ashamed, and I didn't feel like I could go back and say, no, John, there's nothing. So I was just like, okay, I'm not applying for John Jarrell, that sucks, but I just can't, you know, his requirements, I can't fill them. And then he got in touch with me on Twitter and said, what happened? You know, like this was a couple of weeks later. He's like, you know, what happened? Where was your submission? And I said, John, I'm really sorry, but there's nothing out there. I can't find anything, and I don't know what to do. And he was like, that's okay, all right, just send any kind of inspiration points that you can find, like things that inspired your book. And so I did, and we met on that, you know, we met on that level and made that compromise. But if I hadn't spoken to him about it first, and if I'd just seen that and then thought, I'll just skip that part of his requirements and I'll just send him, that would have been the wrong way to do it, I think. We needed to have that conversation. I needed his permission to say, I'm not going to submit to you, including this bit of what you require from your submission guidelines. You know, the fact that we'd had this discussion, he knew why I wasn't doing it the way he'd asked me to do it, made all the difference. It made it a dialogue as opposed to just me not bothering, which is what it would have come across like.
And luckily, he asked for a full manuscript, and when he called to offer me representation, he said, "No, you're absolutely right, there's nothing else out there like this." And I was really worried that he would come back to me and say, you know, "Oh, what are you talking about? It's like this book, it's like this book, it's like this book," and I'd look like a total idiot. But no, luckily, he agreed with me, and that sort of saved me. And I don't know if you want me to go on. Let's move on to you.
I'm not going to be so eloquent. I'll do that. I have an agent, Jamie Cameron from Amber Sound, as Adrian. And my journey is a bit different. I've submitted lots. I mean, I had a 48-page letter which had a nice little strap line at the top of it, and all those bits in it. And I used to, and I wrote a book, and I'd file off the submissions, and they'd come back. No thanks, quite a lot of them, and do all of that. But like Ian said, I met here. I gave one of my self-published books to somebody in the deanery. I said, "Can I read it?" Read it. And she read it and she reviewed it, and that was like 2016 or so. And then I was still writing books and submitting them, and I wrote what ended up being called, I think, Rivers of Song and Shadow. I'm looking at Julia for a nod of that. Well, I'm going to call that eventually. And that got sent off to a few agents, and Jamie got back to me. I sent it off, and like 2 days later, Jamie emailed me and said, "Yeah, so right, send me the full thing." Jeez, I won't swear, but several swear words around, this is exciting, I've got to get this done.
Yeah.
And sent it off to him, and it was just like that week of just waiting and waiting and checking emails every 5 seconds. Has he read it yet? And it was 2 weeks later, but you know, my phone button's wearing out. And he got back.
Competitive strain.
Yeah. But he got back with a rejection on it, and it was like, but he got back with a rejection which was 2 pages of A4 notes. This is what's really good. This is brilliant about this. I love the fact you're doing this. You need to work on this. I need to work on that. Which is brilliant because I had now had contact with an agent. I mean, I've met Harry England a few times as well. I spoke to John once or twice, but it was just that right. It's fed back. I've got a relationship. I can work on this, and I can start writing something else that tries to meet the things that he wants in this book. And then I went to a Voyager meeting in August, and I sat down at an agent panel was there, and I met Jack Ransom from Voyager. I sat down with him for 10 minutes, and he said, "Right, pitch your book to me." I'm like, okay. I'd gone there on spec, and I hadn't turned up with any preparation for the story of my life at the moment. And he said, "Pitch your book to me, the last one you wrote." I'm like, "What's the pitch this about? 18 versus World of Warcraft," which I thought was great. And he went, "That's really good. It's a bit 1980s, isn't it? You need to kind of update." Well, I am from the 1980s, so I grew up there, but you need to update those things. So that was good feedback from him. We talked about letters, and we talked about all those things. And then I did something really stupid that worked out, but it was in August on holiday. I got a note via Twitter from Jen, who's not actually in here at the moment, I think. And said, "Are you doing Pitman this year?" What's Pitman? I haven't got a clue. Approaching 45-ish at the time, 46. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. No, it's this. All right, I'll do that. So I threw 3 books into the ring that I'd written and hadn't got anywhere with including the World of Warcraft versus 18 one. And none of those 3 got picked up. And I just started writing another book, and I was about 10,000 words into it. And I went, "Oh, do you know what? I'll throw this one in the ring as well." And I wrote a quick Twitter bit for it, and I'll throw that one in the ring. And that's the one that the lady I've given the book to all those years ago here got back in touch and said, "Send us that one from Rebellion and Solaris." At which point I had 10k written. And it was just a mad panic of, "Have you written it? I didn't expect you to come back with that one. The 3 that I've written, you can have. I haven't written it. I've got a vague idea what happens in it. I've got a bit of a plan." So no, just send us 10k. It's absolutely fine. Just send us what you've got. We know it's rough. Understand that. Brilliant. Right? 10k. Bit of a panic of typing away, trying to get the book done. And then it was about 3 weeks later. He said, "Right, send us the full manuscript." I haven't written the full manuscript. I'm now 22k into this book. I haven't got any. It's going to be right. Well, just when can you send it to us? All right. Give me 2 months. 2 months of writing up to 150k from there madly, and then getting in touch with her and saying, "Look, I finished it. It's really rough. I mean, we did polish and have a look at the first 10k again. I did get in touch. Adrian, help me out with the synopsis for this. How am I doing? Make it better." And sent that off, and then waited, and then did nothing. I got my life and did something else, until I got an email while I was playing board games in a cafe saying we'd like to publish it, at which point there was a very low ceiling, I jumped up and banged my head. And it wasn't right. That's brilliant. That's fantastic. Now I need an agent for this because I don't know what I'm doing. I really, they'll publish it. They'll publish it without an agent. That's fine. But I think for future, I need an agent, someone who knows the business, who can work with me and I can work with them. And because I was submitting to Jamie and talking to Jamie about books, I mean, Jamie, would you publish it? Would you be my agent for this? So yeah, I might be if the book's good enough.
Sure.
Which I thought was actually a really clever thing to say, and the right thing to say, because if it's not, nobody doesn't believe in it and the writing, then fine, we're not going to work together, it's great. But you read it and went, yeah, I love it. That's great. I've been an agent, he did the deal for me, which is great because that meant me not reading all the contracts and everything else. I did scan through them, and I did have a couple of phone calls to Jamie about that, but that was it, and it was just a mad August to December of just writing and trying to get a book into some sort of shape that made sense. And to be fair, when the edits came back from Rebellion, there weren't that many changes. I mean, there was one, I'm going to call it a major change. I'm looking at the one person who's read it, or the original version of it. There was one major change in it, but it didn't change the story of the book or anything else. It's just, I think I added 5k to the book, so it's 155k by the end. And that was it. Sorry.
It's fine. I write shorter books. Just to give anybody who doesn't know what PitMad is, unfortunately it's stopped now anyway, but it was a thing on Twitter where agents would, over a period of time, if you tagged your pitch, effectively PitMad, agents were reading them and coming back to people and offering potentially to read some or all of manuscripts. But I'll say, unfortunately, they've stopped doing it now. I don't know why. Maybe it was Elon Musk, I don't know. Anyway, they're not doing it anymore. I just wanted to say that there is another approach, which is the accidental publishing, which is what happened to us. I'm working towards self-publishing, and in the meantime, my friend managed to sell the book by falling into conversation with Elsewhere Press at an Eastercon when there was nobody else in the room and they looked a bit bored, so we went to talk to them. And she sold a book which was published just before the pandemic struck, so she never got a book launch. And we offered him another one, which is this one, which we co-wrote, which he probably bought. So actually my self-publishing got pipped in the post by actually getting properly published without any sort of agent, without actually ever pitching it myself, because she'd done the initial work, if you like. And I also have to tell you that it's a book that the two of us actually wrote 30 years ago. So authors, do not give up on your old manuscripts. And we also, when it came back from the editor, the changes that we had were very, very minor. So that was good. So that's me. I'm going to move on to the pros and cons of the route you took. I'm going to go to Chrissy first because I want to talk about the self-publishing route in particular.
Yeah, sure. I'll talk a little bit quickly about my self-publishing journey. So I started writing this book, mine, just over 10, 12 years ago now, and very quickly discovered that I didn't actually know how to write a novel, and then went away and wrote a whole bunch of other things which are now sitting in drawers, which allowed me to sort of learn the process, and then I went back to it and finished it. And I ummed and ahed about lots of different possible publishing routes for it, and one of the things I did whilst I was considering which direction to take was I went to the London Book Fair for the first time, and while I was there I saw a talk, I can't remember off the top of my head who the speaker was, but she was advocating for the hybrid model, and this was back in I think 2015, so this was quite early on in the sort of real surge in self-publishing, and that was about sort of like the idea of instead of deciding whether to be a self-published author or a traditional author, decide for this book, is this book going to be self-published or traditionally published, because there's no sort of, they're not mutually exclusive things, so you can take it on a project-by-project basis. So just because I wanted to, I decided that I wanted to self-publish my first book and keep control of that, because I wanted the sort of control over the narrative, and it was very personal to me, that book. I didn't want anybody else to sort of mess with it, as it were. doesn't mean that I can't look for an agent in the future with a different project. And actually, I do have that in mind with some other things that I have on the back burner at the moment. So that sort of solidified in my mind the decision that I was, this first book I am going to self-publish. And then it was a matter of deciding how to self-publish. So I dipped my toe in the water at that point by publishing a collection, an anthology collection, along with some online writer friends of mine, which was just a short little collection of short stories, which I learned a lot, and one was not to make the cover look like a travel book when it's not. But that taught me an awful lot about the process and the availability and so on and so forth. And through that, one of the things I decided was that I was going to engage somebody to help me. Specifically, I was going to engage a bigger outfit, a bigger author services company to help me with the both the production but also the distribution, because that especially at the time that I was first looking into it, that was the biggest barrier to self-publishing success was how to get your book to people, and it's particularly how to get your books into bookshops and onto shelves. So I again, more research, more learning, and I eventually ended up choosing a company called Matador. Matador, what's sometimes referred to as assisted self-publishing, sometimes referred to as an author services company. It's kind of like, instead of finding individual freelancers for all the different tasks that you need to do, you go to one company and you pick the package that you want, choosing the different self-publishing tasks from what they offer, and then you sort of pay them specifically for that, and then they produce the books, and then you take the books home and then you can sell them. So I have a room in my house that's mostly just full of boxes, in a good way. So that was sort of where I came into it. The pros and cons, I think you wanted to know a bit more about, wasn't it? The pros have definitely been, my main reason, my motivation for going into it was the control over the narrative and over the way that it was going to be presented and so on, how it was going to be, to a certain extent, how it was going to be marketed. I mean, I still obviously wanted to market it in a productive way, but it's sort of like there were certain aspects of the book that I really didn't want to sort of like risk being targeted for change and so on. So that was sort of the pros has definitely been the pros in my opinion have definitely been that I've been able to produce a book that is everything that I wanted it to be. There were I don't think make any compromises on the quality and the way that it was edited, the way that it was produced. It doesn't mean that I sort of cut corners on those things. It just means that I got to sort of have the final say on all of those things, which isn't necessarily always the case in traditional publishing. The cons are, well, number one is the bills, because you do have to take all of that financial risk on yourself as the author, which you don't have to do if you go through a bigger publisher. So, all of the upfront costs, I had to meet those, but then I get, obviously, a much larger proportion of the royalties and the sales coming back to me over time, but it does mean that you have to find that money in the first-hand place. And that can be prohibitive, I think, for certain people. So, it does make it a little bit difficult to access, and it also sort of ends up meaning that the whole thing is sort of graded in a way where, depending on how much money you have that you can invest into it, that has a big influence on what your end product's going to look like and what you can and can't sort of access in terms of things like distribution and marketing and so on and so forth. So con-wise, I would say there is a sort of cost barrier, which can be a bit exclusionary, but pros, I think, come from the control you can keep over your creative vision.
And you also took, I'm sorry, I keep calling you that.
I was parachuted in as Ken earlier for a panel, that's why.
And it's my fault, because then I kept calling him Ken, because he was Ken, but with sorry.
You did some self-publishing before you hit the agent trail. What are the things that you really, really need to think about when you're self-publishing?
Graham's good at this stuff. Much better.
Talk about it later.
Yeah, panel later with Graham and Alicia, please go to that, that'd be wonderful. Self-publishing, because it's not my main source of income, I've got a career outside of writing, which everyone should have. All needs, yeah. Self-publishing for me was more about being creative. So I could write, I could have it proofread, beta read, get covers made, work on that, and put books out, because I tend to write 2 or 3 books at a time, rather than just one. Not always in the same genre. I've got a rom-com I'm half written at the moment, and a murder mystery along with a fancy book that I just started last week after finishing the last one. So self-publishing for me is I could write a book, I could get it out, I could publish it, I could do marketing. I used to work in marketing, I'm shockingly bad at it. Self-promotion is just not me. So there was freedom in self-publishing, and you had to get it as in proofread and all those things. I learned very quickly about covers, I learned very quickly about proofreading, making sure that it made sense in that regard. But in terms of decisions, I took it in probably the wrong way of doing it. I took it very casually. It was about being creative, it was about enjoying writing, it was about getting books that I didn't expect to make millions and haven't, unless anyone wants to go and buy them now, that'd be great. So I didn't make millions doing that. And it was just because I set goals for myself about it. I wanted to do this, I wanted to write, I always wanted to write. I wanted to know how to write and to do it better and get better at doing it. And so it was that for me, it sounds really bad, it was the hobby that I really, really enjoyed, that I found that gave me the most satisfaction of anything. And so I wrote for that reason, and I wrote for me. When you come to traditional publishing, Adrian and I had a chat yesterday on Monday, back here. Am I writing for myself anymore, or am I writing for an audience? Is there now a difference in how I approach the writing? I plan more than I ever used to. I used to just sit down, have an idea, write and see where it went. Now there's plans, there's wall chart paper up with scribbles across it and Excel spreadsheets with lots of stuff on there, different scenes and different beats to hit. So it's completely different for me, evolution of writing the way that I write now compared to how I started.
That's interesting, because I must confess, I didn't. I mean, I started out writing a novel which I really enjoyed. The opening chapters went out there. The initial publisher we went to said to me, really love your writing, but we don't have room in our list at the moment for a steampunk urban fantasy book. Can you write us a space opera like Alistair Reynolds? Now, Alistair Reynolds is a space scientist. I don't have his science, so I couldn't. So I actually then cobbled together some ideas, nothing really in mind of where they were going, and I said, yeah, I can do that. And so I ended up writing them 2 novels. They asked for a synopsis, and to paraphrase something I heard Chaz Frenchy say one time, asking a novelist to write a synopsis of a novel they haven't written yet is like asking a blind man to draw a map of a land they haven't been to. You know, it's complete fiction. So I wrote them a synopsis. The 2 novels were nothing like the synopsis, but they published anyway. And the original novel, which had got turned down, then went on and found a publisher. But I've never really planned things. I go in a very organic process, and that's been traditionally published I had those 5 novels that came out through traditional publishers, completely an organic basis. None of this drawing of maps and plans.
Hold on. No maps?
No.
Geographer over here, maps. Starts with a map. For the 7 deaths, 6 kingdoms, the map is fantastic. It's got the geology on it, the wind patterns, the weather patterns, how much it rains, where the farming happens, where the trade routes are, everything. Rivers go the right way, there's no flipping mountain stuck in the middle of nowhere for no reason. No, maps, sorry. Hobby horse off again.
I just want to sidetrack slightly and talk about covers, because from a self-published point of view, it's interesting trying to acquire covers for your books. But I think it's also interesting if you're professionally published. And I thought I'd just have a quick sidetrack into how did you get your cover? It's a good one, isn't it? I'm going to start with Ian.
I actually approached a friend of mine who's Dominic Harmon, who does covers for Ben, and at the time he was doing a lot for Gollance and things. And I said to him, look, I've got this space opera series coming out through, I think those were Solaris, who at the time were owned by Black Library. And I said, no, if I have a word with them, would you be willing to consider doing the covers for them? So I said, yeah, that's great. So that duly happened. Now at the same time, by pure fluke, I'd signed a contract to do this other urban fantasy series with Angry Robot, who were part of HarperCollins at the time. And the editor of HarperCollins turned around to me and said, I've got someone in mind to do the covers, Dominic Harmon. And I said, well, actually, he's doing that. So they then went and got an Australian artist who I've never heard of. And while he was talking, I was frantically trying to remember his name. But the cover for City of Dreams and Nightmare was spectacular. I was absolutely thrilled with it. Luckily, because, I mean, sorry, 1 second, I'll just sidetrack quickly. On the second book for the Noises, which I did through Solaris, Dominic Harmon came back to me and said, right, have you got an idea on what's going to happen? So I described the scene to him. He then drew the scene, and he included things in there I hadn't. Now, I hadn't actually written the chapter yet, so based on his image, I then adapted what I was going to write to fit the image. So it was a real cross-fertilisation between myself and Dom to create the cover art. But I think that's fairly unusual. I don't normally get that sort of input.
Right, so I do a bit of cover design myself, starting way back in 2011, 2012, when I produced the anthology I was talking about earlier that has the cover that looks like a travel guide, which is where I learned a lot about how not to design a cover from that one. But I've gone on to do a lot more cover design, and if you pop into the dealer's room later, you can have a check out on the Books on the Hill table. They have the dyslexic friendly quick reads there. So those are covers that I've done. But I didn't feel confident doing my own cover for my own book. What it did mean, however, was that I was very opinionated about the cover designs that they came back to me with from the publisher. So I provided them with a little bit of a description, not knowing that this wasn't going to be the start of a dialogue, and they were just going to send me, what do you think of this cover that they had designed? And it was like, no, there's nothing like what we want. So I ended up sending them loads of rough designs that I've done and examples of other books that I wanted to sort of emulate and so on. And eventually we, after several somewhat angry phone calls, got to the cover that I was like, no, that one, yes, like that one. So that was how we ended up with the cover for mine. But for me, it's I'm often too close to my own work to design my own covers. But I'm better at designing covers for other people because I have that detachment. However, it does make me a terrible, terrible client when I'm actually commissioning covers from other people. Interestingly, I did commission the artwork in the middle, the face. I actually went onto DeviantArt and posted I have X amount of money to spend, who would like to pitch for this? And I got 50 replies. That was an interesting experience as well, finding and commissioning an artist just to do the main illustration, which then obviously I provided that to Matthew and they worked that into a cover. So I'm being your own cover designer makes you a terrible, terrible cover design client.
Okay, so the one that I do have is the cover for my audio drama, which I did actually design myself. I work with a producer, and we work together on this, co-directors, co-creators on the Dex Legacy. I'm the writer. They do all of the sort of production side, and the cover was my sort of was one of the ways I inputted, and it's interesting because the audio drama is a prequel series to my novels, so the first of which is wrapped and in submission. The audio drama starts 11 years before. So all of the characters in the world and everything are very much established. And that means that the main characters mean a great deal to me. And when I did the cover for it, it has the main characters in silhouette. And I found an image on Adobe. I downloaded it as a vector graphic. And then I changed the outline of the people, because I'm rubbish at drawing people, okay, but I know what these people look like. And I just kept tweaking the outline of these soldiers until they looked like my characters. And they look exactly like them. Like when I look at them, that's who they are. It's exactly what I see in my head when I'm reading them, but just silhouette form. And that was quite an interesting process, I think. And then, put it on a background and it looks all spacey and cool. But yeah, being able to sort of shape these figures into my actual characters so that I can see them. I mean, I've got them onto the background on my phone. People have pictures of their babies. These are my babies.
And yeah, so that was my company.
Self-published ones, all by the same company, same fellow on the website I found. He did all the Stone Road, Red Plains, Blue Mountain ones, that's a martial art Chinese. The sci-fi ones, first one, cover came from there. The next two, made myself. Wouldn't say they're very good. Got to have the colour gaps on one of them to make it better. But then, no, I'm a geographer. I've got landscapes on my phone. I have them redone, put into an omnibus, the science fiction ones, the Corin Hayes books, and the next one, the fourth book, had its cover done by the same fellow in the same style, so they're branded properly. The traditionally published one by Solaris was, the editor got in touch and said, look, we can publish it, what sort of things do you like on the cover? So I'll put a Pinterest board together for you, of all these things. It's set in Romans with Celts in the in the Second World. I put all these Roman soldiers and helmets on it and all that. And they've sent us some drafts of it. It looked nothing like I put up there at all. But I think I am colourblind, which is part of an issue, but I'm also colourblind in that I don't recognise what a good cover looks like sometimes until I see it and it's there. And my brain just doesn't do that. And they sent through one, and it got whittled down to one, and it was just it. But for me, it's a perfect cover for my book. I had to apologise to Anna Smith-Sparks for the cover for that book because it's very similar to one of hers, but it's done by the same artist, which is why it's very similar. But I think it fits the book better than anything I would have put together. I mean, one of mine was a Roman helmet lying on the floor next to a bomb of a tree, which is evocative of nothing in that regard. This one is much moodier and much better. So yeah, my input was minimal, I think.
I think the two big names in cover design at the moment are 100 Covers and My Blood. My Blood's Ukrainian. They're pretty much otherwise very similar in what they charge. I picked up a special offer sign with 100 Covers. Basically, I sent them an explanation of what I thought I might like on the cover. And they came back and I went, I don't like that bit, can you change that? And can you move that down a bit? And I accepted their second offering, so it was pretty good. Now, just to be controversial, this one, which was the professionally Elsewhere Press book, their cover designer, we didn't like anything that they came up with. And Penny actually did this with an AI. This is an AI designed cover. Now, the query is a bit of it, so it's a bit controversial because they're still arguing over how legitimate it is to use the images produced by an AI. Oh, sorry, but as you can see, it's quite an interesting cover. It's,
Do you credit the AI?
Yes,
There we go.
we did credit.
Yes, credit card.
It's definitely in there somewhere. I'll find it.
You can't get more sci-fi than that.
Well, possibly not, no, but yes, it is a cover design by AI.
I was just going to say that there was an article in the paper some while back which was like, which are the first jobs that AI will replace? And artists and writers were actually somewhere like towards the safe end. No. Turns out no.
I'm rapidly running out of time. I'm going to ask if the audience have got any very specific questions for us. Person over there. Have we got a roving mic or?
Right, I can speak loudly. You can hear that.
I will have to repeat it, your question, for the recording,
Right.
so because it won't hear you. So please be brief, because I'm going to repeat it.
I want to know how many books you've sold.
But me specifically.
No, everyone.
Okay. The question is, how many books has everybody sold? So I'll start off at that end.
I don't know,
Roughly?
honest. I haven't got a clue. I've written all the books, 10,000, 15,000 maybe, I think. It's a ballpark, best guess.
0. Very much hoping to turn that around should any willing publisher decide to take me on.
This has only been out a month, so we haven't sold very many, but if you find me or the co-author, who is also at the convention, we have a few copies with us, £10 a tonne.
Of this one, I want to say it's about 300, I think. It's in the hundreds, not the thousands. I did a 500 copy print run, which I'm still working through. I think of that, that's about half and half split between Mastor placing it with retailers and Amazon copies going through the trade distribution, and me selling them direct through events and signings and so on. Ebooks, actually, it's not taken off massively with the ebooks, but that was partially because I went with Mastor for the ebook as well, which I think was a mistake. So now that has lapsed with them, and I have taken that back. So I'm now doing the ebook direct, and I will do that with the next one. So hopefully when the second book comes out, I'll remarket the ebook and I'll look to push that more. And then I have a couple of other shorter things that are much smaller numbers. This is by far the one that I've done most of.
From my perspective, I genuinely overall have no idea whatsoever. I mean, the 5 that came out through Solaris and Angry Robot, I do get sales reports through on, but I couldn't tell you. I mean, it's thousands, but I don't know how many.
Say 10 million.
But my 6th novel, which is the one which I know is the best thing I've written at that stage, which subsequently got turned down by the major publishers, I made the decision to bring it out through my own Yukon Press. After having, I will say, having thrown a paddy, lost all confidence in myself and destroyed every copy of it, every file of it, and then a year or so later thinking, maybe that's not so bad, and finding the email I'd sent it to my agent in, recovering that and redoing it. But that one went on to become an Amazon UK #1 bestseller, and that one, I think, has probably, it's sold out. I did 100 signed editions, they went some years ago. It's probably done about 500-600 in paperback, and I think getting on for 10,000 in Kindle, in an ebook. And there have been sequels which have sold well, but not that well. But that's that one. Overall, I honestly don't know. I just don't know.
Any more questions? We are very short of time. No hands go up. You can always catch us later. I'm going to ask Ian, as a publisher, what advice would you give to someone thinking of taking the traditional route? And I'm going to ask everybody else, what one thing would you tell aspiring authors not to do? So I'll start with Ian.
From my point of view, the one thing I will say is do not be discouraged. If your work gets turned down by an agent, if it gets turned down by a publisher, do not think, as I did with my own, having said that, how terrible is this for my own advice? But just because your work didn't appeal to that person at that time does not mean it's bad. An agent will take between 2 and 5% of the submissions they get. That means that if you're in the next 5%, you don't get accepted by them. It does not mean your work is bad. So don't be discouraged, do keep working. And the only other thing I will say is, and this is particularly if you do decide to go the self-published route, please make sure that you get the story edited by someone other than yourself. Because it's very, very difficult to see. You can look at something 100 times in your own writing, not see that you've misspelt an obvious word or done something. Another pair of eyes is always vital. And so much of the work out there in self-published land hasn't been properly edited. If yours is, it just helps you raise it above it a little bit. There's brilliant stuff being self-published, but there's also some rubbish. What you've got to do is ensure that your book stands above the poor ones. So do all you can to make sure that the version of the book out there is the best it can possibly be. And I'll now shut up.
One thing you would tell
people not to do, don't try and do everything yourself. I think, sort of echoing what Ian said, be honest with yourself about where your skill levels are, what time you want to put into things, what money you want to invest, and so on. Editing is a given. You really I don't think people should be putting out products that haven't been fully edited. I say that with the caveat that I do have one that I did self-edit. I think be honest with yourself about whether or not you have the skills to do, say, for example, cover design, typesetting, and so on, marketing, every aspect of it. Break it all down and go, can I do this, or do I need to find somebody to do it for me? Because it doesn't mean it doesn't make you less self-published if you bring in people who do every step of the process for you. That's still self-published because you're still directing it. But do be honest with yourself about what you don't try and do it all, because pick and sometimes if you have a budget and you're limited on what you can pay people to do. Look at and prioritise. You know, pick the things that you go, no, that's definitely something I cannot do myself. Number one on my list normally, editing. You know, and then sort of work it based on that. You know, but break it all down and be honest with yourself.
Quickly, Emily.
Be personal. Don't be afraid of caring about your submissions, because if there's anything you should care about, it's submissions. And that it's always going to kick you in the gut when you get rejections, but you might as well think I did my best and I cared, at least that much. And yeah, don't be afraid to be invested and take your time. I applied to 7 agents and I got 4 full manuscript requests, so taking your time, making sure that you apply to the right people and really caring about each one. The agents can tell.
Don't give up the day job. I think is the most important one. Keep that going and just keep writing. Never stop.
Mine would be always be polite, and if you are making a submission, read what they have asked you to submit, how many pages, and particularly what format. Because if it says Times New Roman and you submit Calibri, they won't read it.
I mean, who wants to read Calibri?
Me, I like Calibri. There you go. So I'd just like to thank the panel and thank the audience for coming. And if you've got any further questions for us, just catch one of us during the rest of the convention. Thank you.
Questions very brief because, you know, I easily. Yeah, well, because I've spent the last 2 years looking into yeah, I know.
Right, all we need to thanks.
Hello. Hello. We started a bit late, so I'll have to read this quite quickly. This is a reading from my next novel, which is coming out from Titan Books in April. It's called Descendant Machine. And this is about midway through the prologue, after an enormous nuclear explosion. I was unconscious for a time. Upon waking, the first thing I became aware of was that I appeared to be weightless and drifting. Everything hurt and my skin itched like sunburn. I opened my eyes. The only illumination on the bridge came from electrical fires in the ducts and on the main console. If the gravity wasn't working, every system must be dead. Nothing focuses the mind like existential peril. When I managed to get my heartbeat under control, I began to take stock of the situation. It was an old habit. If in doubt, run a diagnostic. Firstly, as far as I could tell from the lack of telltales visible on the instrument consoles, the ship was totally inert. No thrust, no lights, not even any air coming through the vents. The additional shielding around the bridge had kept me from the worst effects of the heat and blast, but if the nausea and headache I was experiencing were any indication, a lot of the radiation had got through, which meant I only had a few hours or minutes before I succumbed to the final, messy and agonising phases of radiation poisoning. My heart felt like it was thumping against the inside of a steel ribcage. Somehow I had to keep this bag of flesh functioning long enough to get back to civilization and figure out what the hell had happened to us. Not knowing at that point how badly the ship might be damaged, I thought it unwise to open the hatch and attempt to access the medical supplies in the crew lounge. For all I knew, there might be vacuum on the other side of the door. But without medical supplies, I'd soon be dead. There was an emergency locker beneath the navigator's couch. I pressed my thumb against the mechanism and it clicked open. Inside, I found a lightweight pressure suit,
a variety of tools and equipment, and a firearm. These were supplies designed to allow the navigator to survive on a planetary surface in the event of a crash landing. They were all robust and easily portable, but the one that interested me most right now was the pressure suit, or more specifically, the med panel on its left forearm. I struggled to garment on. It was a difficult process given the lack of gravity and my injuries, but I eventually got both arms and legs into the right places and managed to pull up the long zip at the front. Closing this activated its systems, and I felt it tighten strategically around my frame. I didn't bother to put the gloves on. It was easier to operate the med panel controls without them. Fighting down another bout of nausea, I scrolled through the available menu options until I found solar flare exposure. My hand pricked as the suit inserted a cannula, and slowly, as I floated there breathing heavily, my sickness began to subside. The drugs the suit was pumping into my system seemed to be helping, so I added a shot of adrenaline just to really perk things up. The view from the bridge's overarching window showed only a scattering of cold, dispassionate stars. If you don't have access to star charts, one part of the universe looks remarkably like any other. I could have been anywhere within half a century of the fleet, and stuck as I was, even a single light year had suddenly become an unbridgeable gulf. Even if I knew which direction to send out a radio signal and had enough juice to power the transmitter, I'd probably be years dead by the time my request for help had crawled its way across the intervening void. There would be no rescue. If I was going to get out of this, I could only rely on myself, which meant, unless I could pull a solution out of my ass, I was pretty much fucked. Thank you.
That looks like a long name, so it's probably me. Hello. I had breakfast this morning. Did you? And thought of you. Because there I was sitting in the kiln, thinking about the lion in the sidecar.
I read that morning.
It was absolutely brilliant. I remember sitting listening to you read it and having written history. So every time I go into that place now, yeah, lion in the sidecar.
Drops of castor oil in your breakfast.
Absolutely.
Collecting notes about ideas. I suddenly realised that all I'd set up yes.
They always look ever so slightly threatening, these things. Just up there in your face.
Are you talking about the audience?
Am I the moderator?
You are.
Holy cow! And I would say, you know, I didn't know that, but I probably did. They probably said, and I just completely forgot it. Well, I'd just like to... Oh, sorry, it's a bit loud. Hang on, I'll have to get my notes all together. And remember everyone's names, which I can't do. Okay, hang on a sec. Just give us... Talk amongst yourselves. Am I really the moderator, or is this some kind of joke? I'm the moderator. Oh my God. Okay. Right, I'm looking really stupid now. Okay, so we're... Thank you.
Overworked and creative.
Yes. Okay. All I can say is that I'm trying to finish a book, and if you're an author, you know that basically you're always trying to finish a book. You're never not trying to finish a book. But I'm genuinely trying to finish a book. I should have been working on it today, but I wasn't. My editor retires at the beginning of December, and I've got to get it to them because they want to edit it. Okay, so this is read. The disappointment of AI. AI, as everybody knows, is of course one of those wonderful buzzwords which is sort of echoes around the world and especially the science fiction community as not only something that's exciting in the real world that's going to save us all or do amazing things, or it's going to destroy us in a sort of flaming ball of basically a kind of how Skynet is going to take us over and kill us all. So today in this panel we welcome all kinds of people. Why don't we introduce ourselves? And also what I'd like you to do is actually, because I should have come and talked to you beforehand if I'd got my act together, and discover who is actually an expert in AI. But can we start right from the end? Just if you introduce yourself and just tell us a little bit about your field of expertise and why you think you've been chosen for this panel.
The job interview begins. Right, okay. My name is Justina Robson, and I've written quite a lot about AI over the years, over the last 20 years. My interest in it stemmed from the time that I was at university. I used to study philosophy and linguistics and natural language programming, and at the time people were working very hard on trying to develop translators, machines, which now operate quite smoothly, and they were hoping that AI was going to develop out of some of those technologies that they were doing at the time, which was natural language analysis, and then the theoretical formations of how, if there were, you know, perhaps some of you heard that Chomsky's theory of universal grammar, that was still very much being hunted down at the time. They thought there was one grammar underlying all human communications, and if you could miraculously find it, that would be the key to helping machines to understand the world in a way that would make them more useful. But in my fiction, I've written about them in different ways, usually more sympathetic than the taking over the world variety. Although my last novella, which is called Paper Hearts, it's out from Holborn Press, was about an AI that takes over the world, but mostly to save us from ourselves. So, my understanding of the present research into AI is that it's not quite as it's advertised on the tin, and although there's a lot of systems analysis and data analysis going on, the underlying structure of the machines that are doing it is, while analogous to neural networks, not really self-aware or conscious, although famously there was that recent moment when that chap said it was and then got fired. I can't remember the details of that, but I'm sure you can. Anyway, so that was enough about me.
Hi, I'm Rosie Oliver. I started with a degree in mathematics and then moved into aeronautical engineering, and I ended up doing a lot of computing. And as a result of a weird day where I felt my mind merging with the computer, it's a really weird thing when that happens. I kind of realised I was turning into a geek and just had to walk away from that strange feeling. Since then I have gone into systems engineering, but I've also written loads of science fiction stories. I would say over a good half of them have involved AI in various forms and guises, including a little cheeky robo-cat.
I'm Gareth. I'm deaf in one ear today, so if I sound weird, that's why, because I sound very weird to myself. I've written 10 novels, all of which feature AI protagonists in one way or another, and I've written about artificial intelligence for the Engineer magazine.
Okay, I'm Nick Whitehead, and I used to write AIs. I'm a computer science lecturer, and I train people in things like data science, which has a lot of what we're calling AI, or rather, what the press call AI, actually in that world we call it machine learning, because AI is a very emotive term. So I teach data science, I teach human-computer interaction, and that gets really interesting. when you start looking at machine learning and human-computer interaction.
And this is our panel. I always wanted to say that. Okay, so, I mean, but the interesting thing about this, because, yeah, and you touched on this point very much, quite clearly, is that obviously, when it comes to the media, the difference between the reality and how the media reports things is there's very disparate. And I think, it's like, the whole Frankenstein foods thing when it came to genetically modified wheat and stuff like that. But when we're talking about definitions, and this is where it gets, very, very difficult. I mean, what is intelligence? Difficult one. I actually wrote myself down a little idea about what I thought of intelligence was, and this is that you can make a cup of tea in someone else's kitchen while holding a conversation and half listening to Radio 4 News. Now that's my definition of intelligence, and I'd just like to sort of throw it open to talk about what we see as human intelligence and how you would define it, and then we'll go on to a sort of a definition of what a machine or an artificial intelligence is. So should we start at the other end? Yes, right. I'll start with this.
Human intelligence. Human intelligence is the ability to do lots of things at the same time, where those are lots of different things, without necessarily having been taught to do them. You are self-learning, and you can very easily take experience from learning one thing and apply it to learning something else. So we don't have to teach you how to make coffee when you've already learned how to make bovril. It's the same basic principle. You ask a machine to do that, we don't do that. You have to be very specific in what you teach a machine to do. But humans have the internal creativity that allows them to transfer skills. Transferable skills, I think, is the big intelligence thing for humans.
Having studied philosophy and psychology for 2 years, I realised that there's a big industry around trying to work out what human intelligence is, and nobody seems to have a handy one-size-fits-all definition. With transferable skills, there are chimpanzees, there are crows, there are other animals that also have transferable skills. So I tend to think of intelligence more like a sliding scale, a side effect of owning a brain. And dogs. People say dogs are as intelligent as a sort of 4-year-old child.
Yeah, dogs are certainly intelligent. They're just not as intelligent as humans.
But there are different kinds of intelligence, and I think human intelligence, at least in the context of here we are, of us here in the West, is very much built around language and the naming of things and the remembering of things and the rituals we've built up that have built up from sort of basic primate dominance dynamics into a big kind of series of etiquette rules we have, so that we're not all just fucking and fighting all the time, and we can get things done and cooperate. So from that point of view, I guess human intelligence is more a context thing, and it's in the context of all the other humans around it. So we're kind of like a hive species in that way, and while we can operate autonomously, I think our intelligence has evolved in order to allow us to deal with other human beings.
Well, that is a rather big question. What is human intelligence? And particularly when we don't know so much of our own processes. But if we limit the scope to what we know today, my best definition is the inventiveness involved in following successfully through what is called the OODA loop, which is the orientate, observe, decide, and act. And it's whether you finally get to act in a successful way indicates how much your intelligence is. I think I see humans as existing. They are biological, psychological, and social all at the same time, inextricably entwined, all of those things. And I think the intelligence of a human being is probably, for me, determined by their ability to introspect on what causes them to make, or the forces that are acting on them and the internal forces within them that make the decisions they make. And the more able you become to perceive those things, the more able you are to direct yourself and to make choices which go beyond the immediate moment. So, are you well adapted to being yourself, I suppose, and to understanding what that is?
A difficult one to define. Do you think that we'll just keep it with biological intelligence at the moment? Do you think that intelligence, as we understand it, and as it might be understood in, say, I'm struggling to think of, apart from the cephalopods, a non-mammal intelligence, because as we know, octopuses are very intelligent, and our common ancestor is like 500 million years ago with a sort of little nematode here. So clearly, intelligence can evolve independently. Is intelligence inevitable? If you have a biosphere as we have that has the longevity that we have, and we have a medium sequence star, is intelligence inevitable, or do you think you could have a planet like this that only really ends up with kind of dinosaurs? So I mean, do we have an inevitability towards intelligence?
Well, that's kind of extrapolating from a group of one.
It is. I know.
I don't think there's anything inevitable about intelligence.
No.
I don't think there's anything inevitable about life. But certain complex interactions take place and life evolves, and given the right conditions. Intelligence is one tool to survive, and it seems to come out, as I said earlier, from the complexity of a brain. Although having said that, I don't think it's necessarily to do with the size of the brain, because although whales have enormous brains, are they really that much more intelligent than us? And although crows have brains the size of walnuts, they exhibit more intelligence than you would expect them to. So, from that point of view, I don't know if it's inevitable, because it doesn't seem to be linked to the size of the brain, but there's something to do with the operation of the brain that throws up this intelligence, and whether intelligence is... Sorry, I'm just thinking as I'm talking now, as you can probably tell, but I'm thinking of ants, things that can act intelligently but without self-awareness. And would we call that intelligence, or would we call that instinct? So while there may be some inevitable kind of operating system to life that can guide it and make decisions and react to its environment and plan, that doesn't necessarily have intelligence bolted on, or self-awareness bolted onto it in the way we understand it. So I hope that made sense.
No, I mean, good point. The corvids, absolutely, another animal group that has developed intelligence. Ravens, immensely intelligent.
I'd actually disagree with that, because I would say it's not a sample of one. It's a sample of one when you look at it at a planetary level. But we've got so many species that show signs of what we are happy to call intelligence, just not all of them at the level that we are. Now, we've already said cephalopods, highly intelligent. Well, there you go, there's so Homo sapiens, cephalopods, ravens, corvids, ants. That's four groups already showing what we are willing to accept as intelligence. Now, if we've got at least 4 groups on one planet, then, given the size of space, probabilities involved, life on other planets, yeah, intelligence. Probably not human intelligence, or it won't be the same as human intelligence, because human intelligence is very context related. Cephalopod intelligence will be intelligence, but it will be marine. But that doesn't mean that you won't get intelligence. I think we're very likely to find intelligence in other settings, certainly other worlds. I think it is probably inevitable.
I wouldn't say it's necessarily inevitable, because for intelligence to develop, you need a certain stability of the environment to allow them to learn from experience and develop from experience to the next step of experience. So there needs to be a certain steadiness, steady state in a loose term of where the intelligence or would-be intelligence would be existing.
I don't have much to add to
No.
that. I was just thinking about AI in the context of what you've all been saying, though. And it seems like there's two distinct kinds of AI project. One is creating AIs which will be to serve humans and human needs and human interests, and the other one is kind of like the pure project that people talk about, where you're just trying to see if you can generate this kind of behaviours, I suppose. Is it a behaviour, intelligence? It's a behaving thing in a completely human constructed entity.
Our term artificial intelligence was invented in 1956 in the United States, and there was a group of experts who came together to sort of say, how can we make machines work for us in cerebral ways? And the natural term, and the only model they had was humans. So artificial intelligence came as a natural phrase, but since then, computers and what they can do have diverted in many respects from what humans can and do.
Well, in many ways, the original artificial intelligence was greatly influenced by the idea of the robot. So the idea that you can build the metal human that works just the same as a flesh human. But of course, it proved to be a rather more complex programming problem than anyone ever imagined. And now, research in the field is actually going in lots of different directions. Tends to be, can an artificial system perform tasks? We're not really doing things and trying to identify, are these things becoming conscious? Because we don't understand consciousness ourselves yet.
Yeah, because I mean, I was also one can observe the inevitability of because all animal groups have developed sight. So I should have mentioned that before. So I was really talking about, because it's so useful, and from an evolutionary point of view, it makes complete sense to have an intelligence, because you can then adapt to a hostile environment.
Precisely.
Yeah. But before we go on to talking more about sort of machine learning and artificial intelligence, one could argue that intelligence actually is an evolutionary dead end, because we can see where we are now with saber rattling right at this very moment in the Ukraine with very, very dangerous weapons indeed. And the intellect that has allowed us to survive so fantastically well on this island Earth, is it an evolutionary dead end? And will our intelligence actually end up destroying us? And maybe would it be better, for instance, to be a stegosaurus and last for 120 million years, but with a brain the size of a walnut? So really thoughts about that. Anyone like to start? Is intelligence?
Is that Socrates or the happy pig?
What, sorry?
Is that Socrates or the happy pig question? Well, I don't know. Is it really intelligent what's happening now on a global scale? No, not at all. And I think human beings demonstrate very ably that intelligent action on large scales with vast groups of people trying to reach decisions, consensus, and coming to beneficial actions for us as a species, super poor at that in lots of ways, but also at the same time really good at it in ways that are less obvious, like when we're cooperating in science. And we can do all these amazing things, and I want to say solve problems because we kind of created them, but and do almost anything that any human could ever require for a happy, satisfying life. That could be sorted out if it wasn't for the other bits of our intelligence, which are busy farming us for money and support and things. It's very interesting. I don't know quite what to make of it. Spent my life trying to figure it out, still haven't got there.
Is intelligence a dead end? Good question, but I think that if you look through history, you will find that what we valued as intelligence in the Victorian times is not the same as the middle of the last century, as the same as now. I think intelligence, as we can use it and develop it, is growing and changing. And therefore, I would say, I don't know the answer because I don't know where the intelligence changes are heading.
I'd say that I think the most successful species on the Earth at the moment are insects and spiders. By sheer amount of biomass, they outweigh us quite considerably. And they've been knocking around for millions and millions of years, where we've been around for less than 1 million, and only a few 100,000 in our present configuration. So if you're talking about evolutionary success, that's, but as you said, the dinosaurs lasted for hundreds of millions of years, very successfully until someone dropped a rock on them. And spiders are doing, despite our best attempts to drop rocks and newspapers and things on them, are doing very well and have been for a long time. So, and on the other hand, we're, as Justina says, we're doing a pretty decent job of fucking up the entire planet and making it uninhabitable. So, if you look at it in that way, then I could agree with your statement that yes, it's a liability as much as it is a tool. And like any tool, like fire or whatever, any tool can be used as a weapon, as well as to do good or bad. And it's the same with intelligence. And we could choose to do good with it. We could choose to fix our problems. We could choose to. There's enough money in this world to feed and clothe everybody. There's enough money in this world to solve global warming, to solve a lot of the problems that we are facing. But a lot of that money is lying in banks and funding vanity projects for billionaires. So, yeah, I've been remarkably rambling today, I apologise. But yes, I think, it's a tool like a hammer. It can be used to build things or it can be used to destroy things, and I think that's the choice we have to make.
I think following on from that, we've touched on the idea that intelligence is a big word that contains a lot of other things within it. We don't just have one form of intelligence. We have emotional intelligence as well as, if you like, logical intelligence. Now, the emotional intelligence and the context-based interrelational intelligence is the thing that's threatening to drop bombs on people, frankly. The logical intelligence is what we're building into AIs. It's what we're building into computers. There's no way that for some time we're going to be able to start building emotional intelligence and the like into a machine system. Now, you can then say, well, oh, okay, is intelligence self-defeating almost? Not necessarily. I think you need to maybe look at the balance between, getting the balance right between emotional and logical intelligence, or social intelligence and logical intelligence. But as long as you can get that balance right, then you can carry on going. What people forget is that
if we destroy ourselves, yeah, great, okay, land lost. There are cephalopods sitting there waiting to try X, or chimpanzees, or ravens, or ants. It'll just keep on going. Someone will get there in the end and not blow themselves up.
Where will
Just
they
time.
get? Sorry? Where will they get to?
Further than we have. You know, they will manage to get to a point where they will not blow each other up as soon as they've worked out how to harness the atom. They will work out how to build warp drives. You know, the intelligence and intelligence, may not be human, will get to the point where it will be able to do those things we consider science fiction.
It's an interesting thought, and I like this because we're talking about separate intelligences. Because here we have, as very obviously, we've had the hard science intelligence that has created a nuclear weapon. Yet we have a flawed social intelligence which allows us to use it. So there's a sort of dichotomy sort of running around in there. But I've seen some sort of interesting looks there, and this is an interesting point as well because you're sort of touching on this idea that there's a manifest destiny to intelligence to take us beyond the stars. And I'm kind of doubtful about. I'm more of a we're here by chance kind of thing. But I'd like because there's an interesting
This is all from chance. You know, there's no manifest destiny in it. No. It's just chance will get us there eventually.
Yeah. Any comments on what the things are?
I'm always hoping for a sort of bouncy and culture, happy communist future. It can be anything. And that would be nice if that arose by chance, but it's not going to arise by chance. You're definitely going to have to make it. So I'm hoping that's where we're going. All the other alternatives look a bit dodgy.
It's difficult for me to explain, but even in the world of artificial intelligences, which are, let's say, naive compared to human intelligences in many respects, they are young, they are like little babies. They need to grow and learn how to exist with each other and with humans. And this will eventually happen. But if the humans fail, if the artificial intelligences we build will fail, then some of the other intelligences will take a slightly different path, and one day chance will pick the right set of human and non-human intelligences to succeed. In other words, by the laws of probability, success will eventually happen.
Precisely.
There is a school of thought that biological intelligence is a tool for the creation of artificial intelligence, in that each species has to give birth to their own God in some way, to give birth to something greater than they are. And if we can bring into being something sufficiently intelligent that can put us back on the cosmic naughty step and make us think about what we've done and take over from us, then our work will be done.
Isn't that such a weird idea, though? There's absolutely no precedent for that anywhere.
Well, I don't know. I have this idea that humans are actually the reproductive cycle of libraries, and humans exist to create new libraries. Anyway, sorry, I'm just slightly facetious. It's all interesting stuff. Let's move on to actual, artificial intelligence. Now, as currently I'm, the least expert, I think, person here on the panel, but artificial intelligence currently, helps Amazon sell things easier and quicker and get them to you faster. The whole 24 hours is a fascinating documentary on YouTube which shows exactly how Amazon gets stuff to you really quickly, and it is amazingly smart. The Google searches obviously use AI. Where is AI at the moment, and where does it look to be moving in the immediate future? I want to talk about where AI is going to end up, or where you think it's going to look into your crystal balls later on. That'll be the last 5-10 minutes. But let's talk about where it is now and where you think it's going in the immediate sort of future, in purely sort of practical terms as you understand it.
Well, I can tell you something very scary. Yesterday, my partner Diane got to play with a new piece of software that writes novels. It's an AI that writes novels, and she messaged me and said, "Oh fuck, there goes the entire ghostwriting business," because apparently it's that good, and within a few years, yeah, you will be able to, probably a few months, you'll be able to sit down and say, "I want to be a novelist," and have a machine bang out a novel for you, and you know, it's going to affect many more areas of life than that. But at the moment, there are. This morning, I got sent a link to a website which tweets like anybody on Twitter. So all you do is you put in somebody's Twitter handle, and it generates 20 tweets in that person's voice by analysing all their previous tweets. And I did it for myself. I learned a few things about myself I hadn't known. But it's, you know, I mean, these aren't self-aware or intelligent systems or anything, but these are just examples of where things are going and how we're not further along. Because when things leak into the public domain, we can be sure there's a lot more going on in laboratories and places. So I'm not sure the drive at the moment in AI is to produce something with feelings. It's to produce things that work really, really well and put human beings out of work.
I think this is why we call it machine learning. All you're describing at that point is, at this point, is maths. It's just applied maths. It's applied maths, and machine learning systems, AI systems, do it really, really well because they can process numbers fast enough that our slower human brains are just stunned at how fast they can process the information. There's nothing intelligent about this whatsoever. It really is just the application of mathematics and techniques for extracting data from a data store, techniques for analysing it, and then techniques for generating partially randomised data sets from very large pre-existing data sets. No intelligence. What AI is currently doing is simply applying mathematics to problems that were mathematically intractable previously because we couldn't calculate fast enough.
So if we can make something fast, do we need to make it intelligent?
No.
Basically, we're talking about machine learning, and that is based on the experience of what has happened in the past and aggregated a whole load of experiences together in an analytic form. What we're seeing is basically extrapolation of experience. What we're missing from AI, for a large part, is that sudden turn left into something interesting, or that new invention coming in from the right. And if they can do that, and I think they will within 10 years, we're in a whole different ballgame.
They will. I disagree with calling it experiences. I just call it data. You know, it's not an experience, it's just a data set. And the interesting things that are going to happen are, as you say, when it takes a bit of a left turn. Because you're beginning to get systems, or you are getting systems, where you add a bit of a random element to it and see what happens. And this is how you train things like the Boston Dynamics dog. I suspect many of you have seen the dog robot. You don't tell that how to move its legs. What you do is you give it a pile of data, you let it move its legs and work out which movements of the legs produce something for which it meets a target, and that target may be to get closer to this location. And you find, they have already found that when you start getting things to walk, they start developing methods of motion which are totally unlike anything we've seen with normal animals. But because they get to the target in in an effective way, they work. And so the robots will use these things. So you are getting this creativity coming in, and it's coming in from random chance just because we can do so many, we can try out so many more things because the computational power is there to do things quickly.
Yes, but that random chance is limited to what you allow the machines to do in the first place. If you can let the imagination fly to beyond what the machines and or the computers or whatever does, you will find that miracles will start to happen. Trust me.
Okay, so I mean, that's it's interesting. But I mean, I've seen that you've probably all seen the robotic dog, which actually moves kind of like a dog, but we can assume that because dogs move in an efficient way, in much the same way as like a dolphin and ichthys sort of look similar because they live in a similar environment and generally swim in a similar sort of way, just with a tail that goes up and down and side by side. Okay, so let's move this on to, because recently in the news, as you said, I think it was Google, an engineer at Google became convinced that a very advanced, essentially chatbot had actually gained consciousness and was fired for it and told not to be an idiot. Now, consciousness is obviously, again, an immensely difficult thing to understand and get your finger on. But we've also seen recently, less so, about self-driving cars and ethics, and of course there's a huge issue there about sort of machine learning and artificial intelligence and ethics. And I suppose I'd like, let's see where we are. Okay, so we've got about 10 to 12 minutes left. Really to say to the panel your thoughts on, because you've said you're just using basically a lot of crunching here of data. But yes, how do we move this on to an intelligence that can make ethical decisions, or whether even it should make ethical decisions, and where we kind of go with artificial intelligence next, and where you think it's going to end up, not in things that are actually going to make us redundant, like book writing intelligences, but how do we know? Let's try and put it. How do we know when an artificial intelligence do you think actually is intelligent in a way that we would understand it? Is there a litmus test? Is there a position at which you think we can actually say, yes, we have actually created an intelligence that is non-biological based here on Earth? Anybody?
I think that's going to be difficult because with these machine learning things, the chatbots, they will reach a level of sophistication where they'll be able to pass the Turing test.
That was years ago.
Yeah.
Absolutely years ago.
And they will be, if you'll excuse the expression, able to fake an organism very convincingly. But whether we can tell if they're conscious inside, the only way we'll have is by what they say. So it's going to be very. I mean, there are whole schools of philosophy that doubt whether other human beings are fully conscious. So we're still debating about whether dogs and chimpanzees are conscious in the way that we understand it. So it's going to be very hard to work out if this shoebox full of flashing lights is conscious in any kind of way that we would understand. And it may not be. It may be conscious in a way that we can't understand, because it's starting from a completely different set of components and whatnot. And we may have tried to feed our human consciousness into it, but it won't necessarily have evolved in quite the same way. So it might be aware in a completely different way than we are, aware of itself as components rather than as a whole and a sum.
So what you could be saying is that when you recognise an intelligence that is not like ours, then you could say that we've created an intelligence because it's gone beyond intelligence as we understand it.
I'm also saying, can we recognise the intelligence? I can't remember the exact thing, but there's a thought experiment about keeping a man locked in a room with no outside stimulus, and then passing notes to him under the door written in Chinese, and he's in there, and how does he communicate back out to you, because he doesn't speak Chinese, and so it's can we even bridge that gap in order to communicate successfully?
At the moment, we are at the dawn of what I would call quantum computing algorithms, which are going to make things like the travelling salesman problem, dust of the past in terms of solving them. And this is a completely different mode of thinking to what we have been used to. How do you say that they have reached an intelligence? Because believe me, when you talk about the dynamic programming of such things, it does my mind in at the simple level, let alone at the complicated stuff that quantum computers do. It is not what we are used to. What do you call that? Intelligence or superintelligence or dumb intelligence?
Calculation. Calculation. It's simply another method of calculating things. It's all just crunching the numbers. It's all shut up and calculate.
The human brain is just electrical sparks jumping between.
Yeah. We do calculations in one way. Computers do calculations in a different way.
Okay, so let's talk briefly about maybe the. Let's lighten it slightly. We've got 8 minutes left. Let's lighten it slightly and talk about fiction and artificial intelligence. So there's been obviously a lot of artificial intelligences in movies, books, and everything. We've got Hal, we've got Maria, we've got C-3PO. Which of the fictional, and obviously books as well as movies, which fictional artificial intelligence do you think will most likely resemble where artificial intelligence ends up perhaps in the next 30, 40 years? Just for a bit of fun. And you can also just say your favourite artificial intelligence if you don't have any particular thinking over what is going to be... whilst you're thinking of that, somebody said to me the other day, what's your favourite robot, Jasper? In that way that I clearly know that they had an answer that they didn't think I would come up with. And they said the most favourite for everybody, the one that humans like, and you'll probably agree with this, is the glitch bot, which is essentially a robot that's not working quite 100%. And it's like Max Headroom and Hal and Marvin, and it's like, yes, those become favourites. But are they favourites because they reflect our own sense of our own insecurity and failure, and instantly they are actually more accessible to us because we understand them better. But anyway, so we're talking about fictional AIs and any particular favourites or any ones that you think are completely ludicrous beyond measure.
Can I throw in one that I think is actually viable, or at least in the next 40 years, the initial steps towards it are viable. And I'm sorry, because I cannot remember the name.
Someone in the audience will help you.
Well, no, it's one of your books. It's Dog. It's the whole principle of having the electronic and the organic together. That's where I think that we're going to start going, just because you're processing in different types of ways. This is why neural nets exist, because people looked at brains and thought, well, can we build a computer to do that? And neural nets work, but if you can merge the two back again, then I think that's where we're going to start seeing some really interesting stuff. But not just yet, because there are ethical issues. And okay, full disclosure, I chair my university's ethics committee, so I'm aware of these.
So you're going more for a sort of Nexus 6 Roy Batty kind of...
Well, the Nexus 6 is... that seems to be pretty much organic, entirely organic. I'm actually thinking the organic electronic merge. So you've got organic cells doing certain things, you've got the computer, the electronics doing certain other bits, and then you can merge the inputs.
Yes, anyway, yes, sorry.
I think the robot in Interstellar, I think it's called TARS, basically a Swiss Army knife with personality settings. that seemed fairly plausible.
They're playing with that basic concept on the International Space Station nowadays.
Yeah. Apart from that, I mean, who wouldn't want canine?
Yes.
Yeah, but could you live with all that?
Canine was always difficult in the two shots, and they said to Tom, if ever you're in a two shot with canine, you're just going to have to bend down a little. So obviously it's difficult to get in a good close two shot with something that's very good. But yeah, you're right about the instead I've forgotten that because I like that because it was so out there. It was like they just completely tore up the rule book about what robots look like and come up with something totally new and fresh conception. So carry on.
I honestly don't think that any of the robots we've come across today in fiction are likely to happen because there's just too much that is changing too quickly in so many different directions, unexpected directions, that I don't know where we're going 100%, well, even 1% of the time.
I don't know. In science fiction, I really like all of the things that Gareth writes about. I also write about, and I think. But the whole conversation is slightly odd in the fact that I think that we're trying to keep reinventing. We're trying to reinvent something that you recognise almost as a person when you write an AI. So I have to say my favourite AI is me.
Okay, so we've got a couple of minutes for questions. If anyone, our hand's shooting up. Yeah, let's go at the front here.
I think one of the most terrifying things that is coming through, because I'm an employment lawyer, and it is AI being used in the workplace for assessing CVs, for assessing disciplinary actions and things like that. So one of the aspects of intelligence, do you think that we can't get to an intelligent AI until we have an AI that has human empathy as well as data crunching?
Okay, so that was about did everyone hear the question? Yeah, good. Who would like to have a go at that, about empathetic intelligence?
I think this is what you were saying about emotional intelligence.
It is. Emotional intelligence, we can't do it. All of these AI systems for workplace use are just number crunchers. You're just looking for patterns. I honestly don't know how we're going to get the empathy within it because, okay, we have to program it in. And as soon as you program it in and you say, this is good, this is bad, it's just another target. Really, it depends on what society is going to let people design machine learning systems to do. And machine learning systems currently make life cheap because it's cheaper to have a machine go through lots of CVs than it is to have a human being go through them. And until we make a societal decision that no, machine says no is not an acceptable response, I kind of think we're going to be stuck with it.
At the end of the day, the legal position, as far as I'm aware, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that a person is always responsible for the action of the machine it runs or takes results from or whatever it does. And until you break that link, the human is responsible for the decisions, even if it accepts the automated decisions of the machine.
And that's why you've got the issue with autonomous weapons systems, which aren't going to be able to do.
There's also a big problem with autonomous cars, because if a car hits someone, is it the driver, is it the manufacturer, the car manufacturer's the software? Legal conundrum.
Can I also come to that? It also depends on where those programs were when they built it, because ethics are not rock solid. Ethics are based upon your morality, and your morality is based upon the society in which you grew up. So what is ethical behaviour in the UK may not be ethical behaviour in China or in Arabia,
yes.
and vice versa.
Yeah,
Whose ethics win out?
Okay, we've got a couple of minutes left. Another question. Well, can we go on the left-hand side? Yes, and checked.
Run with this one because there's a lot of holes in it.
Okay. We've only got 2 minutes though, so yeah.
If one form of artificial sentience is being able to recognise another intelligence or possibly a superior intelligence, then where are in fiction, where are the artificial intelligences that are acknowledging deities or gods or their creators as gods? Where is the robots that are developing a religion? Is that one definition of what a robot is? Someone that accepts a religion. And if a robot was a monk preaching, would we accept their religion?
Okay. That's about faith and deities.
That's a very Philip K. Dick question. I was thinking about the three stigmata of Palmer Eldritch, and he said that that is a Palmer Eldritch is allegedly a person who goes out, meets aliens, comes back, got stigmata, is part of some mysterious, strange cult, allegedly, or is he a machine? I don't know.
I think in part it's whether the computers, artificial intelligences, actually develop any social biases or ways of existing as to whether they will eventually develop a theology, whatever that theology may be. It's a vast question, and I think it's one that science fiction has fallen short on in supplying an answer to.
I'm not sure that an artificial intelligence would have a need for superstition, as it had fairly well documented origin, whereas we didn't know where we came from, so we had to make up stories. It can check the catalogue and find its inset date and everything. So I don't know that there would be a need for it to create sort of an origin story for itself.
It could possibly not take the origin story, but it could apply the God of the Gaps theory. There are things it does not understand, it could, I suppose, say, oh, deity did it. But
although if it understands everything, it may appoint itself as deity.
Yes.
Do you have time for one more?
One really quick.
One really quick question. Yes, so, right, yes, you, yes.
Just briefly, tell me what is your ideal AI if you were to design it? The ultimate goal, because you earlier mentioned about getting there, and if not passing with the other intelligences and human intelligences, what would be your ideal AI?
Your ideal AI?
Tall, dark and handsome.
Tall, dark, handsome, eternally youthful, athletic, completely understands me, completely gets me, never has any problems with patience at listening to me no matter how many times I repeat myself, etc.
I can remember all that stuff I can never remember.
And that. And it's got a clock function and an appointments section and does everything administrative that I would ever need to do in my life.
Oh, and makes a really good margarita as well.
Yeah. Full bar capacity.
That's not an AI, that's a drinks cabinet.
A very specific kind of drinks, doesn't it?
Solve those problems I can't solve. I kind of look at the hologrammatic universe concept and think, I wish I could understand the maths to do that. But it would be really nice to have an AI that would actually be able to explain anything you like in such a way that you can understand it.
So essentially like an augmentation to yourself.
Yes. Understand this for me.
And explain it like Johnny Ball would.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Okay, so that brings us to the end. First of all, my huge apologies to the panel for my unpreparedness, and my apologies to everyone there for my unpreparedness. Thank you very much to you and to the panel for talking about AI. If we could just thank everyone in the usual manner. Thank you very much indeed for coming. It's been fun.
Yeah, I'm terrible.
Very much. Thank you.
Oh, hello. How are you?
Really busy, the bar is busy. As a result, we are just getting the wine here. So if anyone would like a free glass of wine, please come and help yourself, but be warned, we have got cameras, so anyone who has some wine and doesn't subsequently buy a book, we will come looking for you. No, but please do come up and help yourself to a wine. I think they're all scrutins.
Okay. Yes, and as I said, we can get any more. Yeah.
I feel really comfortable.
No, you don't. I know you don't.
We'll find out, won't we? Anything else that you
How you doing?
Yes, I know. These spreads. Yeah, well, I'm a carer these days, so I have to get that. Yeah. I came this morning. I've got to care till 6 p.m. I leave them on his own for a couple of hours. I've got dinner already cooked. So, you've been protective.
Yes, I
Right, in a way.
Yeah. Well, not fiction so much, I mean, it's game stuff, but yeah, it's a mad world, but I like being paid regularly to write.
Oh, yeah. We're all a meltdown now. Really, you heard about Gareth and Diane. It's going to be like Dave McKean. He just jumped on computer-generated art. But because he was already a trained artist, he did it to further extend himself. And that's, the good writers will pick up on that. Automatic writers, okay. Write in my style. Here's the scene. And then they'll come in and say, that's good, but they'll speed it up. Yeah, it'll
Get a wine cue, mate.
Yeah, wine cue.
I was standing next to you talking, and I was like, oh, hang on, you didn't.
This is so far the most funny I don't know about that, but I'm doing the best.
So that's going to say
Can I use this?
Stuff like that. I mean, I went to school with John, so I did go to play back and
Excuse me.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you very much for coming along. As you can see, it's a little bit Heath Robinson-ish, but so what? We'll get there. We're here to celebrate some wonderful books that I've been very, very privileged to publish, written by Liz Williams, the author beside me. I have run out of really compliments for these books because they're just phenomenal. When I published the first one, which was Comet Weather, about 3 years ago?
Yeah, 3 years ago.
About 3 years ago, I read it and I just fell in love instantly with the book. I think the elevator pitch I put out at the time was that it's like the film Practical Magic mixed with the Witches of Eastwick, but set in contemporary London and rural Gloucestershire, or rural Somerset rather. It's a wonderful, wonderful book, a very personal book, a very personable book about 4 sisters who are more than they seem, and throughout the series gradually discover just how unusual they are and how talented they are. The first book features a search for their mother, and it develops far beyond there, going through different times, different worlds, staying very rooted in the now and the contemporary, but with a very magical twist and a very mythical twist going along the way. Now, I'm saying all these words when Liz could say them so much better, because as some of you may be aware, Liz has a terrible cold and is doing her Darth Vader impression at the moment.
I'm so sorry. I'm not putting this on.
I can't wait for her reading later.
Yeah, it's going to be hilarious.
But the books are full of humour, they're full of warmth, they're full of magic, they're full of twists. Very kindly, Alistair Reynolds agreed to have a look at the first book for us, and he was just blown away by it. And as you know, Al writes SF, but he still came up with a wonderful cover quote that we were not shy to put on the cover, which is, in comic weather, Liz Williams has crafted something marvellous. And I think that really sums up that we've got something very, very special here. I was delighted to discover that Liz is writing 4 books in the series. The story arc goes throughout, but each one is an individual tale, an individual story which has conclusions at the end, but then the next book picks it up and carries the story forward. The latest one, Ember Tide, has only recently come out, and that's the book we're particularly pushing today. I'm sorry, by the way, there should be a big screen behind us with a backdrop and a big image on, but apparently somebody has been hospitalised, which is a minor excuse for not being here doing your job you're asking. But so that's not happening. But the 3 books so far are Ember Tide, which is the latest, Blackthorn Winter, which is the second, and Comic Weather, which was the first. Now, there is a 4th one in the offing, which will be out next year. Now, we have hardbacks signed by the author in all 3 editions, all 3 titles, and we have paperbacks. But I should warn you that the hardbacks of this one, Comic Weather, we're down to our last dozen copies. So there's only a few left. They're basically sold out, or they will be very shortly, and the others are not exactly being slow to follow on. Now, because this is BristolCon, because you're all such wonderful people, and because I don't want to be lugging around lots and lots of change, we're actually doing a special offer today. So the paperbacks all retail for $12.99, the hardbacks are $25.99, but for anyone buying 2 or more paperbacks, it's £10 per paperback. For anyone buying 2 or more hardbacks, it's, oh, I don't know. Dare we say £20 a hardback? Yeah, £20 a hardback for anyone buying 1 or more. So that means across all 3 you're saving £15 on the hardbacks. Not suggesting you should buy all 3, just saying. And as I say, saving on the paperbacks. Now, I could talk much more, but I'm not going to, because I would love you to enjoy your wine, and with your spirits lifted by these wonderful alcoholic beverages, please, come, get books, see author, do whatever you like, have her deface it, have her insult you in the book, whatever. Liz is here at your beck and call. So thank you very much. I shall now shut up and say, if you'd like to buy one of these fantastic books, and you wouldn't, please step forward.
All right.
Just the second. Okay, that's £20, please.
Assuming you take cards, right?
Yes, we're just firing up the sun. Yeah, so yes. Come on.
Sorry.
Yes, let's do that. Oh.
Yes. Otherwise, you're not getting it. Can I have a paperback Yes.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and in between, etc. I just say hello, everyone. That's easier, isn't it? So I'd like to make you all aware that there are some lovely authors at the back who are willing to sell you their excellent books, and they will sign them, as well as the book up here. And also to mention that we this year gave a grant to Spiffbo, I think I've said that right, thank you, which is a very worthy cause of championing by the people that are in the sector, self-published authors. And so we're going to be walking around giving people that have been finalists the prize which we funded, or part funded, but it's also been funded by the people. There was a crowdfund as well. So if we, I don't know if there are any here, but if we can give them a round of applause for being finalists. And hope you enjoy the rest of the book launch, author signing, and we're about an hour, well, probably not an hour till the next panel. Thank you.
Quick dumb question, because I'm next door, away from my stores. How do I actually get one of Liz's books? I haven't been able to get one anywhere.
They're selling them here.
Right, okay.
So, I mean, if you're there, I'll let Ian know that you want to buy one, and he'll make sure.
Yes.
Can I answer for more here? If you can do whatever. Let me just tell. Yeah. Sorry.
Hello, sit down over here. I'm going to call on you as well. I think almost everybody's over here except for Yep, I'm just going to get on top. I'm just making sure I'm okay with it first.
Yeah, I've got the mic turned on. You go for it.
All right. Can everyone hear me? My name is Mihir Wanshu. I'm part of Fantasy Book Critic, and here I'm going to be presenting these lovely coins for all of our SPFPO finalists. So firstly, a big round of applause for them again. For those who don't know what SPFPO is, it stands for Self-Published Fantasy Blog Off. It was the brainchild of Mark Lawrence, so a big round of applause for him. Saint Mark, as they like to call him. He has been a force of nature for all of indie authors, and the tide of indie publishing has been changed since the early days of 2000s to where it is now. So today, with Mark and everybody's contributions, we have made these wonderful SPFPO finalist coins, and I'm calling on each and every author who has been a previous finalist, winner, as well, and I'm hoping they can gracefully come forward when their name is announced. So, I'm going to begin with Justin Anderson, the SPFPO number 7 2021 champion, and also getting the second highest score ever for the Lost War. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Seriously? Yes. Thank you. Do you want to say a few words?
No, thank you.
Such a kind move. All right. Next up is Alicia Wanstelberg. I hope I'm pronouncing that properly. Would you like to say a few words? No. She was an SPFPO 5 in 2019 finalist, and she was a bronze medalist for her book, debut book, Lot of Hair. So big round of applause for that. Next up, we have Patrick Samphire, SPFPO 6 finalist with Shadow of a Dead God, and also a bronze medalist. Here you go, sir. Any words?
No one's going to do any.
Come on.
No.
Yeah. All right. So the streak continues. Also, fun fact about Patrick's book, The Shadow of a Broken God. It was The Shadow of a Dead God. It was the first urban fantasy-esque in the secondary fantasy world reaching the finals. So that's pretty cool. All right. Next up, we have Tim Hardy for SPFPO 7, finalist with his debut book, Hall of Bones.
No.
All right, we're going to do something a little bit different. I believe we have in the room a current SPFPO finalist, and that is Stephanie Burgess, my apologies, with Scales and Sensibility.
Thank you.
Also, fun fact, with Scales and Sensibility, Stephanie and Patrick are the only husband and wife final SPFPO finalists ever. So that's pretty cool. I don't think that's going to be broken. Do we have Rob J. Hayes in the crowd?
He's in the bar, we're here.
Typical. Do we have LL McRae? Yes! Yo! LL McRae with the Iron Crown, another SPFPO 7 2021 finalist. No, thank you. Any words?
Thank you.
I believe we have another person, well, two people, and now coming in really late. One of the first winners is Rob J. Hayes with Where Loyalties Lie. SPFPO 3 champion, would you like to say a few words? Thank you. Also, the first repeat finalist in SPFPO 5 with the book Never Die. All right, I believe we have one more person in the room. Kirsten Espinosa Rosero. Yay! SPFPO 7 finalist with her debut book, Burned Red Skies.
Yes. Thanks, this is awesome.
I want to ask if Trudy Skies is in the audience.
No.
No. Mark, I'm going to call on you to talk a little bit about SPFPO now. A round of applause for Mark Lawrence, please.
Hello. Well, it's become traditional for people coming to this microphone to say thank you and nothing else. I honestly don't have anything clever to say except that you should really look at the finalists for the competition and the semi-finalists and people who were cut before the semi-finals, because there are some excellent books there, and the SPFPO is a net that has holes in it and people fall through. It's a net that we hope catches some excellent books that you might not ever have heard of otherwise, but it won't catch them all, and so every book has to take its chance. The reviewers are excellent, but they have their tastes, and I encourage you to follow the contest and see if there's anything that appeals to you and dig in. Thank you.
And if anybody's... Yes, please.
Started this, so I might as well break the trend. I do want to say on behalf of all the writers who've been involved in SPFPO, thank you to Mark Lawrence, because this was his idea. He put an incredible lot of work to promote it and to introduce it. He didn't have to be. He's a good example of somebody who has reached back down to help other people up the ladder, and we've all benefited from it, so thank you, Mark.
Lastly, I just want to put a plug in. SPFPO 8 2022 is currently going on. We have 8 finalists. You can check them out on Mark's website. The last 2 finalists will be selected before October 31st, and it's going to be exciting. We also have our first horror finalist. There are some amazing books like Stephanie Birch's Sense and Sensibility, Scales and Sensibility, my apologies. There's The 13th Hour by Trudy Skies, and there's a lot more books. You can check them out and it'll be great. Also, I want to put in a small, but a significant thank you for the other bloggers. I want them to stand up. Timmy, please go ahead and stand up. Big round of applause for her. Julia, who's behind, I believe. Oh, there she is. Big round of applause for her. She's been doing double duties. She's amazing. I believe G.R. Matthews, who has been a wonderful fantasy faction blogger and head and has been twirling them around. Am I missing anybody else? Oh, yes, sorry. T.O. Monroe for Fantasy High, please, a big round of applause. He has been amazing. Rita as well, she was a past SPFBO blogger judge, so big round of applause for her as well. And lastly, I hope I'm not missing out on anybody. If I do, I apologize. But again, I do wish that everybody can, check out the books for SPFBO. Not just the finalists, the semi-finalists in the review center. There are some lovely authors behind, Graham Austin King, Phil Williams, and I apologize if I can't see anybody else. I think there's Garrett Powell as well. Oh, sorry, J.E. Hartford, I'm so sorry. But please take a look around. You'll find some wonderful, wonderful fantasy that is not just within epic fantasy, but all subgenres of fantasy. So thank you to everybody who attends today and checks the website and the books and the authors out. We really like you. Thank you from the bottom of our heart. So thank you so much.
It's because you're dressed so well. Come on. Then I want a photo. Hey. Then I want a photo. I got a distance photo, but it wasn't very good. Right, hold your puck up. Oh, with your books and the part.
See what, that's good. Zoomed in. Zoom back out again.
I'm so glad I'm writing this because they fucked up. But it was really like leaves, like it's like you look like a
'Don't mind if I sign these. If I sign these, It's warm. It's warm. Yeah, I went and got a jumper because it was cold downstairs.
I'm now on the back. Figuring out a way of like that's why it's taking so long. Keep going. Can I? Oh, thank you. Can I buy these? I'll call it because they're more, you know. Yes. No. I know where you live. Thank you, sir. I have. I love this one more. Some of this one was not. Oh. Come on. That's lovely. But you are. Look at her. Look at the. Well, thank you nonetheless.
Thank you very much.
Yes, please. That's what I just asked. I'm driving still.
Same shop for 5 years.
Well, we're talking about it's becoming a necessary thing. So more and more people are going to the way out. That's true.
And you don't have to. They can sit on a shelf I'm not going to say no.
All of those
No, I didn't have one. I spoke to him on the phone.
Thank you, thank you.
This is good too. But as I said, everybody, I bought the new one. And the first line is super nice. Sometimes second line aces that like
These are all they're great to do.
I know
How are you doing, Rita?
I
haven't done many for hire. No idea. Someone was over here saying,
try and find some books for you. Any of them, so
hot, really hot. 4 minutes. Incredibly Don't confuse me. But you can have it if you really want it. Hey Greg, are you doing a new Kickstarter for this one? I've got the original one. How different is it going to be? I'll keep it on. I'll be all over it when it comes out. Let us know. So I got your one. Looking forward to that. I've not read your third one, so that'll be fun. It best be good. Pressure. No, I know it will. It's cool. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's done really, really well. You've like smashed it. Yeah? I'd love to try it, but I know it wouldn't work. Yeah, I back a lot of game ones. Like, quite good.
And if you've got a profile that looking back at something, it's so
Oh really? That's cool. Yeah, I've got loads of random stuff on there. I got a bit addicted to Kickstarter in the last couple of years. It's like for computer games and things.
Oh, I'm running a campaign. I'll post about your Kickstarter.
That's cool. Maybe one day I'll sort it out. It seems like a good way to do things.
Yeah, it's a good way to get investment up front.
Yeah. I take it you make quite a good amount of it.
The sums at the end.
Yeah, you can't. Really? You have to lose that. Crazy. I hope you make loads of it. Like literally loads. That's still great though.
Yeah, it's better than walking away with a right. It won't. You've got to build in buffers for fees, you've got to build in buffers if the shipping prices go up.
Yeah. So all being well, those won't be a problem and it'll be extra. Yeah. I hope it goes awesomely well.
Right, Monday tomorrow.
Is that the last stretch goal?
Yeah.
Nice.
That's for like A5 character art as well
us having an inside joke. So, and then they'll just go.
Do all the backers get that, or just the special backers?
Everybody
Wow.
wants something in pool, basically. So even the people who've got hang around like style and some pretty art, they'll get on.
Yeah, I think I got the ebooks and the hardbacks, I think. That's right.
So yeah, if you've got someone who needs to go and post, let me get there.
I don't want to read the actual hardbacks, you know, I never do. Sorry, obviously I do take it. It's all good. That's good. Did you sell many? Sell many? I got 2 cents sold quite cheaply out of a bag, like a dodgy thing. Yeah, I was like, check it out, they're in my rucksack.
Yeah, I put that one on again.
Sorry I'm late, I was buying jewellery.
Okay, Archie, hysterical already, we haven't even started.
Don't take this wrong way, you're too tall to have dated people.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much indeed for showing up and for still being sober at this time of the day. You know, it's a good start. My name's Ian Waits. I'm a writer by choice, an editor by association, and a publisher by accident. I write science fiction and fantasy, but my main job here today is to try and get this lot to talk. So I won't say too much. I probably will, but I'll try not to. The subject is Jack of all trades. What is it like to write across different genres? Which is a very good question. I'm hoping these people can illuminate and explain that to me. But what I'm going to do is, so that you don't get tired of my voice, I'm going to allow each of my esteemed guests to introduce themselves, starting on my far left.
Hello, my name's Jason Whittle. I'm a multi-genre author with works published in crime, comedy, sci-fi, fantasy, horror, historical fiction, sports fiction and non-fiction. And under a pseudonym, a successful editor and author of erotica. Additionally, I'm a student and academic studying for a PhD in crime fiction from Suffolk University. So, I'm reading this. And successfully published and presented my first paper earlier this year. My fiction work is on hold while I complete my doctorate, but remains available through Amazon or by contacting me directly or today in the dealer's room in Bristol stand. Finally, I would just state that everybody laughed at me for having a one-on introduction this time last year, so this excruciatingly extended intro is both my redemption and my revenge. Court markets.
Actually, I think we might pause things here just for the rest of the panel. So tell us about this erotic fiction.
It'd be great to tell.
It's the most fun genre to write, actually, because you can be so naughty. And I don't mean that in terms of lascivious content. I mean, you can just throw a book out the window. You can throw in your adverbs, your adjectives, your ellipses, your repetition, your long, never-ending sentences, and you can just do whatever you like, and nobody ever criticises you for it. So definitely, for pure fun, and actually, to be fair, my erotica work outsells my real name work 3, 4, 5 times fold so far. Hopefully that will start to change after today. But it's a fun run, yeah, so that's it. Everybody find a pseudonym and get scribbling.
Okay, Pete, your turn. Follow that.
I can actually follow that. So my name's Pete Sutton. I'm a writer, editor of BFS Horizons, anthologist, edited at least a dozen anthologies, one of which is called Fantastically Horny, which is a sci-fi and fantasy erotica anthology.
Am I on the wrong panel?
And I've had stories in the best of SF and the best horror, and my novels are contemporary and historical fantasy.
Over to you, Anna.
Oh no, I haven't written mine out, and now I'm panicking that I haven't written mine out. My name's Emma Newman. I am a writer, an audiobook narrator when I'm not recovering from a cold, and a podcaster. And in terms of genres, I've written in urban fantasy, science fiction, and subgenres thereof, dark kind of horror, I guess, and gaslight fantasy.
I'm Jane Fenn, I'm the imposter on this panel. Yes, I haven't written anything like as widely as my fellow panellists. I've written science fiction, space opera, the Hidden Empire series, science fantasy, Shadowlands geology, and I've also written fantasy for Warhammer. And actually, and I can confess this now, actually, I'm going to find it, I have written what used to be called Slash, but it was under another name for the internet, and you'll never see it.
I have never written any kind of erotica, but I have narrated a couple of chapters of it, and that was hard enough.
Did you know?
Well, that's grateful when you say
I'm blushing now just talking about it because I'm such a Bertie. Yeah, there was one book I narrated that actually literally started with an orgasm, and I had to voice act an orgasm. And that was quite a stressful day because it was a male sound engineer and a male director, and I sat down and I was like, I'm going to do this in one take because I don't want to have to do this twice. And I did it, and then heard the click, and the sound engineer was like, oh yeah, that's great, but you overloaded the mic, so you're going to do it again. just lean back next time. I nearly died.
You say that about sort of this chapter of erotica. Has anyone ever read Tricia Sullivan's book Maud? Fantastic book, but if you're on that subject, that's the place to start. It's an incredible opening, which just had my jaw. And I remember saying to Tricia, how on earth did you come up with it? She said, I have no idea where it came from. I'm not going to give anything away, but check it out, because it is a fantastic book. But it's a mind-blowing opening. And as for you being an imposter, Jane, yes. you forget the fact that you also write games.
Oh yeah, that's the day job.
Yeah.
You sat here and said, I don't deserve to be here, and then listed all the things you've written. You silly sausage.
I am a silly sausage.
Okay, so we've touched upon the fact that it's divided quite nicely. I hope you noticed, by the way, that the male erotic section of the panel is over on that side of me. Oh, mind you, Edna's on that side. But anyway...
I just narrated it, my goodness.
The question is, do you have to change your writing style and the way you write for different genres? Now, I think in one of the genres mentioned, we can take that as read. But Emma, you've written quite a few within what we would class as genre fiction. You've written quite a few different styles and types. Do you feel that you adapt your style at all to fit the expectations of the audience?
Definitely not to fit the expectations of the audience, because I never presume to know what those are. With the Split World series, which is the urban fantasy series, that's a 5-book series, which is one great big story with 5 smaller stories, with 4 different POVs and 3 levels of reality. So that required a certain number of decisions about how to tell such a big story that was in my head, as opposed to the science fiction. The 4 novels set in the Planetfall universe are all first-person POV, and very, very tight first-person POV, because the interior worlds of the characters are just as important as the stories and their experiences thereof. So I wouldn't say that I changed it because of the expectations of the audience. I changed it because of the needs of the stories that I wanted to tell, and that wasn't actually necessarily anything to do with the genre per se. It was just that the big story I wanted to tell happened to be an urban fantasy. It could easily have been in science fiction, and then I probably would have had 4 main characters. You know, that it's the servicing the structure of the story rather than the genre.
Precisely, because what you're talking about really is differentiated between narrative voices, so that your characters don't come across as the same character with a different name. So that's not necessarily a division that's required by the genre. It's something that you're doing to basically identify this is this character, that's that character, as opposed to just having a name at the top and then it sounds the same.
I think it's also to do with what exactly you want to focus on, because with a tight first-person POV, one of the major themes of those 4 books is mental illness and different experiences of mental illness. And for me, the best way to really convey that and convey the experience of that was to have a greater sense of interiority within that book, or those books, as opposed to the Split World series, where there is some interiority, but it's not as focused. I'm going to shut up now because I've talked too long.
Okay, swapping over to the other side. Jason, you've written outside genre with, we know about one aspect, but with crime, etc. as well. Do you find there are different requirements when you step outside of science fiction and fantasy and go into a slightly different genre? Are there more things that you have to look for, that you have to take care of?
There might be, supposed to be, but that's not how I write. Is that I will just, again, I don't presume an audience, so I want to write something that I will be proud of, that I will be happy with. And so I try to write with a bit of flair and an undercurrent of humour, no matter what genre, and even that stretches to football articles. I used to write for the Chester FC football programme, and I never once there thought, I am going to dumb this down for a football crowd. I thought, I'm going to credit my readers there with as much intelligence and wit as any other genre. And so I tried to write with, you know, the occasional Easter egg reference to something that wouldn't necessarily be for football fans, that many people here would get better. And I just tried to write something that I would be proud of and hopefully someone connects with. And same is in academic papers, which I try not to write dry and education speak where possible. I'll try to make it accessible, interesting, and a bit of a laugh there. Now, certain times you can't do that. Crime fiction can go up or down, and the basis of my crime fiction PhD research actually is in the juxtaposition of the cosy and the harrowing. So it's actually, even within the genre, it's kind of flip-flops in and out, if that makes sense.
Timey-wimey.
Yes, that's it, yes. Cozy-wozy.
And Pete, same question to you. I mean, have you found that you're actually adapting your writing style for the genre or for other reasons when you write?
Yeah, I don't really adapt my writing style. I'll come up with an idea for a story and try and think of a vehicle for it. I grew up reading, my mum was a big sci-fi fan and my dad was a big horror fan, and I grew up reading sci-fi and horror, and that kind of creeps into a lot of my stories, many of which you could probably call science horror, if anything. But no, I tend to think of how to create an effect, and then afterwards think of the vehicle, whether or not that's science or fantasy or whatever.
And Jane, you've been quiet over there for a while, so...
Well asked. I want to pick up on something actually you said, Emma, interiority, which I can still say just about, and it hadn't actually occurred to you until you said it, that that's one of the big decisions to make according to which genre you're writing in. Is it appropriate to know every last thing about what the character's internal state is, what their thoughts are, what their plans are or not? If you're writing high-octane action type stuff, quite often in fantasy it's not. That was a massive sweeping generalisation, sorry. But it does depend what subgenre you're writing in as to whether you're digging down that deep or whether you're just going for the... or for what is actually happening right now on the page, in their head, in the here and now. I also wanted to mention work for hire, which obviously I've done quite a lot of. And in that you do have to be very careful. So writing for Black Library, you are writing to showcase tiny little overpriced models, which are being sold to teenage kids. No, bad Jane. But you are writing to try and showcase a particular universe in a particular way, and you are actually trying to tick some boxes with that, which is at one level annoying and another level quite liberating, because you've actually got the like, right, okay, the structure's this, I need to do this, and you've got a lot closer oversight. And I suspect it's sort of true of erotica, she says down the erotic sense there, that you've got some constraints that don't exist in other things. And obviously writing for games is very constrained. For many years, I'm now writing as a developer on a new game, but I was writing on an existing game series called Total War, and I was mainly writing the voiceovers, the barks that you hear, which basically I know every single synonym for go over there and kill them. I can say that in 50 different ways creatively, and that is kind of an interesting discipline, and at one level not creative, another very creative.
I go to that from a slightly different direction, because I've done some writing for hire, but game tie-ins, so where the game exists, but then you're writing fiction in the game world. And I always feel that I should at least play the game to sort of get that mindset of the gamer and what they would be looking for in a fictionalization of a game. Do you play the games that you write?
No. I'm writing a battle royale game, which basically is everybody kills everybody until they're all dead, which is my idea of hell. I only play narrative games or games with pretty patterns, so I have zero interest in the game that I'm actually writing. But I don't care, because I'm writing background and plots. It's not up to me how the game works, as long as what I'm doing fits in the game.
I'm just going to two pennies worth here from myself. When I first was contracted to a publisher, by some fluke I ended up being contracted to two publishers. One which was Solaris, to write a space opera series, and the other which was Angry Robot, to write a sort of weird and wonderful urban fantasy meets steampunk meets I don't know what series called The City of 100 Rows. And what I found I was doing was writing one book, taking a week off, jumping into the other series and writing the other. And space opera to the urban fantasy was very different genres, and I loved having that break because it enabled me to refresh on the characters that I'd just written. I just spent 8 months writing intensively about. And this is the point I'm coming to on this, but I didn't feel that I changed my writing requirements to jump from science fiction to fantasy. I was still writing about people, I was still writing about characters, I still want the reader to engage with those characters, so I was still imbuing those characters with everything I could to make them personable, to make them amusing, to give them characters that the reader would relate to and want to know more about. I just felt that what I was doing when I jumped from science fiction to fantasy, in inverted commas, was I was changing the trappings, I was changing the glitter, I was changing the surroundings of the people, but I was still writing about people. And that doesn't change unless you're writing something totally alien. And this brings me on to the next question. Just to widen this out slightly, we have definitions. We're talking science fiction, we're talking fantasy, we're talking horror. As a writer, do those definitions matter? Jane?
No and yes. I would say that the only way that it matters to me is when I've got the idea that's knocking on my hindbrain and annoying me and the themes I want to discuss and everything and the things I want to do, a bit of me will go, which is the best medium to convey this? It's not that I change, it's just like, before I get too far in, how are we gonna play this? Which way are we gonna go? That's how it works for me.
The reason I laughed was because when I wrote the first Split Worlds novel and my editor read it, he then told me it was urban fantasy and I didn't have a clue. I had no idea. I had no idea what it was. I hadn't read, I think probably 1 or 2 books in that genre. I'd always read science fiction. And it was just the story that I had to be told from my brain at that time. And it felt very much like it was the publisher and marketing people that were more concerned about the genre, because it is where you're kind of slotted into the big machine of how people are connected to new books. But as time has gone on, I do wonder if there is something, when you become more experienced as a writer, that it kind of is in the back of your head a little bit more. Just because I think, and this is going to sound really awful, but because you know at some point you're going to have a conversation with your agent or with your publisher who's looking for your next thing, and you need to be able to sum up to them what it is. Whereas up until the point I'd been told that it was urban fantasy, I was just this terrible hand-waving, flapping mess of, well, there's all these different places, 2 different versions, and I couldn't even summarise what it was.
I remember you talking to me at a convention about this strange world you were writing. As you say, it's a very difficult thing to convey because it's quite an unusual concept.
Yeah, and it's unusual for urban fantasy. And one of the things that I then got a bit stressed about was when I learned more about which books were categorised as urban fantasy and marketed as that. I'd look at them and go, but that's not what I'm writing at all. My stuff just is weird, but it's come under this bigger umbrella. And there are so many of us have this feeling of, yeah, I know that's what it's classed as, but it's not the same as all of the other really, really hugely successful books in that genre that somebody might have in mind when you say, I write urban fantasy. With science fiction, I feel it's less of an issue. And science fiction is such a broad church that with the Planetfall books, you know, like I said, science fiction and subgenres thereof, because like After Atlas is a police procedural crime novel that is in a science fiction setting because it's 80 years in the future. And one of the things I wanted to play with was all of the tropes of police procedurals and how you can screw about with them in a world where you get instant information on genetics and you can't say, oh, well, we have to wait 3 weeks for the lab to get that back and you have to just find another way to make the tension. But that is a very specific kind of genre niche that it's sat very comfortably within. So I think it's kind of a double-edged sword, isn't it, genre and the classification there?
Well, the genre started off realistically as a marketing tool, didn't it? So, yeah. I mean, you know, when people sat down to write things like Frankenstein or 1984, they weren't thinking, I'm going to write a science fiction novel now. They were just writing a novel. So that's one aspect of looking at it. So as an author, you need to know which marketing category you fall in, which shelf you're going to be put on, and who are the authors that you're going to be put next to and compared to. But then if you look at it from the reader's perspective, what it's become over a long period of time is that it's a set of expectations, it's a set of tropes, and it's a conversation within the genre about the genre, where if, and one of the things that I was going to mention is that there are a bunch of literary authors who come and try and play in genre, and generally they're awful because they just don't have that breadth of knowledge of what's been done in the genre
before.
Well, wouldn't it be interesting to have a book where there's a robot in it? It's almost
Yeah.
indistinguishable from a person.
Shall we call the robot Adam?
This is what I was saying, that they're not necessarily awful, but they think they're doing something for the first time that we've been reading about since the 60s. That's the thing. And Jason, how do you feel? Because you've written across various genres.
When it comes to telling apart the modes of SFF, I am spectacularly inept, so I just actually, SFF in itself is a target. If it's science fiction, fantasy or horror, I probably can't miss unless someone turns around and says, well actually that's a dark thriller. But even that's within me reading of the things I write. But as for knowing what anyone is, as for writing something to fit in one of those, I'm spectacularly inept, which is why most of what I write is self-published, and then I will just slap as many tags on it as Amazon will allow. The one, I've released one that has gone through a publisher, is by Grimbold, which is a fantastically open and wide, encompassing publisher that, again, doesn't really care what it is as long as it broadly falls into SFF. And the title in question is called Escaping Fergo. It varies between being a cosy mystery to a horror. The reason is actually nothing to do with genre expectations or anything I deliberately did. I've not told this story before, but I love telling this story. I wrote it during my lunch break at work. Lunch breaks. No, not
I was going to say that.
various lunch breaks, some of which may have just bled slightly into what was working time. But I was a civil servant, and if I was emailing it back and forth to my home computer, they had very stringent profanity filters. So I had to write this thing that I had in mind as a horror, without any swear words in. And so it sort of morphed into this slightly old-fashioned language, sort of slightly cosy Victorian style thing, yet still with the same scares and shocks that I wanted in all along. And I think it benefited as a result. I think actually it made it what it was. When I probably, because I mean I was quite raw. I used to write just horror, and to ensure that it was horror, there would be really lurid, over-explained, violent deaths on almost every page. And so this actually really did reel me in and actually forced me to evolve as a writer. So it's a fantastic thing. So that's my other tip: is write at work. Don't waste your own time on it.
Just as a caveat to what was being said earlier on a publisher has to present a story for a marketing perspective. Some years ago, I was very fortunate to publish through New Compress, my publishing company, a story called The Race by Nina Allen, which was a novel that had been round the rounds, had been turned down by various major publishers. And it came to me, I loved it, and I published it. And one of the big editors of the major publisher who turned it down said to me, "I'm so glad you published that book, I loved it." I said, "Well, why did you turn it down then?" And he said to me, "Because when I actually looked at and analysed it, I couldn't work out how I was going to market the book to sell because it was so unusual. And I knew that if I couldn't justify that to myself, I could never sit down with the people holding the purse strings and persuade them to invest in the book that I didn't know how I was going to market. It's so unusual that I knew I could not get it past the people who make decisions on the money side of things." So when we talk about genre being something which is a marketing tool, that's the power of what it is. If you can sit down with a book and say, this book fits into that category, it does this and it does that, the money men at the major publishers can understand what you're talking about. If you turn around and say, it doesn't do any of the things you're expecting it to, that gives them a problem. Because they don't know how they're going to market it, and they don't know, therefore, if they want to risk any money paying you for it. It's a sad reality of the situation.
Can I come into that I'm no Nina Allen, that's for sure, but I had a similar experience in that when I was looking for an agent for my first novel, Seven Deadly Swords, which I had described at the beginning there as historical fantasy, I was getting very nice rejections. You have to be an author to know what a very nice rejection is. But I was getting people saying they loved it, but nobody was taking it on. And I had a long conversation with John Gerald, who said basically that is it's a great book. None of the big publishers will know how to market it.
That's depressing, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And I think it's got worse as well, actually, unfortunately. I think publishing is narrowing even more. It's more difficult to break through or to survive in it, because they definitely want it has to tick all these surefire boxes because money's tight.
I think it's narrowing in several ways as well, in that it's consolidating, like the big six is now the big five, and maybe even the big four by now. I don't know. Maybe there's only one now. I don't know. But also that it feels like the timescales that are involved are so much shorter now, because the profit return, it's everyone is just trying to make that quick buck as quickly as possible. And I was talking to somebody about this who is someone who's had a very long and amazing career, and he was saying, I would not want to start out now, because it is a completely different world. Back when I started out like 30, 40 years ago, you were nurtured and you were given time and perhaps one or two books, the chance of one or two books before you have your really successful book, and it's like, you don't get that now. It's different now, yeah.
And I agree with virtually everything that's been said, but there are exceptions. I'm thinking of the book which only a few days ago won the Arthur C. Clarke Award. Now this is, if you'd asked me to pick a likely winner from the shortlist, and I can't pretend I've read them all, so I'm not going to go down that road, but this is a book that in effect is a narrative poem told in Orkneys and in English. So it's a bilingual book set in a science fiction context. Now, if you told me that that book would get published, let alone that it would go on to get shortlisted for the Clarke Award, let alone that it would then win the Clarke Award, in this day and age, I would be very, very dubious, let's say. But it's happened, so there are exceptions, but they're few and far between. There's no question about it that publishers feel safe when they can formulise something where they can make it formulaic. Now, does that mean that when we all come to write our next book, we all have to comply to the marketing requirements and the marketing expectations?
Fuck that.
No. Be sensible.
I was hoping for a slightly more, expansive answer than no. My fault for asking close questions.
James Anderson was expensive. It was fuck that.
Only if contractually obliged. There you go.
Well, is it okay for me to when you're in those kind of first heady days of starting out with a new idea, and it's exciting enough for you to want to write it to propel you into the story, I don't know about, I suspect that everyone else here who is a writer is like, you don't think about anything else other than the story and needing to enable it to take shape. And for it to come out of your head because of the pressure it is causing in your head. I think once you're into a situation where you've got an agent and you've got, effectively, you're trying to have rolling contracts. So every now and again, when your contract is satisfied, if you've got a 2 or a 3 book contract, or what am I talking about? A 2-book contract, and you've completed it and you are starting to develop your next ideas, if you haven't already, then there are conversations you may be having with an agent about which one of these shall I go with next. And that comes down to because I want to be able to pay my electricity bill. And that sounds awful. But if you've got 3 little ideas deciding which one to go next, that's where I will be influenced. And it won't be a genre consideration or a marketing consideration per se. It will be which one does my agent think has got legs, so that I am not destitute in 3 months' time. So yeah, I think in an ideal world we may be more aware of this stuff, but I kind of feel like it's almost our job not to be, because otherwise everything would become so homogenized, and it already is by nature of the thing that you were talking about people picking which things to publish, being influenced by which is easily marketable. But within the constraints of the world we live in, we try to be as true to the stories that we want to tell before all of that nasty, horrible
and
stuff.
obviously self-publishing does give a degree of freedom, which the other entertainment was
yes, small presses, and
we will still be able to get these things out there, even if we don't get an advance that allows us to pay the bills for a few months.
Yeah. I was going to come to Jason on this, because a similar question. You've done a lot of your work through self-publishing. I know you're out with Grimbold, etc. But when you look at it, do you purely let your imagination guide where the story goes? Or do you look and think, well, actually, that's not going to sell, I ought to try this idea instead?
I am at the moment, and because I'm a student first and foremost, I'm quite satisfied being a happy amateur. So I can actually be a bit pretentious, I can be as arty-farty, I can write everything with absolute honesty and truth and integrity and be absolutely pure to my creative vision. I don't sell many copies. So there's, at some point, I think everyone will have to face a compromise to be made as to whether to be a bit more market savvy. And I'm sure you can do that actually by, you don't need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I'm sure you can refine what you do, as sort of in my earlier example, sort of necessity made me write something a bit differently and it came out better as a result. So I think, possibly as part of the evolution of a writer is that you will learn to realise your creative vision, but also happen to have something that falls within a packageable genre at the same time. I think that is the difference between an amateur and a pro. I'm not there yet. I'm studying dynamics of genre within crime fiction, but it will apply everywhere. What I'm studying will enable me, I'm sure, to be able to then, in 3, 4, 5 years' time, be as professionally minded as I can, and that will be great. But actually, it really is liberating at the moment, writing something, knowing I can self-publish this. If it sells 10, 20, 30, if it sells 1 copy, that doesn't actually hurt me. So for the moment, actually, as the amateur of the group, it's quite a fun thing to be.
I think by those criteria, I'm still an amateur, because I don't think I have ever really seriously compromised what I've been writing for the market or for shaping it for a particular publisher or anything. And once I'm in that story, that's the story that needs to be told. And one of the things I was thinking about when you were talking about that is, I think one of the big differences with what you're doing and my experience where I am is that the conversation with the editor is the critical point. When you're in complete control of what you want to do, then the negotiation with the editor, I think, is where there may be an influence of what they're thinking about as marketable. But all of the editors I've worked with have very much been, let's make this the best story possible. Because I've been very lucky, I've worked with wonderful editors. And the only time that I've had a major disagreement with my editor was when she wanted there to be not such a horrendously bleak ending to one of my books. And that was a very interesting and serious discussion. But other than that, there hasn't been any kind of constraint or sanitizing or would you agree with that? We are given a huge amount of freedom.
We are. It could be talent in your case, don't it? It could be the fact that they have to put you in some sort of marketing box, but you get a lot more leeway because the editors normally are our advocates. It's the bloody bean counters that aren't. And I've never had an editor who isn't enthusiastic, even if they want to make changes. They want to make the book the best they can, and they don't want to actually limit you and change your vision if they can get away with it.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a while ago, and it should never have happened. The only one time that I did have an issue is where, and this was from the marketing department, probably, I don't think it was Jo Fletcher, I don't know, maybe it wasn't. She was my editor at Glance, and she wanted to, we were 3 books into a 3-book deal that was about to become a 5-book deal, and she wanted me to degender and call myself J.N. Fenn, and I was not having any of that. I fired my agent over it, an agent who may have been mentioned on this panel earlier, who's not taking my place, not taking my point. Yeah, so they have to dance to marketing's tune, but they're on our side, and I think that's an advantage you do have if you are traditionally published. I mean, yes, you've still got the constraints, but you've got an ally as well.
Yeah.
Just something I think Emily, you said just now, reminded me of something as well, was when I was writing a trilogy for Angry Robots, City of 100 Robots, they asked me to write a synopsis for the next 2 books, having written the first one. I had no idea what was going to happen, so I sent them this synopsis, and I think actually it was a 2-book deal, and we were negotiating on the 3rd book. I said to my editor, well, do you want, shall I update you what's happened on the 2nd book so you know where the 3rd book's going to go? He said, "Oh, don't worry, I've read your synopsis." And I laughed. I said, "Yeah, but do you want to know what actually happened in the book, rather than that fairy story that you said at the beginning?" It's daft to ask a writer to write a synopsis for a book.
They've just got to have something to show to
Yes.
prove that you are going to do something else. But if they are an editor that's on your side, then they will let you have as much creative freedom as they think you can get away with.
I think it's actually a circle of hell, isn't it? Where writers go who have been awful people, then you just have to sit there and write a synopsis every day and not know if it's going to get through to a publishing deal ever. Horrible things to write.
Of everything I've ever done in writing, I think the synopsis is the thing that still has me sitting up in cold sweats at night.
It's just awful. It's really awful. It's really depressing because you may have like a fairly good idea about the kind of stuff that you want to do, but as soon as you start to try and write it up on 2 sides of A4, it sounds like the most rubbish, dull story that has ever been conceived of in the Northern Hemisphere since the history of ever. And you don't even want to write it yourself by the time you get to the end of it, let alone use that to persuade somebody to try and give you some money.
Put all your good ideas in a trash compactor and squash it down until it's unrecognisable, then give it to somebody and say, there, you want to publish
Exactly.
that.
I always send it as an attachment and say to my agent, imagine this, but actually good? Question mark. Send.
I think my worst situation I ever had was actually with you, Emma. We were both very drunk at a convention once, and I know it's hard to believe, and I was describing to you my next book, and I thought, I'm getting bored with this, and it's my book. You know? Very, very drunk. Yes. Okay, so what we're saying is that when it comes to genre definitions, they're more important to marketing people because they need to know it. But is there also a sense that, as a reader, the reader is relying on going to a section in a bookshop or a library or online now, in Amazon, whatever, and they can look up a category of book and feel some security that what's within that category might be to their tastes? Is that another purpose that genre definitions serves from the consumer's point of view?
I'm sure there are readers out there that will go, I only ever read epic fantasy if it's got dragons in it, but I don't think that that's a massive community of people. I may be wrong. I think most readers, or most avid readers, or like the people that come to this convention, they want to read stuff that's genre, but have wide and eclectic tastes. And I certainly do as a reader.
Yeah, it's always the first place in the bookshop I will go to, but it's kind of almost like why we come to conventions, isn't it? That's where my tribe is, that's where my people are, and that's the same in the bookshop, that's where my world people are. This is a terrible metaphor, but you know what I mean. I know that I'm much more likely to find something that will excite me in that area rather than other, I don't know, political thrillers or something. Or it's a kind of increasing your probability of finding something that you'll like.
It's like we're trusting the genre not to give us what we expect, but to give us what we don't. We're trusting the genre to surprise us.
I'll never forget many, many years ago when Jurassic Park was a big movie at the cinema, being in Heffer's bookshop in Cambridge, and one of the assistants came up with the customer and said, yes, you'll find it here, Jurassic Park's in the science fiction section. And she said, what? He said, I know, I don't understand why it's science fiction either.
and that, I completely agree. We are, of one tribe, and we want to actually bend the genres, and we want to explore, we want to go outside our comfort zone. But the annoying thing is that the vast majority of people who buy books, even science fiction and fantasy books, don't. And that's what the marketing people play on, that's what they rely on, and that's what they're paying their mortgage on, and that is the sad... Sorry to bring
I was going to say, we're going to get really depressed.
It's going to get really depressed. Sorry, my people, we are not all of the same tribe outside of this building. But yeah, and that's certainly the assumption they're making, which is actually quite insulting, because people that read science fiction and fantasy, and I think I probably speak for all of us, we're quite smart and imaginative, and we like to have our boundaries tested. But if you don't have anything that's going to make you step outside your comfort zone, and the things that are marketed to you as the same as this, just the same as this, with a bit of this, with some Game of Thrones thrown in, or whatever, you're like, oh yeah, I've got that much time, I might as well do that. So it's hard for people, I mean word of mouth, obviously social media, but double-edged sword there. But a lot of people I don't think are exposed to the wider than ever range of things, because self-publishing, that are available to read, and that is a sad thing.
Although, I think, because you mentioned Game of Thrones, there was that whole period of time where people were going into bookshops and saying, I've watched Game of Thrones and I'd like to read the books, and is there anything similar? And they'd never really engaged with the genre before. And I don't know if that's the Lord of the Rings film influence, in that everything that's on like Netflix and the like now seems to be one form or other genre.
That's a whole different panel.
Crime sells and it will always sell, but there's a lot more sci-fi and fantasy on the TV and on the cinemas nowadays than there was certainly when I was growing up.
I think it's
loud.
I think it's also true as well. I mean, I can remember when I was growing up, I was very frustrated by the fantasy I was reading, because Lord of the Rings has been a huge success as a book, and it seemed to me that every fantasy book I picked up, from Stephen Donaldson to Terry Brooks, they were all trying to write Lord of the Rings again, and the shadow of that book fell so large over fantasy. I don't think Game of Thrones has done so quite to that extent, because I think there's so much out there now that although Game of Thrones was huge, I don't think it's quite influenced things to that huge extent. Now, I've just had someone show a big sign to me, which wasn't rude, which is always a novelty. It was saying 5 minutes to go, so I think we've all been chatting away here and bumbling to ourselves. I would like to open this up and ask whether the audience have any highly intelligent questions.
May I invoke a panelist privilege to ask the first question?
Go ahead.
It's to Jane. This time last year, you and I were on a panel together. You mentioned, and I'm sure everybody here remembers it and is equally on.
Oh, I'm not feeling at all pressured now.
You mentioned something very bold and pushing the envelope, a narrative strategy whereby you were writing something almost entirely in the second person.
Yeah, I was writing it in second person, and I got about 25,000 words in and thought, fuck this. And it works for short stories, so I'm not as brave as I thought I was. Sorry, Jason.
I would just self-publish that and sell it.
Right, so yes, any questions in the audience? Jump at the back there.
Something that I've noticed appearing as a more common classification is the cross-genre. So not in the sense of, not in the sense of science fantasy, but the cross-genre thing where it's implicitly combining more than two genres. What do you think of that kind of thing? Using a single main genre and several sub-genres to tell the story you want, whether it's, say, a sort of a cross between romance, crime, and science fiction, that kind of thing.
I think they've always been here. They've always been there, and maybe there may be more granularity in terms of marketing breakdown. But if you pluck most books off a shelf, you could find elements of those different genres across them. So yeah, I think there. I mean, when people talk about romance, I find that hilarious, because romance as a genre encapsulates so many sub-genres. It's almost like a snapshot of all genres everywhere under the umbrella of romance. And so I think when you have a very sophisticated readership, as you do within the romance world, I don't read it, but I have talked to people about this, they need more of that granular detail on what flavour it is, because they read voraciously and they want to know. It's almost like, what kind of food do I fancy? I want some pasta, but what do I want it with? And so I think that's something we've seen.
And I was going to mention back in the 80s, there was an American author, still is, she's still alive and she's still writing some great stuff, called Catherine Nazaro. And she wrote a wonderful, wonderful science fiction series about an imperial house. But there was also a lot of romance involved, and she won romance book awards and science fiction awards. And going back to my childhood, an author who I loved was Roger Zelazny. And he would dance between science fiction and fantasy and science fiction. To heck with any definitions.
Yeah.
He wrote what he wanted to write, and I as a reader just lapped it up.
We could probably do an entire panel on mashups.
Yes. Yeah.
I think I was on there last year.
And Slipstream, which is something that some of my stories have been described as slipstream. I still don't quite know what that is.
There was another question, I think I saw a hand raised over there. Or did I imagine it? Someone stretching, probably. Okay, Farah.
You're all talking to me about genres with something kind of fixed, but genres come, go, change, etc. Judith Flanders talks about the genre of sensation novels, which we don't even have anymore, but which, say, Oliver Twist was part of, which we now have in a social realist category. So, if you could come up with a different genre, a different description that would become a genre for your work, what would it be?
We're not allowed to.
We're just making big signs saying games now.
Dun, dun, dun.
We will have a think and tell you in the bar. I would just like to say thank you very much for listening to us all burble on up here, and most of all, thank you very much indeed for my 4 panellists for trying to produce some elements of wisdom about my complete inanity.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
So
So, we're doing the guest of honour interview with me and Jane Fenn in the continuing adventures of Liz and Jane, deeply challenged as we often are, and here we are again today in about 10 minutes. But prior to that, I'm going to do a reading, and about an hour ago we did a book launch for the Fallow Sisters series, which I'm very grateful to have brought out with Ian Waits and Yukon Press. And there are 3 books available at the moment: Comet Weather, Blackthorn Winter, and Embertide. But there is a 4th book in the series, which is with Ian at the moment. He's waiting to edit it. Once he has, I quote, done with Neil Asher and Ian Watson. So we're looking forward to having that process out. And that book is called Salt on the Midnight Fire. And like the preceding books, it's set in a particular season. So this series starts out in autumn with Comet Weather, goes into the winter with Blackthorn Winter, then goes into Embertide in the spring. And Salt on the Midnight Fire is set mainly in London and Cornwall, and it's set in summer. So it's kind of the Fallows going mad at the seaside type of thing. I'm going to start by reading the prologue, which doesn't feature any of the main characters at all, in time-honoured fashion. But if I read through that, and then we'll see if my voice holds out. As I say, I do apologise for the current state. It may make it more interesting than it would otherwise have been, let's hope. Okay. Quick swig of water. All right. Out on the island, the wind roared down the chimney and the fire leapt up. Eloan went to the window and pushed the heavy cowhide to one side. The bay was black under a sickle moon, too thin and frail to cast any radiance over the water, and the clouds were racing. A light flickered out across the bay, once, twice, 3 times. She knew the signal. Her breath was snatched by the wind. She let the hide fall back and sought what warmth the guttering fire provided. The old woman had told her that she ought to be grateful that she and her child had shelter here in this great gale, that she had come to the attention of those in high places. But Eloan was not grateful at all. She knew she did not have a choice. Now that the signal had come, events had started to move again after this brief lull, carrying Eloan and her child with them like a winter tide. There had never been any chance of going back. The high sea thundered at the base of the rock, and Eloan's thoughts too began to thunder with it in her head. Her vision went red and dark. When it cleared, she found that she was sitting down, rocking the cradle to and fro, but with too much force, so that the baby gave a small, uncertain cry, more like a gull than a human child. The creak of the door drowned the little sound out. "It will be midnight soon," the old woman said. Eloan gave a mute nod. The old woman did not ask if she was ready. That did not matter. "He'll soon be here," the woman said. Eloan felt the signal flash again, sharp like a needle's prick in the centre of her mind. She bowed her head to where the child lay, staring into the dark. And then high above her, in the church that crowned the island, the midnight bell began to toll. Okay, so my voice is just about holding out. So I'm going to read the first chapter of this after this prologue, and this features one of the Fallow sisters, Bea or Beatrice. "I have broken my promise. Every so often, throughout that spring, this uneasy thought had returned again and again to Bea Fallow. Hoovering the dining room, chopping vegetables, walking the dogs in the orchard, overseeing the building work on the barn conversion, whatever she had been doing, at some point, the thought intruded. I have broken my promise. I did not mean to break it, but that is what I have done." It was not as though it was a secret either. She had discussed it at length with her lover Ned Dark, with her sisters and their partners, with Sam's grandmother for Vane March. She had talked it through with the local master of foxhounds and de facto lord of the manor, Nick Ratchell-Haynes, with her neighbour, Laura Amberley, who had secrets of her own to keep. It sometimes seemed to be that she had discussed her broken promise with the entire population of the south of England. Several people in London had also been made privy to her problem too. Not all of those people were entirely human, and at least a couple of them were no longer alive. The one person she really needed to tell was her mother, Alice, but Alice was, once more, off the road in pastures and forests unknown. How frustrating. The general consensus, whenever Bea did discuss it, was always the same. We'll just have to wait and see, and hope. So this, on the evening of May Eve, Old Walpurgis night, was exactly what Bea was doing. Sam had taken the placid, piebald horses over to Amberley. When he and Luna were on the road, the horses pulled their van, and the pair usually resided in the field adjacent to Mooncote, but Laura Amberley would be looking after them that night. They were mowing the back fields, Sam had said. Bea had made sure that all the dogs were safely in the house, along with the cats, although these, unusually for their species, were rarely any trouble when it came to these occasions. They seemed to know that something was on the wind, secreting themselves in the nooks and crannies of the old house, lying low. Bea could do nothing about the many birds, the rooks and starlings, bluetits and woodpeckers, the jackdaws which chapped and squabbled about the chimneys, but she had to trust that they were sensible enough to keep themselves out of sight. Their numbers never seemed to be depleted in the morning, at least as far as she could tell. She waited now, with Dark by her side, looking out over the back field. It was late in the evening now, the year growing on, and the sun sinking into a rosy western light over the hills. At the top of the field stood Sam and Luna's van, now parked up, and Sam's grandmother, Fir March, in residence. Most nights, Bea found it comforting to look out of the window and see the little light in the window of the van that was a candle lit by Ver, but tonight the van was dark. She knew that Ver would be watching from somewhere safely out of sight, keeping the vigil with them. The van was not the only structure in the paddock. A field shelter formed a small humpy shadow on a slope of tussocky grass and reed down by the stream. An absolutely ordinary English pastoral view. Except that it was not ordinary at all, for this was part of Bea's not a secret, that earlier in the spring she had bargained with the inhuman leader of the Wild Hunt, granting him access across this land in exchange for her life and those of others. A throughway, a corridor, a smers, linking the Hunt's patchwork territories together. She had granted this access to Ache and Drum, goat-eyed, ram-horned hellweir of the Hunt, because it was the least of the things that he wanted. There were other, bigger things that he had tried to take, and one which he had tried to stop, her sister Stella's quest in London. But it had been too late. By the time Bea came home again, from uphill and down dale, Stella had found what and who she was looking for, and so Bea's promise had been broken before it had began. She did not know what this breach of trust would bring. Perhaps nothing, but perhaps much. This is the third time the Hunt has ridden over Mooncote land, Ned Dark said, and Bea knew that she was echoing her own thoughts. She reached out and took his hand, a strong sailor's hand, not like the hand of the ghost, which Ned was. Yes, Good Friday and then Mark's Eve and Mark's even now. May Eve always was a chancy, unruly time, in my day as well as yours. Yes, it's changed its pattern. Up the road, and nearby Glastonbury, they would be celebrating Beltane tomorrow, with a maypole carried ceremoniously up the High Street, and no doubt a fearsome amount of cider and mead consumed, while bonfires were ignited. Other towns nearby would be holding their own celebrations. These days, among modern pagans, it was a celebration of fertility and sex, but in older times, so Dark had told her, May Eve was a time when the fairies came to the world of men, with no good intent. They lit the balefires when I was a boy, Dark said. The pearl which hung from his earlobe, just above his ruff, stirred in a draught which Bea could not feel. To drive the herds and the flocks between, to bless them as they went to pasture. Bea smiled. And what did the church have to say about that? why the church said nothing at all if it was wise. And old Father Merriam, who was priest at Holborn in my childhood days, was a very wise man. Thank you. Hello, Jane Fair.
Oh, that's good. He's left the wine.
I've got some, but I'll have some more.
Use a couple of minutes to get over our coughing fits and get our wine sorted.
Yes. I'll just choke quietly here in the corner. Don't sit too close to me, Jane.
I'll probably have the same thing.
I should be ringing a bell.
Are you looking after that one?
I am now. In your own time.
That's cough medicine, presumably.
Medicinal purposes.
There we are. Yeah, totally medicinal purposes.
Yes, you can top me up. Thank you.
Indeed.
We now have no shame either.
No.
Thank you.
You don't get to survive long as a writer without having the ability to shame. Without,
Yes.
Not imposter syndrome.
No, we don't have that either.
No.
No.
Thank God.
Yeah.
The wine helps.
Yeah. Awesome.
Right.
Jane, welcome.
Hello.
Thank you for agreeing to interview me.
It's a pleasure. We could just talk bollocks for an hour and nobody would, well, we'd lose our voices, obviously.
Well, we lose our voices, yes.
Yeah, we'll keep going for as long as one or both of us can, and then we'll move on to the medium of interpretive dance.
This is not going to end well, is it?
Nope. Well, welcome to you.
Thank you.
It's about bloody time they had you as a guest.
Well, it's a great pleasure, but actually a lot of the time...
do a really great dancing properties.
Yes, Halloween, Samhain, whatever you want to term it, has slightly buggered up my career at BristolCon. Not EasterCon, that would be weird.
That would be weird.
That would be weird.
That's the Christian one.
That's a Christian one. Yeah, because we used to, as many of you know, run a shop in Glastonbury.
We may go on to that.
We may go on to that. We don't anymore, thus somewhat freeing up my Samhain.
Yes.
Because it is one of our busiest times of the year as pagans. Over to you.
Right, I have a bunch of questions. They're not very interesting, so you can just talk about whatever you want.
Okay.
Also, you guys will get a chance to answer, assuming my phone doesn't run out of charge and I can work out what the time is, ask some questions at the end. So
We've got time.
We've got a time thing. Okay, well if it gets to 5 minutes, we definitely will. So I'm going to start with that very boring, but kind of necessary question. When did you first realise you wanted to be a writer, a storyteller?
Yeah, about 6, I think.
Yeah.
And my mother wrote, as a lot of people here know, she was a novelist and she wrote Gothic fiction for Robert Hale in the 70s. She had about 12 or 13 books published. So as I have said to people before, having a woman in the house who, between all the other stuff that she did, sat down and wrote novels about weird stuff was perfectly normal. And I think that I'm very similar to my mother, as Trevor will testify. And I think it just got passed on. So when I was probably about 7 or 8 actually, I started writing what would now be termed fanfic or pastiches, but which I felt even at that age was kind of a bit of a rip-off of Lloyd Alexander's Prydain. Because I loved those books when I was a child, and I still do love them. I was very influenced by Celtic mythology because my family is Welsh and Scots, among other things. And so I didn't have a Christian upbringing. I had an upbringing that was basically mythological. And the Prydain novels, I'm not quite pronouncing that correctly, it's Prydain actually. Spot the person who's just started to learn Welsh. But whatever. I started writing kind of a fanfic based on those. And then I kind of felt that it wasn't really good enough. I felt bad about writing fanfic because I was drawing too much on somebody's ideas. And then I started writing about the world that would eventually become the world in Mondial, the world in Ghost Sister, when I was about 12 or 13.
I was going to say that's a very early self-realisation on that front.
Yeah, I think I was kind of lucky. But I also had parents who basically encouraged it.
Yeah, you were very pleasingly immersed in that.
Yeah, I've not really changed that much. 6-year-old me and 57-year-old me are kind of like the same person. And I do know people who have, radically changed. in terms of one religion to another, for example, and I kind of haven't. Not that shows a staggering lack of imagination, actually, or just a strong impetus towards continuity. I don't know.
I think it shows good luck in that you landed in the right place in this film, straight off.
Yeah, I might have been really specific in the queue at Reincarnational Central.
Yeah, well done. You did the paperwork right.
Yeah, and insisted.
Yeah,
with the
that,
passport,
that, and I've got that from day one. Yeah.
Next time I'm joining the cat queue.
We all are.
But we all are.
Yeah, that's a long queue, and you have to work up to that one.
Yeah, you have to.
I was going to ask about your early influences, but you've already said some of them.
Some of them, yeah. The other one was, when I was about 11, my mum, bless her, went into the local library and suddenly thought, God knows why, I'll start reading some science fiction. And she brought home a bunch of Jack Vance's, including the unfortunately titled A Wank, which went straight over them. I like to think of it as being a bit German, the Vonk.
Yeah,
the Vonk. And that was the first one I read, and then she managed to find the first one, and then she found the Der Deer, or how we pronounce it, and the Pnum, and we read those, and then we read some more, and then we read some Andre Norton. So she, at the age of, I think, about 40, late 40s, and me at the age of about 11, kind of discovered science fiction at the same time.
That's brilliant. So you actually broadened your mother's reading, not narrow, you broadened your mother's reading taste at the same time. You were great excuse to get into science fiction.
Yeah, absolutely. She's still with us, God. She's 94, she's still reading science fiction. She spent a lot of lockdown rereading Peter Hamilton, which I had the great privilege of telling him in the bar earlier. And I just thought, that's just great, actually. He was really pleased. He sent his regards to my mother. She'll be really pleased. It's like we're all really pleased. But when, a few years ago when my mother was out and about more, she's now pretty much housebound, she used to go to markets and second-hand bookstores, and this is when she was in her, I guess, late 70s, early 80s. And she would pick up old science fiction paperbacks, because she still reads it, and the market seller would always say the same thing. "Oh, is this for your grandson?" Oh, it's like the Batman cartoon. No, it's for me. But she's still into it. I'm still into it. Here we all are.
Of course, there's a step there between having written it for yourself as fan fiction and realising that it's something that you can move on to actually someone paying you to write the stuff you want to write, which is how, when, where did all that happen?
So that happened in my late 20s because I did a doctorate and was in academia for a long time and didn't really write very much. And then when I finished the doctorate, I started feeling I could actually write fiction. So let's have a go. Had a go. Did some stuff published by InDesign, which was really pleasing. Then had a crack at a novel and was told by my writing group in Brighton, it's kind of great, it's kind of really imaginative, and there's lots of stuff we haven't seen before, but it's also a bit like a kung fu movie, in that we don't know what's happening, and we don't think you know what's happening either, which was entirely correct. So I kind of pruned it back, that sort of got turned into something else. So paying a little bit more attention to structure and plot. I wrote Ghost Sister, sent it to Sean McCarthy, who was actually advertising in Locust, because she had just left her agency in New York and moved to New Jersey to bring up her kids, was striking out on her own. And actually, unusually for literary agents, actually put an ad in Locust to say, I'm looking for clients. So I sent that to her, and she made me rewrite it in a kind of 9-month gestational period, because it was a bit like a kung fu movie still. And then she made me rewrite it again. But then she sold it quite quickly, in about 3 months.
Was she the first agent you queried? Yes. I hate you.
I know. Yeah.
Sorry,
I know. I hate you too. And she's still my agent. I have to say, really, I'm good at what I do. I am very talented. I don't suffer from imposter syndrome, but I was lucky.
Yeah. That is
right place at the right time. I think you've really got to kind of look at your career as objectively as you can, and luck does play a really big part.
Oh yes.
So yeah. So that's how I started writing.
Now, obviously, writing in academia don't pay great. You've had some interesting day jobs. Are there any you care to tell us about?
Yeah. Well, I was selling flowers around restaurants in Brighton.
Nice.
during which somebody stuck out a cigarette on my hand. That was fun. Yeah. So there was that. But I didn't actually have a lot of terrible jobs. That was a terrible job. But I didn't actually have a lot of terrible jobs. I went to work for the land registry. I did some work on an archaeological site, which is one of the best jobs I've ever had, but that was a volunteer. The land registry was paid. I went to work for language schools fairly early on. I didn't really have a lot of bar jobs, restaurant type jobs. So again, I was lucky that I did put the work in. I went and got a TOEFL certificate. And that has been one of the single best things, career-wise, I've ever done. Because coupled with a Cambridge doctorate, which means that parents overseas go, I want her to teach my child, because she will get my useless child into Cambridge. But there are lots of other rich people's useless children, I have to say. That was a really good thing to do. So language schools, yeah, that's been my main career, international education. Then I left Brighton, moved in with a man in red trousers, and started running a witchcraft shop, like you do.
Yeah, we'll go on to that.
Yeah, so that was a bit of a career jump, I guess.
And you teach creative writing as well?
Yes, I do. Yeah, which I really like. I've enjoyed my work. It's been work rather than a career.
Yes.
I kind of feel like my career goal was to survive. Sort of.
Yeah.
I have, sort of.
Yes, I think that's true of a lot of writers.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
something that keeps us moderately sane.
Yeah.
Yours have been quite often complimentary, which is
Yeah.
excellent. Were you a tarot reader for a while? Or did
Yeah, I was a tarot reader on Brighton Pier for a while.
Yeah.
I still am a tarot reader, actually.
Yeah.
Available for hire.
Very fine.
But this was on a cute little hut on Brighton Pier. And my friend Bob got me this job because a friend of his had hired the hut. And if you hire a hut on the pier in about 1993, it costs about 13 grand for the summer. And you've got to be there for the whole time. When the pier opens, 10 o'clock in the morning, when the pier shuts, midnight. And it's a long shift and you couldn't take breaks. So she basically sub-rented it out to her mates. Bob couldn't handle it either, notoriously work shy. And so I got Thursday night. So I used to sit in the hut and read tarot for people.
Bet you've met some interesting people for certain values of interesting.
Yes, and values of interesting. Actually, the most interesting person I met was the woman who'd actually hired it in the first place. There was a knock on the door of the tarot booth, and I opened the door and said, hello? And this voice went, in rather similar tones to the one I'm speaking in, I'm down here. And there she was, and she was only about 3 feet high, and she had bright green hair and pointed ears and a strong Finnish accent.
So she was an elf then?
Yes, and she said, I just popped by to see how you're getting on, you're right.
That's
I said,
normal for
"Yeah,
Brighton,
fine."
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was very typical of Brighton, actually. Brighton was a good training ground for moving to Glasgow.
Yes, indeed. As I say, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
On a similar vein, obviously you've been immersed in the pagan lifestyle. You
Yes.
are a practicing druid. I don't know what the correct terms for this is.
Well, one of my favourite pagan books ever was Practical Atlantean Magic, to which my late partner remarked, where is the companion volume? Impractical Atlantean Magic.
Yeah, I'm already seeing a couple of contradictions just in the title.
Yeah, there's a bit of cognitive dissonance there. Yes, I am a practising British occultist, is what I like to say.
I think that's, yes, I should have used that phrase. Now, how does it, and it's pretty obvious actually to anyone that's read it, how does that inform your writing?
It informs my writing that a lot of the magic is made up, but a lot of the magic is not. Especially in Blackthorn Winter, a lot of the demonology is actual demonology. A lot of the hermetic stuff is actual hermetics. Two people in Blackthorn Winter are real people. I will not spoil it in case there are any occultists in the audience, because if there are, they go, oh, you got him in! So I don't want to do that. They realise at the end. Which is nice. Here's to them.
Excellent. Your fiction, I mean, this doesn't surprise me knowing your background, your fiction is very wide, it's hard to categorise. The previous panel was on writing in different genres, insofar different genres are a thing. You have written what might be called slipstream, you've written hard SF, you've written epic fantasy, you've written weird detective occult shit, I don't like those. You've written other things I probably haven't read. Do you want to comment at all on that, other than to say that it's all there to be had?
It's all there to be had, but I kind of feel that I've always felt that my job as a science fiction writer was to stretch as far as I possibly could. Now that's not as far as other people. including people in this audience. You know, some people have taken their genre and taken it to places that I just couldn't go to. But I've taken it, I think, as far, him. I think I've taken it as far as I possibly could within my personal limitations. And I just want to keep stretching and stretching and stretching.
And I'm guessing it probably helps that you were brought up in an environment where there were no rules and you could just go with whatever you wanted and explore whatever you wanted.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, my parents in many ways are very conventional people. My father worked for a bank, Lloyd's. My mother was a teacher and then gave up teaching to have me. But she also wrote Gothic fiction, as remarked, and my father was a stage magician. In his spare time, he was a conjurer. And that was a great background to have as a kid, because my dad and my mum were very into second-hand bookshops. And my dad used to come home with books on magic, but they weren't always books on stage magic, because Dad wasn't very good at reading blurbs on the back, and there weren't blurbs on the back of some of these.
I could foresee some accidents at home during your childhood.
Yeah, so like 12 years old, I was reading things like Eliphas Levi and you know, The Secret Law of Magic.
Where's the rabbit? Where's the hat? Oh wait, this is actually changing reality shit.
But then a lot of it, you know, a lot of practical. This is, I guess, what is known to the world and to a certain extent to us as black magic. It's demonology. It's summoning demons to get your will in the world. And the demons fascinated me because each demon has a sigil, which looks very much like a circuit diagram. And my father and I always had this theory that they were actually circuit diagrams in some sense. But summoning demons isn't terribly sensational.
It is for most of us.
Yeah, it is for most of us, but if you start reading medieval grimoires, what most demons want in terms of sacrifice is a small piece of burned bread. They like toast. It's not like full-on kidnapping a policeman and burning him to death. It's like toast, and it's like mice if you're really going to go hardcore. And a lot of this stuff, I just couldn't see the point. I never tried it. I couldn't see the point at the age of 12 as a cisgendered heterosexual girl of doing a spell that would cause a naked woman to appear in your room at midnight. Like, who the hell wants that? How stupid, I thought. Oh, how dumb is that? So I never practiced that, because it's just boring. A lot of it is very boring. It's treasure-seeking, it's sex, neither of which, the treasure-seeking was actually a little bit more interesting to me. It's power, which as a 12-year-old child was not like top of the agenda. It's finding lost objects, really big in medieval magic, and actually healing people. Because, and I go on about this a lot, medieval magic is a service industry. We now have the police, we have the NHS, we have an awful lot of resources which our forebears did not have. And so a lot of magic was sort of last resort. I'm at the end of my tether, I don't know what to do. I'm going to do some magic. Some of this was aided and abetted by the church, a lot of it was practiced by the church. You get Catholic deacons joining together with ceremonial magicians to find buried treasure under the floors of Britain's cathedrals. It's a lot more complex and a lot more interesting, actually, than a lot of people feel it is. But at the age of 12 and 13, a lot of it was like, whoosh, why would you have this?
It's not really what you're after.
No.
It's not kind of sweets and growing pains, is it?
No, it's sweets and growing pains, and it's not good exam results either.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing.
Which I was kind of...
Yeah, particularly if that kind of thing, you'd have been advised.
I'd have been like, yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
So I think maybe time to talk about Glastonbury, which we probably could do until your voice runs out. How long have you lived there?
2005.
Yeah, so you basically spent 17 years on an alien planet.
Yes, I have. Yeah, but I come from Brighton.
This is true, yes. I guess it's a slightly easing you into it. It's not the complete culture shock.
No, it wasn't anyway. I first went to Glastonbury in about the 1970s, and that was on a family holiday. We were going to Lyme Regis. We stopped off at the Abbey because we were into Arthur. It was nice. We went to a cafe. And I came back in 1990 because my partner, my late partner Charles, had friends who were running the assembly rooms in Glastonbury. So I went there, and we went from then on until he died in 2002. We went for about 3 or 4 times a year. And it was great, but I thought, I'm never going to live here. It was even weirder than Brighton. And, you know, the bar was high, actually. And then Charles died in 2002. It's his 20th anniversary this year. And about 2 years after that, I met Trevor, moved in with Trevor, the rest is history. Moved into Glastonbury. We don't live in town, we live in a village.
Yeah, which is why you're still saying. But you did end up running, is it 3, 4 shops?
Yeah, it was 4. It was, well, 3 shops and an art gallery.
Yeah.
The art gallery is fun, actually. The shops were fun.
How did you end up that deeply enmeshed?
Well, we just grew. Trevor actually bought the shop in about 2002 from a couple who decided to open a business and have a baby in the same year.
The baby one.
Yeah, the baby one. They were hippies. They couldn't handle it. They disappeared in a VW van into the sunset. Never to be heard of in this story again. And so Trevor, who was had just come to the end of an IT career, essentially bought the shop for about £2,000 and ran it. And ran it until 2020, when, with a big sigh of relief, we were closed down by the government. But the lease was ending anyway.
But you had acquired some more shops along the way.
Yeah, we grew and then we contracted.
Yeah.
Which, hello, small business.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Go on. Tell me, I've read Diary of Witchcraft Shop 1 and 2 and it's amazing. Give us some highlights of the things that people think, that's fiction, it's stranger than fiction, but it was real.
Yeah, no, none of it was stranger than fiction. I read in the paper today an interview with a guy who's written a book on the history of the SAS. These are not comparable, right? I'm not drawing an analogy.
Good.
But he mentioned that there was one episode, I will get onto the witchcraft shop in a minute. There was one episode in which the guy who started the SAS wanted to put out some maps of the Western Desert on a pool table in a bar in Cairo. But there were people who were actually playing pool. So he got rid of the people by throwing a hand grenade onto the pool table, which made the room clear really quickly. It was a live grenade. This is an incredibly stupid and dangerous thing to do. And the guy writing the script for this documentary, a dramatised documentary, essentially made it a fake grenade because he didn't think that anybody would believe that anybody would be mad enough to lob an actual hand grenade onto a...
With or without the pin?
I don't know.
Presumably with the pin, because someone's
I
still
would
alive
think,
to tell the
yeah,
story.
someone's still alive. But even so, not a good thing to do.
Do not try
so
this at home.
there were a few cases of that where I had to omit stuff or tone it down because I thought that people wouldn't believe it or that we would be sued.
We would believe it, none of us will sue you.
Yeah.
Tell us the bits that didn't make it in.
Well, I'll take the bit that it possibly had, whether it has made it in actually. It was on Facebook, but we had problems with the shop flooding bit. There was a leak somewhere. It flooded the carpet. It kept doing it. Eventually we got sick of this, and after a particularly heavy rainstorm, we called out Wessex Water, and they came and they had the pavement up, and they said it's not underground enough, it's something to do with it's above ground. So we had to go and get the other water company out. And they came very promptly, and I was at home, Trevor was in the shop, and I got a message on Facebook Messenger that said, we found the problem. I was like, oh, thank God for that, you know, they fixed it. Dragon in the drain pipe. And I looked at this and I thought, I haven't just read that. At 10 o'clock in the morning. Essentially sent a message back that read, what? And he said there was a dragon stuffed up the drain pipe. And then sent me a photo of this beanie baby. This little pink thing with squiggy wings. And they said, yeah, they said it was up the pipe, blocking the pipe. That's what, sorry love, that's what you need. And then they said, can we take the dragon and can we mount it on the front of the van? Which they did. They were really pleased.
It's
it made
still
their
there
day.
5 years later.
It's still there, yeah, it made their day.
It ended surprisingly well for the dragon.
Yeah, it did, and for us, and for everyone really.
Do you think that was like a malicious act or an actual, you know, flew in there and turned into a beanie baby dragon?
I suspect small child.
Small child, yeah, small child.
Yeah, but no, we bought, one of the shops we bought from a woman who is in my top 5 of mad women. I have known, believe me, the bar is high. An ex-model who dealt with having lots of plastic surgery by pretending, most of all to herself, that she'd actually had diseases. So this is narcissistic behaviour, by the way, in case anyone's in any doubt. So if she had had a facelift, she told everybody that she'd had brain surgery. Breast reduction was breast cancer. You can see where this is going to end. It's like not well.
Self-delusion.
Yeah, and then she told me that she'd actually make a success of the business by having sex with Satan in the changing room of the shop that we had bought.
Was it a big changing room?
No, it wasn't. It
Was
was
it
absolutely
and stuff?
No, it was actual. We thought of putting up a blue plaque. Yeah, she was batshit, sociopathically crazy, but unfortunately also rich. So I kind of left her out because she is also incredibly litigious.
Yeah, lawyers.
Yeah, and this is a woman who she fell out with our friend Richard over something. Richard had insulted her. He probably hadn't insulted her. There was a knock on the door at Richard's place on a housing estate in Glastonbury. And he opened the door, and there was X's husband in full plate armour with a sword. And he said, "I understand that you have insulted my Lady Queen." To which Richard replied, "Fuck off," and slammed the door in his face, and no more was heard about it. But this is the level of batshit that these people are, and that's why they did not make it into the book. Because A, no one would believe it, and B, she would have said it.
Yeah.
Sad.
It's good to get the behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah, however, this stuff is written down,
Yeah.
and if it's still around and we're not on mute or something, it's going to the Witchcraft Museum in Boscastle when I die.
Yes.
So that the whole world will know how mad some of these people actually are.
And can no longer be sued and hopefully no longer be summoned.
Yeah.
Yeah. In theory.
In theory.
Do you mean that in a legal sense or?
No.
Say, another part of your life, Milford, which I think some people know about. Milford
Hooray.
Workshops.
Yes, hooray. Shout out, who went to Milford?
Who went to Milford this thing? Yay!
Yeah. It's, Milford is the annual science fiction writers workshop. It's peer review, peer critique. It takes place in beautiful Snowdonia every year. We are now expanding it to run a retreat in May. Main workshop takes place in September. This is your short break for commercials. We are currently running a bursary scheme for non-white and peculiarly financially disadvantaged writers. We will pay for the workshop fees, they have to get themselves up there, but we pay for accommodation. If you know anybody who would benefit from this, please let us know. We do not want the workshop to become a clique. This is its 50th year. Not just in this country, but in the States. It started, I think, by Damon Knight in Philadelphia, Milford, Philadelphia, which is what's called Milford, 50 years ago. And it has been running ever since. We're really proud of it. It does a good job. Everybody enjoys it, we hope. This is where somebody puts their hand up and went, in 1982, it was rubbish. But yeah, if you do know writers, you need to have had 2 pro-publications. But if you do know writers who you think would benefit from it, particularly from other parts of the world, let us know.
Excellent. That was a plug which I thoroughly support. I've been to Milford many times. It's great. You're losing your voice and I don't want you to lose it completely, so I'm going to jump to the end and then ask the questions, and if you can sort of speak.
Yeah, I'll be able to speak.
Yes, okay, excellent. So, writing-wise, what's next? What are you working on at the moment?
Okay, so at the moment, there is a 5th Fellow Sister book, following a whole year. It's about 10 to 20,000 words in. I keep having ideas, and I think they're fine ideas, so I'm going to use them. So Ian Waits has provisionally said yes to that, but no contract yet, so because we haven't really got to that stage. So there'll be that. I'm doing a kind of science fantasy, Phyllis Whitney, if anybody knows Phyllis Whitney's Gothic novels, sort of a fantasy romance type knockoff, which is kind of for fun. We'll see how that goes. Some of Milford saw it, liked it. We'll see how that goes. For Reaction, who are the press in London, for whom I did a book called Miracles of Our Own Making on the history of paganism in Britain. I'm doing another one from them on folk customs, transgression and shape, which is really good. So I'm about 30,000 words into that. That's not due till 2024. But I am going to be interviewing people for that who do things like Morris dancing and protest and all that kind of stuff.
I love it that you keep both your fiction and non-fiction in parallel. There's not that many writers that have got those going.
Yeah, I like doing it, and also the other thing with this is I did a talk for Magical Women, which is a big occult conference. Yeah, don't do your voice about 2 weeks ago, in which we kind of looked at fantasy writers who are also pagans and who also practice, and there aren't that many of them. And I kind of wish there were more, because I like reading people whose magical practice has fed into their work. Catherine Kurtz is one as well. There's room for us all. There's room for fantasy writers who aren't pagan, who are other things as well. But I would kind of like to see us a little bit more represented.
I'm going to throw the floor open for questions. Aha! And Jeff, we'll start with you.
Your PhD topic at Cambridge was the philosophy of artificial intelligence, I believe?
No. No, it was actually investigations into a reliabilist epistemology.
Okay. Don't you have like multiple high-level degrees? You incredibly intelligent, overachieving person.
No, I've just got the
one.
So I had that wrong.
No, my master's degree was in AI.
Okay, your master's degree
My master's was in AI. And that was on Baconian logic induction. But primarily I am an epistemologist, which is one of those things that make people like, is that to do with getting pissed? Yeah, it probably should be. But it's the theory of knowledge, looking at the differences between hypotheses and knowledge. How can we know? What can we know? Inductive logic, deductive logic, that sort of thing. And that does feed into my work quite a lot.
Yes, I was going to say.
And it feeds even more into my Facebook feed, in which I am unbelievably pedantic. So I'm sorry about that.
Don't have to apologise.
Yeah. No, that was a faux apology. I'm not really sorry.
Excellent. Any more? Marion?
I believe at one time you lived for a while in Central Europe. Was
Asia.
that really,
Asia,
I'm sorry,
yes.
Central Asia. Was that really, really boring and normal compared to Glastonbury?
No. No, that was equally mad, but in a completely different way. That was all guns and money. Kazakhstan was like the Wild East at the time, it still kind of is. Central Asia is obviously, a melting pot of different cultures and different peoples and different religions, with two big, incredibly unpleasant neighbours, as we are now finding out, sadly. Kazakhstan is, unbelievably, the guy who was a dictator in Kazakhstan, this is why I get a little bit pissed off with people who say, well, we're living under a dictatorship. We really are not. I have lived under a dictatorship. It is completely different. Nursultan Nazarbayev, who wasn't as mad as the guy in Turkmenistan.
Oh,
he didn't. No,
basket of snakes.
Yeah, he was a basket of snakes. He renamed Tuesday, bread, and a whole load of other words after his mum. Nazarbayev didn't do that, but he did name the capital city after himself, Nur-Sultan. Nur-Sultan has now been changed back to Akmala, which was its original name, because Nazarbayev actually stood down, which is really, really unusual in dictators. He wasn't toppled, he voluntarily resigned and handed the whole country over to a not very nice and fairly hard line professor of political science at the University of Akmala, I think, which is unusual. To kind of is running the country in a fairly hardline way. People get killed and disappeared. But he's also stood up to the Russians. And they're letting a lot of Russians, and believe me, there are a lot of Russians, and letting a lot of Russians into Kazakhstan. And they've said that if you're a business and you don't want to work in Russia, hey, come on down.
Smart.
Risky.
Yes.
But less risky given the state of the Russian army. But unfortunately, Kazakhstan was one of those states that, with Ukraine, gave up its nuclear arsenal in order to essentially NATO. And I don't really have to say with the kind of it's all NATO's fault. I don't think it is. but NATO did say they would protect those countries. Now they kind of can't. But I don't think that Kazakhstan has actually given up its nuclear arsenal, because there's an awful lot of Kazakhstan that is desert, that nobody ever goes to, nobody knows what the hell is happening out in the steppe.
Including Gates of Hell being more frivolous again, coming back to the demons.
Yeah, Gates of Hell, that's fairly normal.
You might want to elaborate on that, you don't have to. But
Yeah, I think that was, there's the Gates of Hell in the Gobi Desert in one of them. 9 Layers of Sky is kind of a Kazakhstan novel, and things do come through portals, but that's more sort of historic. Yeah, it will be interesting. It's my adopted country. I would like to go back. I don't know whether I will, and it kind of depends on what happens with Russia at the moment. I'd like to go back to Russia. The last place Trevor and I went to was Siberia, which was about 6 years ago. We're probably not going to get to do that again, which is a bit of a pain. But like first world problems, we're not there. We're here.
Indeed.
You know, we've got friends in Ukraine, as have you. We all know what the situation is.
Any more questions at all? Oh, that was my frivolous thing then, which is, I grant you 3 wishes. What are they?
Ooh, world peace would be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, world peace would really be nice, actually. 3 wishes for myself. Almost as unattainable as world peace, I would like to remortgage my freaking house. I would like to see the back of this current government. I would like a decent government. Those are my 3 wishes. 4 wishes.
You're allowed for 2 of those are pretty much the same.
Yeah.
It's been a hoot. If there's anything else you'd like to say, you can. We're both running out of voice.
Yes,
It's a long day.
we need to charge up the voice generator.
The voice generator. You've got at least 1 more panel, 2 more panels?
1.
1, okay.
Thank you so much for coming to this, and thank you for putting up with my crappy voice.
And my coffee!
Yay! It's
Thanks,
the coffee sisters.
Yay!
Yay.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you. Well, to the bar.
Yes.
To the bar.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good. I'm so pleased. Thank you for coming.
It was very boring, but she's not. That was good. There's some stuff I knew.
Yeah, I do stuff I know. Right. Potentially, I'd love to go back. I've been to Uzbekistan and I've worked in it, but I would love to go back. Tell me more.
Okay.
Yes, I would. I would be seriously I would be seriously interested. Depends on when. It depends if we can get somebody to look after Mum.
And ditto, someone to look after.
Of course.
Yes, we need to chat about you guys coming over and seeing us and going and having them out to see one.
Yes, that's entirely true.
Lovely. As the social secretary, so again, and
fantastic. Well, we're really pleased.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Other things.
Well,
What
we
are
are
we doing next Friday?
close to home.
No, we're Cheltenham next Friday.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's not such a good idea.
I know.
In fact, David,
Did you go to the museum?
Yes.
They've got wine tasting.
Yes, it's a pain, isn't it?
No, I think
it's a pain, and the other thing is these 10,000 funds.
I think what we need to do is...
I know they're going to put pipes in, but they don't have the sewage plants. And I'm sorry about how we done the entrance and the parking lot. It's not good. Your street, Maryland Street, between Crawley, is becoming a
Yes.
You know, they have to go somewhere.
Yes, the infrastructure is not there, and they are financial with the infrastructure. And kids in Whitney can't get to school. Yeah, they're being bused to we have a spinal tap into the hospital of the trial.
Well, the man who said we can't possibly do anything about the water, he would be too expensive.
Yeah.
The food bank I worked in,
Because I really do feel
woman,
Harold's in
little boy, good friend, right behind my house, by the ruins of that Charbet. 2 days later came down with E. coli urinary infection. May have come to damaging water. Yeah, I mean it's just no, it's unbelievable. Even Mrs. Thatcher at the time, even she said, they must have liked her. They must have liked her. They must have liked her. You know.
But I mean, you know, Thatcher was evil. None of us would ever subscribe to her. But at least she had a view that was bigger than how to get me and my face to be as quickly as possible. We are now
and she cut taxes as a result of growth. It wasn't national thinking. Well, Mrs. Thatcher cut taxes, we'll cut taxes, and we'll get it.
Current regime, I really describe as cargo total service.
Yeah, or cost plus.
Yes.
You know, I'm playing with the church, although I'm playing Mrs. Thatcher.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cheryl yesterday. We know the best in this charity.
Right.
So, but, you know, now he's really senior and that kind of thing, no. But he was very quiet about it, so everybody else will make people.
I have to because the camera.
Yeah, so I did say so. If you want to mention it.
You know, if we're going, I'm going to troll around and try and catch up with whoever I may miss. Missing the bar.
At the very least, we should learn what she's
Well, this, I mean, they're closing down all the other coffee shops. They are open coffee shops. A mile of it.
Well, me and my friend John meet for coffee at the Cox Farm Museum. Because they have they've been lost in the
There are
horrible coffee.
Yes. You manage to get the sensibility. Absolutely doubting some of the fantastic stuff. Sensitive. I'm in one of them. Hello.
At the end of the day, you're looking at what they're looking at through the camera, which is their arsenal of energy, you know, and pulling various chunks off the
I am trying to. I had a call of the fiction a while ago.
Absolutely.
I'm going, yeah, I'm not going to read that again. I'm not going to read that again. And those ones that I'm trying to read some of them.
Well, it's 20 years village. So a lot of it is making shit up as we go along.
20 years. I'm going to have to read it again.
Maybe it was sort of egregiously wrong. She really wasn't. Yeah, she had done her homework. I don't care whether it's gardening or science or drilling, as long as it's kind of broadly within the whole part. I'm actually going to give it a pass and a gold star. If it's sort of like things then I might be a bit really or, you know, involving animal sacrifice with weapons. Seriously, no. You know, there are some who are listening to really not. You know, a lot of sex, drugs and rock and roll, yes, those groups will, a lot of them won't. But don't sort of paint us all with that. So that's where I'm coming from with that sort of stuff.
The only sacrifice we do is a bit of cider to the tree. I mean, I was going through, and then
I have an orchard.
we have rather tacky paperback.
Fantastic.
and do that very, very old-fashioned thing.
Oh, amazing.
I know, I sold it for 90 quid.
Even our league were getting extra to do cheap stuff, and they used to put pots at the back with an honesty trees. And I said, we can't stop, and they went, oh, it's a big small bits, you know, pounds, 2 litres of big bush.
Nothing somebody's too old to
just read, you know, because the movie is coming out. Oh, I chucked a lot of money in the tin, but I chucked a fiver in the tin, and came back.
And then one of my friends went, oh, you've got a copy of that. I've been, I've been
all
waiting
that
on it.
pictures.
From
last year when it's, and they went, oh my god, I'm going to die. And like, last shout, here's loads of all that.
Yeah, next year I want to see David Alley and go, and I thought they used to make some money for me.
Had you heard of Magical Women? Two terrible commissions. No, they're good people. Yeah, if you're doing other stuff. Yeah, the current scene. Well, Trevor and I run the OCOT conference for Brave Europe in Glastonbury. We would love to have you at that if you were willing to come down. We are well, we're sort of I'm from Gloucester. Whereabouts in Gloucester?
Well, we know you're good for it.
I was born along that one. I was actually born in the hospital.
Absolutely Glastonbury.
And he wrote this autobiography. Totally stiff. None of but I found a buyer in the States. It was interesting because,
It really are. It's tremendously complex. But yeah, we run the OCOT conference. Magical Women is second year. And that is for writers, artists, academics. It's more like an academic conference. You get like 40 minutes to speak, 20 minutes to speak. But it's really good. You might enjoy it as well. Come and hang out with the OCOT side of the force for a bit.
Doing a promotional thing where there was publishing teeny tiny books about that size, which would have like one short story.
Well, I'm slightly more useful than epistemology, I must say.
The policing one was a joke because I got it so I would be taken more seriously to work on it. You're right. And almost immediately the Conservatives came into power and made it redundant. And I've only ever really used the title to annoy people on the phone who ask if you're Miss or Mrs. You bent this up to like 10 minutes or something, and then you message back going, yes, but I really want it. It's that short story. It's only been published in that and some magazines can't get hold of it. It's been wanting to disappoint you.
Yeah, that's good. Networking. It happens.
It's rapid job, we'll take it down to Bow Street Mall. Again, that's me being an old commander.
Yeah, I know, back in the day.
I haven't done it before.
Boris was less impressed.
Another one around the Yes, I would probably spend money if I went to Brighton. I mean, I should. I'll stay in down silly stories about indie publishing. I could probably tell a few myself. Trailing down to Oxford to have dinner with Craig Martell at 20 to 50k, for example. It seemed like a good idea at the time. I'm not sure I really made any contacts, but... Who writes Space Opera?
I know. So I wore this very much this evening.
Well, there's some people that write a lot of it very quickly. There's a glorious couple in the States who call themselves the Writing Wives. Mallory, who is the ex-male
How did you do it?
of the partnership, now very definitely female, has a secondary persona that does post-apocalyptic gardening on TikTok wearing the gas mask and she's a character. Her wife's really sweet and shy. And I've made friends with them and they promised me faithfully that they will
This is not somebody who
advertise
A,
my stuff
understood and
when
B,
it
was
comes
sober.
out.
I just looked quite a lot like the Morris dancers in this get-up. I wasn't carrying a big stick. Close enough.
It's making contacts, isn't it?
Quite so. But yes, it's also comfortable as well. That's the other thing about it. I couldn't want pointy shoes. I thought, no, I'm just wearing comfy boots. Yeah.
Yeah, and actually you do need to sort of people in order to sell your book. So,
the rest to
you know, The Vanished Mage wouldn't have happened if Penny hadn't fallen into conversation with Peter at a convention and sold him Working Weekend.
Rather than wait till 8.
It's always a nice surprise when something works like that.
It is bizarre, yes. Well, I'm going to be my most recent novel, which is 9 years ago, when it was published, had I not been drinking Major John's there, so...
Oh, right. Can I find in the bar? I need to check my designated driver. It's fine with that.
I still remember with joy that evening in Helsinki when we got dragged along in this wonderful, and it was a really good meal actually, and discovered winterberry cider. I drink to this day. And, yes. And yes, and I didn't have to pay.
Right in front of Jenny.
On the way down.
Oh, my name's wrong. What?
Again?
Your name's wrong.
Oh, yeah.
What's the Austin? Oh, that's nice.
Sit here, I could probably throw at you both, all three of you.
You should just put your book in front instead of the...
Sorry?
You should just put the book right next
Should.
for extra attention. Stupid name. Grab your drink.
Alright, thanks, Logan. So, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Jane Hanford, obviously Sparkle Manager today, and I'm the author of the Black Hind Wake Geology, which is the skin in the pact. And I'm waving around the microphone. I'm going to read...
Broken it, Neil.
I've broken it, yeah, I'm back.
He's broken it.
Okay. I'm going to read from The Skin, which is the first book of the duology, and it's a section that maybe in some ways is slightly more racy than any of the rest of the books, but I cannot split this in half. So, okay, we're just going to go for this. Good start. We good start, isn't it? A few moments later, we found ourselves at the base of a wide staircase ascending into the night. A dark wooden door bound in ornate metalwork blocked the way ahead. It has to be through here, Eden said, striding forward to try the handle. It was locked. I guess we're taking the stairs then. Zora gestured to them with a shrug and led the way. Eden followed close behind. I sidled up last, keeping an eye out for further unwanted company. A breeze lifted my hair as we emerged into the night, the three of us crouching as we crept close to the edge. We found her, Zora breathed. We stood atop a viewing gallery. Exotic creatures occupied small prisons below us. Many large predatory creatures prowled their perimeters snarling. Their entire attention was focused on the man at the centre of the collection. His broad back was towards us while he was engrossed with the creature in the large water-filled enclosure. His hand stroked his swollen cock as he gazed upon her long, white body. The siren's skin glistened like an iceberg, her strong muscles rippling as she moved sinuously in front of him. He moved his hand faster and faster while she writhed beguilingly. Seriously? Zora said. I could hear the exasperation in her voice. She's trapped. Why is she wasting her energy encouraging him? The man was lost in his own ecstasy now as the siren sang her luring timeless movements. Her head snapped around. She looked directly at me. In the midst of her song, she called to me with the voice of ocean. A roaring tide of feeling poured through my body, carrying her voice in its wake. Get me out of here. The siren stared at me, even as I tried to remain crouched. I called back to her. What do you want? His head. In our our shared language of ancient ocean, I could hear the hiss of hatred, the hunger for death. Ocean allowed expression of primal emotions far more effectively than any human tongue. I want to eat this evil, tide-crawling, stinking barnacle that stole my life. Throughout our exchange, she worked him harder and harder, and eventually the man's body convulsed. It took him a moment to realise the siren was no longer dancing. Slowly, he turned towards us, his trousers still open. He reached for a gun. I hadn't seen it before, and it was too late now. He raised it towards me, his hand still quivering. The barrel of the gun was unsteady as he tried to gain control. The lights in the collection illuminated his face clearly, and the twisted grin. The cruel expression gave face to Prince Ulysses' true nature, unmasked for us in that brief moment. "Shh!" yelled Zora, flattening herself below the low wall and tugging me to follow suit. Instead, I stood tall and dropped my glamour as his finger moved to pull the trigger. He jerked his arm to the side, hatred quickly replaced by greed. A slow smile spread across his face. "A matching pair," he slurred, walking towards us, his trousers dropping as he walked. I gestured for the others to remain below the wall, but Eden couldn't resist the look. "He's drunk. He's going to trip," muttered Eden. The events that followed unfolded so quickly we could merely watch in shock. He tripped, and as his fingers gripped for purchase on the only thing they held, he pulled the trigger. The bullet hit the glass on the siren's enclosure, spidering a weakness across the panel in front of her. The siren saw her chance and threw her considerable weight at it. The sound of smashing glass echoed through the night, 1,000 shards falling like icy knives to the floor around her as they ricocheted from her scales. She emerged from her prison with her maw fully open, then reared up and descended upon him from above, her jaws slapping clean through his torso. Blood poured from her mouth as she crunched down on Prince Ulysses with obvious relish. "Can we leave now?" she asked me as blood dripped from her lips. Eden was already clambering down the stone wall towards her. They crept closer, avoiding eye contact and carefully negotiating the lethally sharp floor. "I need to get something from the body to get you out," Eden said. "Don't eat any more of it." The siren eyed Eden curiously and asked, "Food?" I sent violent disagreement back, and she lowered her head. Eden searched the trousers of the prince's remains, eventually raising a triumphant hand bearing the key. "Come on." Eden gestured for the siren to follow them. "We'll meet the Selkie at the door. It's a tight squeeze, and you'll have to be careful." The siren slithered across the collection behind Eden, unbothered by the glass or the trail of blood she left behind. We ran downstairs to meet them. Eden came through first and stood boldly in the doorway, blocking her passage. It was brave and foolish given what we'd just watched. The siren still wore a necklace of blood, shimmering on her scales like gemstones. "Where do you want to go?" "We will take you there." I spoke in Ocean. At this point, there was little to be gained by keeping quiet, but we may as well hide our final destination from any hidden ears. I was certain we'd have company any moment now. The siren looked deeply into my eyes, her own spinning gem-like, reflecting the light from their many facets, and gently replied, "I want to get home to my friend. Then I finish my art. Once my art is complete, I wish to return north. He promised freedom when I was ready to leave. When I was ready to return home, I wish to honour his care with a completed deal. He sent you. Am I right?" So. That is kind of an introduction to the crew of the Black Hind's Wake, the kind of namesake of the book, and that's told from one of the main points of view of the story. So that's their first heist as such. So, thank you.
You can't see the name tag.
Can't see it?
Yeah.
Can't see it even more now.
Trying to spot the names.
I am now above the student.
speak.
Expect that at some point, don't we?
Well, that's to see if the teeming boards of Paddington Lounge and bursting through the door, so here we are. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this panel on Author Publish Thyself. A panel about the experiences of self-published authors, the problems, the joys, the hacks, and the tricks of the trade. So that is what we will talk about, though not necessarily in that order. Certainly in my living memory, self-publishing was a dirty word, or a dirty two words. It was a sign of failure, it was synonymous with poorly produced, poorly written tat. Now it is very much not. All of us do it, and we keep on doing it, so we must get something out of it. So that is probably something we will touch upon. So I'll ask the panel to introduce themselves briefly, first of all, and also at the same time, just say why you self-publish. Let's start at this end.
I'm Graham Austin King. I write dark fantasy. My first trilogy was the Living Weird Saga, which is dark fantasy, and Famous, which is very dark fantasy, and then urban fantasy with a lot of Prometheus. I started in a strange way. My journey to publishing isn't the same as my journey to writing, really. So I started really with children's books for my own kids, and I went through to finding a way to get them in print, to bring them home, which is how I discovered things like Amazon's Kindle Publishing and Create Space, which was an Amazon company which produced print books at the time. I think they're gone now. So having done that, I then started writing for the books that I wanted to write myself. I started writing fantasy then. Submitted to Agents, was soundly rejected, probably rightly at the time, because the book was in a terrible state and it wasn't ready at the time. And then I think I've made just about every mistake in publishing that it's possible to make throughout the journey. So let's just say I was learning by doing.
Okay. And I'm Jane Hanford. Really because of feedback with all my scales on time. Sorry. And I write in kind of two areas, but the one that's out and available is a kind of mythological folklore fantasy duology, which is The Skin and the Pact. And my journey to indie publishing, indirectly and unknown to him, involved Graham. It's his fault. Because I was very much reading trad pump stuff that also involves Julia. Because I saw as part of Fantasy Faction, I think, somebody sharing Graham's Fate trilogy. And I didn't know it was indie published, didn't know anything about it really. I just opened it, and read it, and read it, and read the second book, and read the third book, and burnt my breakfast, and sent him a message afterwards going, oh! And afterwards I sort of realised that this whole a bigger world of indie was out there. So I kind of had my first book. It was sent out to agents. It was not ready. It was a mess. And I shelved it. And then at BristolCon, the whole idea for The Skin was triggered by a final panel in 2019, where they sat down and said Selkies are the most useless of all mythological creatures. And the Selkie I've written a short story about went, and The Skin and the Pact happened. And I did get as far as writing queries, I got as far as sending queries, and then I was talking to a friend, and she said, well, why aren't you self-publishing it? Because you know what your covers to look like, you know what the art needs to look like, you're not going to kind of back down on some of the structures. And at that point I knew enough about, and enough other people, I was like, yeah, actually, yeah, I'm going to. And I pulled all my queries, and I'm 100% on the indie route now, and that's where I want to be and want to go.
I'm Alicia Wanselbeck. I wrote the Create Sagas trilogy, which finished with Empire of Shadows earlier this year. Time hasn't been moving anymore. I didn't want to indie publish because I thought I'd be absolutely terrible at it, and I'm not great at a lot of it. But I get by. The story of Blood of Heirs coming to the world of indie publishing essentially happened because it was orphaned by an editor at a traditional publishing house leaving. And because it didn't have a contract on it, they wanted to work with me towards editing it for acquisition. And they left. Nobody else had the capacity to take it on, and basically, I'm going to blame Graham for this. He said, you should self-publish it. So I self-published it. And it's like, it's totally all your fault.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was not ever my 100% intention to do that, but because there are things about independent publishing that I don't think I'm particularly good at. But knowing a lot of people who do it and knowing that we can do it well has given me the confidence that I can produce an equivalent level product to what you can find on a bookshelf, and that's always been my goal. But that's it, that's how I got here.
Okay, I'm probably the black sheep of this panel because I first self-published in 2016, and I did it as non-fiction first, so you can still buy Career Change, How to Conquer the Fear of Failing on Amazon and all other retailers as well. I then published another non-fiction in 2017, An In-Betweener's Guide to Dating, which did quite well until I pulled it off the shelves because I was too embarrassed to keep it out there. And also the cover was really, really bad, which I wasn't happy with. That's something else we'll talk about. But yeah, I've actually flipped between two. So I'm traditionally published for short stories. I'm an award-winning short story writer as well. I won the BristolCon 2022 this year. I've been nominated for the James White Award twice. I've been shortlisted for the Valwood Romance Prize, and a couple of other things that I've probably forgotten. I've got a horror story coming out next year, which I'm not allowed to talk about because it's terms and conditions of the contract. But I'm here because I want to be attracted back to self-publishing, basically, because for me...
We need to sell it to you.
Yeah, no. I need to sell it back to myself because I'm the world's worst self-promotion person. And with self-publishing, I discovered very quickly I know nothing about marketing. I know nothing about how do I sell my books now that I've actually put them on the shelf. And for me, it's a way to get my words in front of readers faster than traditional route does, for me with less gatekeeping, and sometimes gatekeeping is very unfair in my opinion.
Just to show how bad you are self-publishing, I don't think you actually said your name.
Oh yeah, there you go. My name's John Allen, and I publish as John Allen for non-fiction and J.W. Allen for fiction.
And I'm Ben Jeeps. I am currently a full-time ghostwriter. I'm the author of 8 novels in my own right, ghostwriter of a lot more, which annoyingly make a lot more money as well. And yeah, I got into this because my first couple of novels seemed to go down well. People read them, people wrote me fan mail, and they said things like, "Have you got anything else?" And I thought, no, I don't. But then I thought, actually, yes, I do. I've got about 80,000 words or something else. There's all my short stories I've had published. So I self-published a story collection. And since then, I have self-published my professionally published novels that have gone out of print just to keep them available. And I have gone into self-publishing just to get out sort of handy one-offs that I wanted to write, but I probably don't think would turn into a series, or a publisher for whatever reason might not want them, they're just not commercial enough. And so that is why I stay with it. So that is the why. The programme says that we will talk about the joys. We will then get on to the problems, the lows. Okay, the highs and the lows. Let's do the highs first, and let's start at this end this time, John.
I'm a writer! That's the highs. My books were on the shelves. I could see them. I had my name on it. People were buying them, and in fact I still do sales for Career Change because I learned very quickly that all the major retailers, Amazon, Apple, Barnes & Noble as it was, they're all basically search engines. So if you know how to do SEO, search engine optimization, and you can place your books on the shelf, their shelf, the right keywords, you can get them appear higher up when someone types in a search for Career Change. my book will still come up. It used to be #1. It's not in the top 10 anymore, probably because I put the price up. But it was there, and I could see it, and I could sit there and say, this is mine. I wrote that. Look, people have reviewed it, and they liked it. And I didn't have to go via an agent. I didn't have to query. It was there. What was the end of that question?
Well, at the moment, we're just doing the joy. We'll come to the problems later.
Okay, joy. Having control, creative control, I had a lot more. I could choose my editor, I could choose my cover artist. There is a double-edged sword to that. Big piece of advice I would always give is, if you spend money on anything, try and spend it on editing and cover art, because those are the two things that will really pay off in the long run. I won't do the downsides yet.
I guess my joys were very similar. I mean, this book had been written, essentially requested by a publisher, and had gone through some edits with them, and through just dint of bad luck and shitty timing, wasn't going to make it through those toll gates. But that didn't mean it was a bad book, and it didn't mean that it didn't have appeal and that it wouldn't find a home with readers. And I couldn't bring myself to put it in a drawer and just forget about it, and write another novel and query that, and another novel and query that, and just continually trunk novel after novel after novel. So the joy was actually being able to get it in the post and be like, oh, is my name on it? And be able to show, my parents and my grandparents who had been looking at this weird teenager who wouldn't come out of the room because she was writing. And it's like it actually became a thing that was real. And
it looks good too.
It's and
showing me up, and I'm brought
again the covers, and having that control, as daunting as it is, because what I might like on a cover might not actually be what sells on a cover, and that's scary, and that can be part of those pitfalls. But the joys are being able to have that direct relationship with your readers, and being able to have those conversations, and to just say, I don't have to die on that hill with an editor, because I'm their boss. It's not the other way around. And those are scary places to be, and you have to learn what hills to die on, and when to listen to your editors, and when to listen to your cover artists, and when to trust their experience. And that is a learning phase, and there are pitfalls, and you will trip over, but it's a wonderful thing. And I remember speaking to another author in Australia, John Birmingham, and he's a hybrid author, and he said to me, I went to a book launch of his, and he said, you need to self-publish. Traditional publishing is glacial. He had already subbed a book, and it took 3 years for it to come out. And he's just like, I've written this amazing book, and I love it, and I want to share it with people, and it's just stuck, and it's not moving, because the system doesn't move fast enough. And indie publishing has that beautiful benefit of just like getting to the reader quicker.
Yeah, I would go along with everything everyone said, and it's fun. I just like making books. I used to work in book production amongst other things, and I do enjoy it. Some authors will just fiddle endlessly with the text before sending it off. I'll fiddle endlessly with the design before sending it off. And yes, you get the books out there. If someone asks if they can get hold of a copy of your book that was published 20 years ago, I can say yes, it's here.
Yeah, nothing goes out of print when you're in control of the printing.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to wrestle with the editors or anyone with, let's just say, a divergent sense of creativity.
That's a very polite way of putting it.
Unless you marry your editor.
When my novel, I should have also said I'm being driven home this evening by a man who's previously edited me, so it can't be too because they are essential, but we'll come to that. When my novel His Majesty's Starship was first published, when I got to the proof stage, I found that a copy editor had kindly changed every mention of the starship's attitude thrusters to altitude thrusters. So I had to change them all back again. And I did notice when I first mentioned the joys of it, I was shocked to see Judith in the audience do that, as if to suggest a financial recompense is anywhere near any of our process of thinking about why we might want to do this. But it is a sad and harsh fact that you do get more per sale.
For me, I think part of the joys is that I do enjoy creating and I enjoy writing, but I'm also very aware that certainly this series is a book that fits in no traditional publishing niche.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it didn't matter how long I queried, this book was never going to be picked up by publishing. And it just doesn't pigeonhole at all. So the learning process for me was in itself kind of exciting, but the total, having the book looking exactly how I wanted, the cover, the internal art, the chapter headers, and being able to use people that you have a choice over is actually a joy, and the community, to be honest. The indie publishing community is epic, and they are wonderful, and they are friendly, and they are as much of a joy as the publishing itself, as far as I'm concerned. So, yeah.
Definitely.
Well, it's fun. It's fun. I love writing. It's fun, and it works. If you're lucky and you put the work in, then it does work. I've been Amazon #1 bestsellers on fantasy lists in 4 countries. I've sold thousands of books. I've won an award for Lord Prometheus. I was a Spitfire semi-finalist for Faithless. But it's not easy. But the thing is that it does give you control. And probably the most important form of control it gives you, not just the creative, is the marketing control. Because people so often think that if, with the dream, the myth, is that you write your book, it gets picked up by an agent, it gets published, you're a millionaire, right? That's how it works, of course. That's why although the authors are retired, why Jeff doesn't do anything anymore. The truth is it's all too easy to end up on the mid-list with a negligible, if existent, marketing budget, and your book is just not pushed. And then it just goes into a death spiral, and you never see that book through or anything of that author ever again. Whereas I control my marketing budget. It's not easy to do, and it changes constantly, and it's a constant race to stay ahead of the changes. But if you get it right, then yes, you can make some decent money doing this. And at the end of the day, I think everybody is just trying to make enough money to justify writing instead of over doing that. So that's the goal, isn't it?
And cover your expenses is the first step, isn't it? It's that big hurdle. You can I've paid for my book, I know I'm in profit. Yeah. And you're not earning that in advance. I've paid for my cover, I've paid back my editor. I might, within 12 months, the scheme has paid for itself. Yep. Okay. I'm in profit. So, and that's literally 12 months. Yeah, I mean, it's the community. I've been lucky, but that's a different thing, I think. Because I have,
by mentioning the costs, you've also got jumped onto one of the things I had highlighted as a problem, so talk about that. The fact is you are bearing all the costs, and it can suddenly dawn on you just how many costs there are.
To do it properly.
And you're doing all the design and everything, but you suddenly realise design isn't just a matter of slapping a pretty picture on the front. You were the first to start talking about the pitfalls. Do you want to develop that further? Are you moving into the problems?
I mean, there's a lot, and I think one of the things that you need to try and understand about yourself is where are your skill sets and where your own your talents and your not talents. I swear I'm a writer. But I have enough graphic art and design training through what I learned at school and what I've done at university to know what looks okay, but I also don't know what fits in the market. So I would never make my own covers, but I'm talented enough that I can make my own maps. I've got the software to do my own internal formatting now, whereas I was paying someone else to do that. So, but one of the things that I'm doing to create a hardcover omnibus of these 3 novels is I'm running a Kickstarter, and I think it's about £40 of its 3rd and final stretch goal, finishes on Monday morning. And what the Kickstarter will allow me to do is that people are investing in the production of the book. So that funding will pay for the cover art, the internal art, the design, all the printing, all that sort of stuff. So when it does go out onto the market, onto Amazon as a standard edition, it's earned out. It's done. And you are immediately in that profit. But not every Kickstarter that you launch, I mean, this isn't the first Kickstarter that our household has produced. Fortunately, this one was a success. But working out all of that, how do I actually work out my funding goal? Like I threw things across the house and went outside, and Grace was standing in the lounge room like this. It was like I was in a full fit because I couldn't understand how to work out how much money I need. I knew how much I needed to pay all my artists and everything, but I couldn't work out how to actually, where's my funding goal, but also not make it so far out that it wasn't going to achieve it, like it wasn't going to get there. So Kickstarter is becoming a really powerful way for independent authors to get people who believe in their books to come and invest in them. They'll get something special.
Patreon too.
And then, and Patreon's a great way. Like, I don't produce enough content quickly enough to actually do Patreon, and I can't even maintain a mailing list.
Mailing
I have nothing to say.
We'll talk about that if you like. That's hard.
And marketing is hard. I mean, I can spend absolute hours and hours and hours making video, advertising book trailers, and I've got all the software to do that, and I'll put it out there, and it won't move the needle at all. But then you've got things like Spiffbo. Someone asked me the other day through the Kickstarter what was the most important thing for getting eyes on my books. It was 100% having Blood of Airs in Spiffbo. Became a finalist the day that book 2 came out, and it was the best 12 months that the entire series has had. And it built a readership that I would never have been able to reach on my own. So competitions like that and blogs who will read your work and talk about your work and champion your work, and that's where the community comes in, is that they can help you kind of overcome those pitfalls. But there's a lot, and it can be really, really daunting. And that's why when I looked at indie publishing, it was just my neurodivergent brain went, no, you don't know, no. I just wanted to send a book to somebody and have them make it for me. But now there's a level of control that I'm not quite sure I want to give up to someone else and to be beholden to someone else. So.
Do you want to develop the mailing lists?
That's it. I think mailing lists were probably, I'm really inexperienced at marketing. That wasn't my forte. I'm by trade a digital content writer and copywriter. That's my primary source of income. I'm contracting for the NHS at the moment. That's another story entirely, which I'll probably write a book about. But mailing lists, I would urge, so this is a pitfall, is there's a lot of courses out there that you can take that talk, I can make you a top 10 seller, I can get you published. All you need to do is do this book funnel and use this program, and you'll have hundreds of people signing up for your mailing list. That didn't really happen for me. And
if that worked, every single self-published author would be literally, the New York Times bestseller list, and that's why I have such issue with some of those things for that exact reason.
I would urge caution when you go looking to learn about how to put your books out there, because there's loads and loads of courses on how to self-publish, and I can build your mailing list, and there's 2 that I enrolled on. They were quite expensive as well, so this is where the money outlay comes in. You need to be careful where you're spending your money, but I thought, well, this will help me. Mailing lists are the things I need to build. But if you don't have, I would say, enough of a presence already online with your books, mailing lists are really hard to build. So if you're just starting out, there's no reason someone's going to buy your book. They talk about reader magnets. I got that a lot, reader magnets. So offer a book for free to get someone to give you their email address. The thing is, I think the audience, the readership, wised up to that now. So even I do it when I buy a self-pub book and someone's trying to get me to give them my email. I don't give them my email. I haven't finished the book yet, and for me it doesn't work. And for me it felt disingenuous. I felt it was tricking people to get their email address, and I'm quite protective of my email address, and I think everyone should be, because we all still use it. It can be really useful, but I found it quite difficult to do, and I found it it just didn't gel with me, it didn't work. time, takes a lot of time. You have to invest a lot of time, and I actually forgot to write sometimes as well. And that just really depressed me, because the whole point of this was to write and to get my work out there. And I lost so much time. And then I had a really bad breakdown in 2016, halfway through a process. And when your mental health goes down the toilet, you don't really have much brain space for anything else. So I stepped away from it for a bit after I published the second one, and kind of went back to traditional publishing, submitting and querying again. So I've done both, but I do want to come back to self-publishing, because the creative control is really cool. And it's fun, like you said.
Well, I mean, a lot of discussion about finances, but I think if you do your research well and you spend the time and the effort, you can bring your costs down. I'm an absolute, I try and champion people who are maybe less well known. So my internal artist, my art for the skin and the pact, it is the first book commission she has ever done. But I knew what she could do, I'd seen her art, and therefore, as a first commission, I got a lower level of price. That is now fixed for any future work I do with her, because from her perspective, if people see it and then she gets work, she's then benefited from that. I have a similar arrangement with my editor. And with the covers, there are so many cover designers out there that you have to look very carefully. I spent a lot of time researching. I chose somebody who does, in majority, Manchester covers. But his actual package had every single version of my book. And after that reading as well, sorry. Every single version of my file, every single version of my book, every revision I make, I can go back to him now for the skin. And that first fee I paid, I don't have to pay anything else. He'll change the back cover text of that for nothing, and he'll do it within a week. There are people out there who will have a limit to the number of revisions. If you want their art enough, you look for it, you pick those people. In my case, I picked someone who I knew had the skills. I designed my cover, I sent him the picture and said, this is what I want you to make. And he said, yeah, I can do that. And say with the intern, with the new series that I've got, I'm hoping to have the first one out again. My artist, she's a Ukrainian refugee. She fled Kiev in the war, and this is her first art she's ever making for a book cover, ever. And this is her dream. And she's somebody I knew, and I followed her evacuation through like the kind of fantasy art community and stuff. And so when I was looking for an artist, I approached her because I'd seen what she could do, and she's like, okay, yes, I'll do it. I'm a bit scared too, but I'll do it. And if you're willing to take a chance on people, as long as you do your research and you check what they can do and what they can produce. Again, my audiobook narrator, she's actually a Shakespeare actress that has just stepped into, she's a stage actress who's just stepped into audiobooks. So she was doing her first ones. Now I know that means she's not as experienced as others out there, and I know that that makes her a bit marmite with the readers, but for me she was a perfect voice for the characters. So, but there are ways, if you're prepared to put the time and the effort into researching new people, and don't always have to go for the name brand designers and the name brand artists. Yeah. If your product is good,
what they will produce might look fantastic on a printed cover, but as indie authors, our main bookshelf is a thumbnail that's that big.
Yeah.
And how many authors do we know who've gone back and had to redo their covers because what came out first doesn't have the high contrast, it doesn't jump off the screen, and yeah, okay, that beautiful artwork that you paid $3,000 for might look fantastic on a print book, but unless the person sees it on Amazon and goes, ooh, they're never going to see the print book because it's not on a shelf. So that's something we always have to look out for. Yeah. And that's why, like yours, having that really high contrast jump, it's an immediate thing as a thumbnail, it works really well. I've had to get this one, this is not what it looks like on the thumbnail. No. Because it's not high contrast enough. So whereas the other two I went back with my cover designer and said like it needs to jump a lot more as a thumbnail. So, and that's a pitfall, but like you only learn that through making that mistake.
Yep. And don't be afraid to make those mistakes.
Just watch your bank balance as you're making them.
Yes.
And cry.
Apart from partners who go projectiles in the house,
well, if we're going to do this, let's do this. The main thing with self-publishing, with indie publishing, is the stigma. Because self-publishing has always been conflated with vanity press, which is not the same at all. You're always going to get looked down on to some extent. There's always going to be authors or bookshops or whoever who are going to look at your book and say, well, you know, self-publishing, did that home? And there'd be panels at this very con with people sat at the front saying, oh, well, you know, we self-publish these books, we don't expect to actually sell them or make any money. I mean, I made the cover myself on Microsoft Paint, and he actually did make it on Microsoft Paint. People who self-edit, it doesn't work, you need to spend the money. So you need to do that recognition. The recognition that self-publishing is a business is going to take time. You need to recognise your own strengths, what you can and you can't do. You need to hire in talent, because personally, I can't make a cover. I also can't proofread, because I get book blind.
He really can't.
And what's really funny about it is when you're hiring a proofreader, which is different to an editor, when you're hiring a proofreader, then you can't tell if they're a good proofreader either, because guess what? I still can't see them. And I've been through 3 proofreaders in a row before I finally got to one that said, hang on a minute, there's all this lot there in there. So, word of mouth doesn't always work. That one wasn't yet. I've lost my list. I had notes. Recognise the fact that the industry changes, and I think it's arguable that the indie industry changes faster than the traditionally published route. And that's where you fall prey to things like the courses that you were alluding to earlier, and I'm pretty sure I can name both courses you've been on. Because mailing
we
lists...
shouldn't do it though, should we?
I probably should do that.
Legal action.
He might be. No, he won't be.
He won't be, But mailing lists were great 5-10 years ago. They don't work now because people's emails are completely full of spam. The spam filters work now, and by the way, it's just easy enough not to read it. Plus, you don't necessarily need it now because you can follow authors on Amazon, you can follow authors on BookBub and a myriad of other things. That's not the way that the industry has changed. But you also need to recognise that you are beholden to the 2 great giants in the social media, in the self-publishing universe, which are Amazon and social media, be that Twitter, less so these days, or Facebook. If they make a change, that's going to have a huge impact on your income, on your ability to market, on the way the algorithm works. It can change in a heartbeat. And so you need to keep one step ahead of that curve.
And Facebook has a lot less data now. Like, I don't give them my data because I like my data. You know, but when I'm going to advertise my books, I can't target my books accurately anymore because they don't have the data anymore. And it's that two-way street, being like, well, I don't want to give you all that information, and I don't want you to sell that information to anybody, but at the same time, please give me the information so I can sell my books. So it is a really, and like the things that worked when Graham put out his space trilogy, when it came to publishing Blood of Heirs and putting out these books, it didn't work. And what I might be doing today, if I turn around to Jenny and say, oh yeah, hey, try that, it may not work for her readership. And that's the really scary, nasty thing about publishing yourself, is that you can get all of the advice from all of your mates and all the courses and everything, and you can try everything, and something will work for a little bit and then it won't, and then something else will work and then something else won't. And that's exhausting, and I had exactly the same experience as you.
Demoralising as well.
Yeah, I turned off all my ads. I stopped looking at my sales. I sat down at the keyboard and I wrote the book, and I wrote 50,000 words in 4 weeks. And I was like, I just let go of that because that's not why I got into writing. If I wanted to go into marketing and advertising, I would have gone into marketing and advertising.
Everyone's pretty well covered most of the problems I've written down. I said I would defend editors as well as be rude about them, because an editor is essential. I don't just mean a copy editor, a proofreader, I mean a developmental editor, someone you can talk to, bounce ideas off. I have never had an experience with an editor like that has not improved the manuscript, even though when I sent the manuscript off, it was as good as I thought I could make it. And another problem I have found anyway is you self-publish, it puts a great big target on your back from all the sharks out there who think you're some clueless noob and start sending badly written, ungrammatical promises of representation where you can make your book famous. Hold on to it. Hold on to it.
I'm getting yours.
You're getting yours.
In my capacity as mod, I am now going to change the format slightly. I said we'd talk about hacks and tricks for trade, but it would also be good, I think, to get some audience interaction. And it occurred to me, many of our hacks and tricks for trade might emerge in response to questions from the audience. And if there's still time, then we can still talk about it ourselves anyway. Does anyone have any questions? Yes.
If there's an author that wants to self-publish and has ethical issues with Amazon, Facebook and Twitter, are they screwed?
Yes. Yeah.
At the moment, unfortunately, yeah. You can still publish outside of Amazon. You can publish to Nook and Kobo, but their market share is so diminished now that frankly it's that brutal, but there's not a point.
And I don't know what's going on with KU at the moment, which is Kindle Unlimited. For anyone who doesn't know, if you want to put your book into Amazon's subscription service called Kindle Unlimited, it needs to be, your ebook needs to be exclusive to Amazon, which means you can't put it into iBooks, you can't put it into Nook, Kobo, or anything like that. And it used to be that by being exclusive, you would get a higher readership than you could ever hope to get from being wide. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's just me. But KU is like a flopping dying fish at the moment, and it's up on some days, down other days. It's all over the place, and I don't know if that's holding true. That going wide is not going to get you the market share that you would get if you were exclusive to Amazon. But unfortunately, there was a big push during the pandemic that everyone should stop buying books from Amazon and should be buying from independent bookstores and should be buying from bricks and mortar bookstores. And I fully support that. What I really had an issue with was that this was coming from a bunch of possibly well-meaning, traditionally published authors who had an ethical issue with Amazon, who were quite literally telling all of their followers and readers to stop buying from one of the largest stores where my income comes from. And I was like, I don't have the option to have my book in Waterstones, bricks and mortar. Waterstones can order my book in. My book is on the same catalogue as everyone else's because it's published through Ingram Spark, so it's there. But you need to know about my book to be able to go into Waterstones and say, can you please order this book in for me?
Yep.
No, not many people are going to do that. They want to walk into the store, take it off the shelf, scan it, and go home. And having people who are actively campaigning to stop people from buying books, like that money is the money that I use to fly back to Australia to see my kid.
Yeah.
And that process and that campaign was taking that away from me. And I was like, I don't have a choice. I can't not be on Amazon.
And this is ably demonstrating, I think, the divide still between the traditional market and the self-publishing and indie market. That's where I still think the stigma exists, because the traditional publishing still doesn't like the indie market, doesn't like, on my sense, it doesn't like the self-publishing market because it's competition for them. They want you to go through their gates instead of creating your own gates and opening those up for yourself. But why would you hurt other authors? It's cruel.
Yeah, that's kind of like, I could understand that ideological, and I'm not a great fan of the Great Bezos. I don't like the Zon.
No.
I don't like what it's done to the high street. I don't like. It's had a much bigger impact in the UK than Australia. Like, you order something on Amazon in Australia and it still takes 4 weeks to get there. Mostly because it's the size of Mars. But like, it doesn't have that great big market share. I can still go to my local shopping centre in Rockhampton near where my parents live, and there's 3 bookstores. you can't do that here. It's destroyed the high street here, and I don't like it. I don't like that I have to pay Zuckerberg money just to get my books on Facebook. I don't like that, but it is one of those necessary evils.
Indeed. If you move, I will just say, buy your bookshops via bookshop.org. Your books via bookshop.org.
Yeah, bookshop.org is great.
We've had the 5 minutes time, so any other questions? What do you want to? Or we just get on with that.
How many of you would consider yourselves as self-publishers to be in it as a business to make money? And how many of you would consider yourselves to be in it primarily because you enjoy doing it?
Both. He makes the money.
He spends it.
On my books. Graham has the great advantage of he still owns the rights to his audiobooks, so he was able to create an audiobook omnibus, and they are selling extremely well at the moment. So that's generating a lot of income for our household. I don't own the rights to my audiobooks. I sold them so that I could pay to publish the third book of a trilogy. If I hadn't have sold those rights, I wouldn't have had the physical cash on hand to be able to pay my editor, to pay my cover designer, and to pay for the setup and everything else that I needed to do. So yes, you can make money from it. You just need to be able to either kickstart and get investors and get people to believe in you and to help fund you as you go, or you need to build a war chest.
Yeah.
As soon as you start writing a book and you say, right, I think I want to publish this one day, I would recommend starting a savings account of any size.
I simply don't have the time to do the necessary marketing to make it any more than pocket money, so it is mostly fun. But obviously I do try to stay in profit, even if it's only like pennies.
And I did it initially as an experiment to see if I could. It was a challenge to see if I could put my stuff out there and learn. And I did learn loads of new things, good and bad. Now, as I alluded to at the beginning, I haven't done it for a few years, but I am seriously considering getting back into it, because now I know I'm my world's worst advocate, but now I've had other people advocate for me in the traditional industry who tell me I'm good enough. That has actually given me a lot of confidence, reboosted my ability to think, oh no, maybe I can do this, I can write, people do want to read my work. So I would say if you're seriously considering it, I think if you want to do it for fun, don't worry so much then in that case about the business plan. But if you really want to do it properly and you want to make a go of it and get your book in front of as many people as possible, I would strongly urge the war chest or the Kickstarter and write yourself a business plan, because you are the business manager, you are now in charge of your own business, and therefore you are the publisher. You have to take it seriously, because if you don't take it seriously, your readers won't either.
I'd say if you're going to write for fun, then please don't put it on Amazon or other platforms, put it on Wattpad or any of the other writing communities that are out there. If you're writing just for the sake of writing and you've no intention of publishing as a career or trying to make any money, then do it that way. Because frankly, there are enough shit self-published books out there. There are plenty of shit trad pop books out there too, but they have gatekeepers. And sadly, the thing with self-publishing is that anybody can, and they do, and there is some serious crap out there. So let's not perpetuate the stigma. If you just want to write for fun, go on Wattpad. There's a huge writing community there. They welcome you and be very supportive and hone your skills, and you'll love it.
I know
if you want to stick a book out, use Amazon.
I know a girl who she's the only other writer from the town that I lived in. She put her books on Wattpad, she won tons of awards, and it's now a traditionally published book.
Yeah.
So just because, absolutely get out there, have fun, write, be excited, put it out there, but do it because you love it, and do it because it makes you happy. And if it doesn't make you happy, then you're doing it wrong.
And if you're just putting it out there and abandoning it,
there's
no point in doing it.
Yeah.
And you need to be prepared to write more than one book. One book is not going to make you a career. One book is not going to make you money. And there is a lot of support out there, and there's a lot of support building the indie community. In the UK, we have Broken Binding. Obviously, I'm going to champion them because I'm part of the stable. So, I'm going to scream about them from the rooftop. But there is Silverstone setting up in the States. There are these indie bookshops that are setting up, and like Broken Binding, for example, are now setting aside budgets to indie-produced books, like Alicia's just done. But instead of having to Kickstarter they're funding the whole thing.
Mm.
They as the
They
investor.
are the investor producing these books for people.
And
So there is enough interest. If you get it out there, you get the word out there, you get the reviews, the support, and a huge dose of luck.
Yep.
Because just as Trad has luck, so does indie. You
Yeah.
can put all the work and your book can sink. If you don't have the right people on side and the right luck, you just got to network, you've got to push it. If you want it to do something, you've got to be willing to put the time and effort into the community that are going to scream about you if your book is good. And if you haven't invested in everything else along the way, like a cover and an editor, they're not going to scream about you.
on the networking side as well, if anyone here absolutely hates that word,
and just have shivers go through their back when someone says, oh, you've got to go and network, which I do because I am actually very introverted. I hate the word networking. I always try and think of it as, okay, I'm going to go and chat to people that I really like. I'm going to go and talk to my tribe. I'm going to go and talk to editors who I might want to work with. Don't think of it as networking. Think of it as social occasions. Yeah,
like
make
these will
friends.
be
So,
the best mates you will ever make in your life. Like
Yeah.
the people I've met through the indie publishing community are like the foundation of who I am as a person, and I would never trade that for anything.
And the friendships are gone. I mean, we had a bit of a problem. 3 days later, I had launched my book, and by the end of the afternoon, I had a message about typos in the book on its launch day from somebody who is sat in this room. And by the end of the same day, somebody sat at this table, had picked it up, and within 3 days had proofread the entire thing, and I relaunched the book within 3 days of launching the book.
For free, because it's more important to me that my mate has a good book than it costing me any money or earning money, because that's not what I'm here for.
On that stage, we've had the end now notice we are a lovely people. Thank you very much. You can sense it. And you're all lovely too. Thank you for coming and good evening.
Thank you.
not going to be the one narrating the book for fairly, hopefully obvious reasons. But Rosa, professionally known as R.B. Watkinson, who is a phenomenal author and narrator, has been kind enough to agree to do it for me. This is from an early chapter within my newest book, The Eaters of Time. This is from chapter 5. And we have one of our heroines, one of our protagonists, Caston, the Lady Caston, riding, looking for some of her lost folk in advance of, well, trouble that she knows is coming. And with that, if you'd be kind enough to take it away.
Of course. Jaffrey's ears were suddenly flat against his head. More than that, his nostrils had begun to flare. Clearly something had made him uneasy. Casson could feel his body coiling, preparing to bolt. She tightened her grip on the reins, listening. Nothing. Not even bird song. Then the scent struck her. Linseed oil and wax. Someone had recently unsheathed a sword. That scent was too telling to be anything else. Its relative strength sent two facts racing one another in her mind. It's fresh and it's close. Hells! She loosened her grip on the reins, slid her feet so they sat more firmly in the stirrups, and prepared herself for a jiff or two. Nacht to Nacht, Kovalunschlotter. A man's voice, low-toned and delighted, came from the trees just to the east. Tugashkila, Tirad. He rolled his R's less severely than Edenschreck she'd learned, but she had no trouble understanding him. No, you don't, daughter of Cavalum. You stay quiet, my pretty. Castan froze, letting the genuine sense of fear, of anticipation, flower in her chest. She rode them like a wave, tightening her grip on Jaffio's reins to hold him fast. The horse gave a little squeal, pawing at the ground in obvious anxiety, but otherwise held his ground. He's alone. No sniggering, no other foot. No, there's a second, and a third, or I'm a fool. Tivanem Gerathverek, Gerember, Getivani Nechtiabunt. She didn't need to make her voice sound uncertain. She knew the Edenth tongue, but rarely had much chance to practice it. Much like her knowledge of Nurkish, it was easier to translate what one heard than what one wished to say. My father will be angry, war captain. Be his servant. Be my protector, not my enemy. Speak as a tread tongue. Hearing Eden Schreck pour out of your traitorous mouth, make a stick. Traitor's mouth. She was about to offer a reply when he spoke anew. Get down from your horse. She complied, marking the other two figures from the corner of her eye. Step to me. Do it smartly before I get bored. Again he rolled his R's. She took 2 steps towards him, Jaffio's reins in her dim hand. Stop! I didn't tell you to bring your steed. My kinsman will take care of him. If I let the reins go, he'll bolt back. Again, Castan used the honorific, though she doubted anyone else this man knew would consider it fitting. She kept her voice small and uncertain. It was still too soon to be certain of much. She'd heard 2 more, but hadn't marked them visually yet. Growling, the man stood up at last. Castan looked him up, then down again. He had a hunter's build, life of limb, and likely able to walk or run for long periods without tiring. She marked his dark, sun-baked skin, no hair atop his head, but a long fringe of thick and dirty blonde started just above his ears. It hung in a scattering of small braids, as did his greying beard. He wore fetid furs and half-cured hides, with a baldric stretching from his right shoulder to his left hip. An ancient-looking sword hung awkwardly in both hands near his waist, blade pointed down beside his left boot. Adja, under his shin. Adja, hold her horse. To her right, a youth close to Fetton's age walked towards her, glaring. These 2 are related, surely. His hair is long and full, but he has an unbroken version of the swordsman's nose. If this one seems 16 springs, I'm the Emperor's heir. Behind the youth, In the bushes from whence he'd come, she saw a girl, much closer to Maxine's age, watching this tableau with wide, dark eyes. The youth, Adge apparently, stalked towards her wearing a look of uniquely male insolence. Were he alone, he would have had far less confidence. Else, he might even have worn a nervous, hopeful smile. She kept her grip tight on the reins as he neared, lifting the hand that held them to her breast, as if keeping them close to her heart. His eyes followed the hand, lingering upon it for a beat. As if waking from a daydream, he reached to snatch the reins away. Cassan fought for a moment, as if too frightened to give up her horse. He yanked, meaning to take the reins with a sudden burst of strength. As her arm was pulled to near full extension, she stopped resisting. She released her grip, causing Adge to momentarily stumble and to feel to squeal and paw at the ground. The youth moved to adjust his footing, but it was too late. Barely a blink and it was over. Her dim hand free of the reins, she brought that same arm up to wrap around his throat, even as she slipped behind him. With her bright hand, she drew the knife from the small of her back, pressing its point against the tender flesh below the hinge of his jaw. Taking a half step to centre her balance, she forced Adge to lean back awkwardly against her left thigh. His hands came up instantly, trying to peel her forearm away from his neck. Waarom, tegen nek necht, van toe, Adge, necht toe, necht en brand. Your father can't protect you, Adge, not in time, not with his sword. Then she shaped her voice towards the man. Or do your children speak the trade tongue? He shook his head. She was dismayed to see he looked more angry than afraid for her prisoner's life. Coward, dia Alizven, you would take the life of a boy, you would befriend yourself in such a way. Doe alles van. He delivered this in a strangled rolling roar. If I am a wicked serpent werk, then tued sedul brandmund en necht vanum. You are a false warrior and no father. Who was it that sent him to me, risking his life, heedless of what might happen? You have made war on me and lost. Now make the peace, pay the price in pride, not in blood. She searched out his eyes. Lay down your sword. It should have been over. But no, with a near feral growl, he charged. He brought the sword up high over his head in both hands and simply ran at her. It was clumsy, but the look on his face was nothing short of savage. She waited for as long as she could, had an instant of indecision, then shoved the unfortunate Adge at his father. The man brought his sword down, hammering at the boy's shoulder out of unfocused rage. Blessedly, he only managed to hit him with the blunt Sverd's vein. The blow caused Adge to fall at his feet, tangling them for a beat. That part was what Castan had hoped for. The swordsman struck Adge a second time, then kicked him for good measure, cursing. The sickening crack meant at least one bone hadn't survived unbroken. That hadn't been her intent. Still kicking the boy as if turning away was an act of deepest concentration, the swordsman tore his face up towards Castan. His eyes were wide and somehow malevolent green. She drew a quick draught of cold air, She took a quick draught of cold air, gauging his gait. A single thought flashed before her. You didn't have to die, Edith. Without so much as a grunt, she pushed forward out of her stance, shoving the dagger up under the shelf of the man's chin, even as he drove towards her. She held it there, supporting his weight as the strength went out of him. She could smell the meat on his breath, a sweet pork-like stench, mingled with the fresh blood filling his mouth. No sooner had this registered than she saw the shocked look of clarity in his sage-coloured eyes grow glassy and still.
And I think that's our time.
There's tripods to your right. So, yeah, and chairs to your left.
I'm Miles. Hi everyone, thanks very much for joining us today. This is going to be a really fun panel. This is the one that got away, and it is about books that we think are underread or forgotten about. And there's some really good recommendations coming out of this panel tonight, so I hope everybody brought a pen and going to take notes. Because I will try and write everything down, but if I miss a few, I'll tweet them from my Twitter account, which is The Fingers of God. But if I miss a few, hopefully something else will come in as well. Anyway, my name is Anne Perry, and I am the Publishing Director of Joe Fletcher Books. I'm really excited to be here tonight. I'd like my panelists to please begin by introducing themselves. Starting.
Hello. I'm a late addition to the programme, and they said this morning, we've appointed some volunteers from the audience. I said, So, yes, I'm prepared to talk very thoroughly. My name is Becky James. I'm a USA Today best-selling author, and I have a series out called The King's Swordsman, and I'm also working on my romantic fantasy series called Dark Tides.
Hi, I'm Alice Abinia. I'm also a USA Today best-selling author. I have quite a lot of books published, and my best-selling one is the Kingdom of Birds and Beasts trilogy, which starts with Feathers of Snow and is a fairy tale retelling.
Hello, I'm Tom Turner. I am not a USA bestselling author. I'm the author of the Amaranthine Spectrum, a space opera series out of the Commons.
Hi, I'm Miles Cameron from Canada. I'm also not a USA best-selling novelist, but I do make a living at it. I have a science fiction novel called Artifact Space and a whole lot of fantasy novels we'll talk about another time.
Well, thank you very much. So yes, so today's panel event is about books that we think are forgotten about or underread. So Becky, let's start with you. Do you have a book that you would like to start with to kick things off?
I would love to. I would also like to discuss how we find these underpublished books. Great idea. And so, I will start with, I should have heard the book itself. So, the book that I'd like to talk to you about today is called The Outworlder by Matthew J. Holborn. Here's the cover. Okay. So, what I love about this book, it is a fantasy, sci-fi kind of mashup type of book. It doesn't fit any niches. You can't find any of the sort of tropes that you would usually, as an indie author, market with. You will not find in here things that can easily be reduced down to a sentence, but I'm going to try. Aldeia is a man born of one people but raised in another culture. And the Outworlder is all about what happens when those two people arrive at an impasse. So it's told from a first-person point of view, that of Aldeia. And he even has to change how his birth name is pronounced in order to help him fit in more. He seems to enjoy his work because it involves very little interaction with people, and people always make him anxious. He is a neurodivergent character, and he is also written by a neurodivergent author herself, so we get to see the full picture of that. When his two homes go to the brink of war, so the culture that he was raised in and the culture that he was born in, all his little quirks, personality traits, social anxieties, they all come under the microscope of suspicion. And his anxiety around people has a darker interpretation in the minds of his superiors. It is fascinating, really, really well done. I love this novel more than anything else. It is a fantastic book. He questions what he should do, what the right choices are, and even what to feel in a way that's so well done, and it just has me gripped to the end. I'm almost crying because I really love this story. The writing is compelling, it's very, it weaves around you as you read. The world building is superb because it harnesses technology and magic together effortlessly. So spells, they used to do things like clean yourself after you go to the toilet, and then you've got technology with portals that you use to cross the universe with. What passes for food in a culture that's given up living on only one planet to explore all of them. So it's this nutrient place that they develop. And it's got some of my favourite characters in it, including TK. So if you like fantastical space elements, a military fantasy that's more about inner character battles than big bloody battles, and your sorcerer is sarcastic, then you will absolutely love this book. And I wanted to talk about it today because it only has 3 reviews on a major bookseller, and that is Criminal. And everyone should probably buy it immediately.
Well, thank you very much. Miles, you head us off on this side with a recommendation for an underread book.
I do. So I think most fantasy readers, maybe I'm going out of base here, have a book they love so much that when the world is dark, they reread it and reread it and reread it. So I'm going to tell you mine because I think no one else has ever heard of it. I surveyed the bar, and I feel safe. Everybody here know Kenneth Lee, major voice in 70s and 80s fiction. So she wrote a historical fantasy called Sung in Shadow, based on Romeo and Juliet. And it's Romeo and Juliet with magic and an otherwise impeccably authentic 14th century Florence, Verona. You can see why that would appeal to me in a number of ways, but I was 13 when I first read it. And I have never stopped rereading it because she knows her Shakespeare, and yet I'm not going to give you any kind of spoiler. It's brilliant world building in that she takes what Shakespeare gave her and then makes it even more magical. And things happen that don't happen in Shakespeare. I think I'll leave it there. It's one of the best fantasy novels I have ever read.
Well, thank you very much. And Alice?
Hi. I want to champion today The Bird and the Sword by Amy Harmon, which is one of my all-time favourite books that, as we were just saying, that I could reread it. The main thing about it is just beautiful. It's so beautifully written, and the story is so beautiful that when times seem dark, it's my go-to book, just to feel nice about the world again. So Amy Harmon was the first indie author that I ever read. I read her quite a few years ago. She's big. She's a New York Times best-selling author. She's published a lot of books. But I still don't think this. I think this book should be like #1 in the charts all the time. It's so good. So if you're looking for a complex, epic Brandon Sanderson style, this is not the book for you. This book's much more gentle, it's much more character. I know Brandon Sanderson's very character-driven, but the world does take backseat compared to the characters in the battles in it. And it's got a real fairy tale feel to it. So the spells in it, for example, are all poetry. But it's just that weird juxtaposition of crazy battles with flying monsters trying to go and eat you, and then there's this girl saying poetry, this tiny little girl saying poetry to hold them back and managing it. It's just fantastic. The characters are incredibly real and deeply developed, and it's really tight storytelling. So almost everything you read has a hidden meaning that you don't work out till later. So it's one of those books you read again and again and you notice something new because of how cleverly interwoven it is. Like even the title, The Bird and the Sword, you think in the first half you know who the bird is, what the sword is, and then you completely change it by the end. It's just so clever in that way. It is primarily a romance. It's written from the point of view of a woman, Lark, and it's a very moving, very complex romance. It has some toxic traits, but it's by the end of the book they're sort of put in their right place and out the door. So in this world, so there are 4. If you're born with magic, you could be one of 4 things: a spinner, a changer, a healer, or a teller. Magic is outlawed, so you'd be burned if you're found to have magic, but you are born with it. And Lark's mother is a teller, and just before she dies, she places a spell on Lark, which means that she can never speak again. So she's can never say anything, and she can't sing or anything like that. Nothing can come from her mouth. And I'm just going to read the spell that she puts on her daughter because I think it's just a really nice introduction to the book. She says, "Swallow, daughter, pull them in, those words that sit upon your lips. Lock them deep inside your soul, hide them till they've time to grow. Close your mouth upon the power, curse not, hear not till the hour. You won't speak and you won't tell, you won't call on heaven or hell. You will learn and you will thrive. Silence, daughter, stay alive."
Thank you very much. And Tom?
I have a novel here, Barricade by John Wallace. I think it came out in 2014. It's a post-apocalyptic science fiction novel by Guides, published by Guides. John's actually at this convention, and I told him I was going to be talking about it, and he was so embarrassed he didn't want to come to this panel. And I think he also thinks that I'm going to describe it wrong, because I did read it quite a few years ago, but it is wonderful. And it's delightful. It's a delightful post-apocalyptic novel, which is a kind of weird combination. It's just this sort of really kind of fun, quite light-hearted. It's filled with grotesques. It's about a genetically engineered construction worker with sort of nanotech blood. And he, after a nuclear apocalypse in which Britain is, for some reason, nuked by the rest of the world, he ends up as a taxi driver, and he has to get from Edinburgh to London, and it's a wonderful, horrible road trip through post-apocalyptic England, and I really enjoyed it.
Oh, brilliant, thank you. And since we're doing recommendations, I wanted to toss in one of my own as well. It's a book called The Stars Now Unclaimed by an author named Drew Williams, published about 6 years ago, the first in a science fiction trilogy. And it's a found family space adventure. It's very, very funny. It's very warm. It's very sweet. It's very loving. It has a lot of ass kicking, which is my favorite. And I think one of the things that it's criminally underread, and one of the things that I love about it is that one of the reviews it received before publication in a magazine was, well, I liked this book, but the problem was all the male characters were either love interests or villains, which gives you a good sense of the book. So that's one that I would definitely like to throw out there. Anyway, one of the things that has united all 4 of these books that we've discussed has been the fact that they are books that came to us at the right moment in our lives. I don't have a fully formed question here, but I was wondering if anybody wanted to talk a bit about why it is that sometimes a book sort of falls into your life at the right moment, and every time you read it, you're able to sort of like come back to that moment. Okay, very sort of like ambiguous question, but it certainly seems like many of the books that we've been talking about today are favorites in part because we have this wonderful sort of nostalgic relationship with them.
Yeah, okay, I'll take that. Please. I'll take this ball. I'll have a go here. So, the book that I championed there, The Outrover, so I came across Natalie very early on. I started off with my author pen name, this isn't actually my name, and networked online as opposed to in person. And I'm an extroverted person, people sort of can tell. And so going out and doing networking and things like that is very much in my niche, but online less so. So very much done through like the book of the face and what have you. So Natalie was one of the first authors that I came across that actually had published her own book and things like that. So, you know, I downloaded her reader magnet, like we were discussing in the panel just before this, that you know, to produce a reader magnet. And I downloaded her reader magnet and I loved it, and I became like possibly her biggest fan. She even sent me a book for Christmas signed for me, and like, oh, this is so cool. So yes, the Outworlder, I did come across it at that point in my life where I'm thinking, this is really cool. I like connecting with indie authors like this. Like, this is pretty awesome. Let's do it myself.
Anything else? What else you also play?
Yeah, I will happily represent my 13-year-old self.
Please do.
I might have been 14. I come from a theatre family. Both my parents were theatre professionals, and so I knew Shakespeare pretty disgustingly intimately. And I wish to say I ran away from the circus and joined the army. Like I really wanted to know more of the theatre, and yet apparently it was deep in me. And that this book, where you think you know the story, and everybody knows Romeo and Juliet, right? And I'm not going to tell you how it ends or what goes on, but you're only about 20 pages in before you begin to go, oh, wait, that didn't happen. And everything is very slightly different, and that was somehow utterly delightful to who I was at age 14. That everything was slightly different from maybe the way my parents wanted it to be, or the way I'd seen it performed 600 times, or whatever. It was like a little tiny act of rebellion in a fantasy novel, and fantasy was already my escape. It was perfect. But I promise you, it was also brilliant. Like, it's brilliantly well written. Many times, I just have to keep advertising this book. The actual line from Shakespeare is worked by one word, and that completely changes the meaning of the sentence.
So everybody did come prepared with the one book that they really wanted to champion. And I don't want to put everybody on the spot now, so if they have a second book they'd like to grab.
Ooh, I do.
Okay, Miles, yes.
Okay, so in 3rd grade, I got a prize for always shared information, so I will always raise my hand. My second book is, it's actually a series. It's Melissa Scott's current ongoing series, and they all have the word points in them, and it's set in an alternate, brilliantly realized 30 years war Central Europe with an amazing magical system. They're all detective stories. The two main characters are both gay men, which I suspect is one of the reasons it hasn't leapt to notoriety, but it should. It is some of the best fantasy. The characters are brilliantly realized. Everyone isn't Sherlock Holmes. The characters, when investigating, make mistakes. But the most remarkable thing about it, I find, is that having created a very complex, based on ideas of actual science and Neoplatonic Hermeticism of our actual 17th century magic system, she then uses it to provide clues, and it is reliable. And that is like an intellectual game at the very highest level, but also with great characters and great world building. I can't recommend it too highly.
That sounds brilliant, thank you. And we now start at the table, willing to... Let's hear it. So my go-to question today was, what book do you think is it? Sorry. What book do you think is it? I would say, yes. There's the Powder Mage book you told me about, David, but I've forgotten what it's called.
It's called the Powder Mage.
It's called Powder Mage.
Fantastic.
It's the Powder Mage book. Where the main character is in his 60s, and the magic is based on gunpowder, which sounds like really awesome. And then I've also heard about another one by Brian Masland, which is described as Rydark, so not Grimdark. He's got humour to the night in the round. That sounds interesting too. Interesting. Interesting, yeah, that's been my go-to question for the last couple of days too. Tom, do you have another book you'd like to share today?
Well, I'm trying to think of something that's not well appreciated, but I'm racking my brains. Can you give me another 5 minutes?
I can.
I think one book, not got much to say on it, one book that I enjoy is one called The Fair Queen by Lindsay Hall, which is also an indie book. It's young adult fantasy, it's portal fantasy, so it's basically a 16-year-old girl called Aria is at a fete, a sort of country fair. I love it because it's set in the UK, and she meets some very strange people at this country fair that fit the whole fairground feel very well. And then that night she's kidnapped and dragged into Fairy and thrown into a very complicated political situation. It's quite it's reasonably fast paced. It's quite a gentle book. Like you don't feel it's a nice, relaxing, gentle, really good fun. So many twists and turns. Never quite sure what's going to happen. But and there's 2 of them with films coming out next year. No, it's a really good young adult. There are some swears in it, but it's keen romance-wise. Some kisses.
Excellent, thank you. Tom, have you had a chance?
Well, I'm thinking back to a book that was actually written by a tutor of mine at college. And actually, I have since looked it up, and it's got way more reviews than my book. So, bugger it. Why should I? She doesn't need any extra promotion. But I really enjoyed it. It's got a devastatingly unpleasant anti-hero main character. It's called As Meat Loves Salt. Have you ever read that? By Maria McCann. And it's just this loathsome central character who does one horrible thing after another. And it's deliciously unpleasant. And it's set during the English Civil War. And he sort of goes from place to place, murdering people and sort of falling in love with them and then murdering more people and sort of generally getting into scrapes because he's just such an unpleasant character. I loved every minute of it. You should give one. Don't give that a go. It's got loads of reviews.
Thank you very much.
She's doing well. She's doing fine.
So my next question is, if everybody, again, I'm sort of putting you on the spot here, but if you could think of a book that perhaps was massive back in the day, but seems to have fallen out of favor, for whatever reason, maybe people just sort of moved on, the genre moved on, whatever it is, but something that you find yourself coming back to. If anybody has one of those that they could.
I always do.
Okay, let's hear it.
I would say Down Below Station by C.J. Sherry. I'm stunned by how few people who are younger than me know who C.J. Sherry is or know that she won the Hugo Award or etc. I feel like she has dropped out of sight, even though she's still published. The Foreigner series continues to come out. But in my not very humble opinion, Down Below Station is one of the 5 greatest science fiction novels ever written. And so every time young people come to me and say, like, well, I'm really searching for hard sci-fi where things really, and I say, like, if you want hard sci-fi with the very best level of characters and world building, Down Below Station is one of the best novels. And I really only say this because, again, out in the bar, I sort of muttered it around and got blank looks all around and went, are you kidding me? Okay, so that's my representation for C.J. Sherry, who has so many more reviews than you and I, that you would think this didn't need to happen.
Yes, one fantasy author that I grew up reading is David Evans, and I know they passed away, but I don't see their work around often enough. I know they got recovered recently, so I saw them again. I was like, oh, really cool. One that springs to mind. That's one that I'll often go back to reread.
Well, I teach creative writing, and one thing that I always give my students as a reading list, and they never read it because they never read anything as a reading list. A lot of them don't read at all because it's just hopeless. Is the Dying Earth series by Jack Vance, and I will happily read those books every year for the rest of my life. Reread them, and all of Jack Vance, the Hannah Store series, the Demon Princes. Showboat World is absolutely fantastic, and I will, I'll just keep recycling that, just rereading every year. And he was a grandmaster, obviously, and he's well known, but I feel like nowadays he's not as well, as he should be. And his dialogue is so fantastically archaic, and it's full of characters. Again, a sort of common theme: unpleasant characters, and they're all trying to sort of, one up each other, or swing with each other, or murder each other in unpleasant ways. And his books to me are like a big chocolate cake. You can just sit there every page. It's just so rich and full, and I love him so much.
I'm so sorry you have my daughter in your class.
I think it's a bit hard for me. I've read most of the fantasy and sci-fi I've read are the big greats. But I think one who probably was bigger back in the day, and less than now, is Shannon Hale. who is another writer of fairy tales. Again, beautiful prose, absolutely stunning prose that just completely transports you into another world, another feel. And my favourite book of hers is The Goose Girl. When I read The Goose Girl, I never read anything by her before. The Goose Girl was already one of my favourite fairy tales, but it was when I read her book and loved her retelling that I decided I just had to do my own retelling of The Goose Girl. So she actually inspired me to write very different feel, mine's a bit more hardcore. But yeah, no, she's especially for teenagers. But I enjoyed her thoroughly as an adult too, and I think she definitely doesn't get as much recognition as she used to, and she's so good.
My big one is always Mary Stuart. I remember being very young and my mother finding a copy of the Crystal Cave, first edition of the hardback in a bookstore and saying, "Oh my God, Annie, this came out first." I was so excited about it. I would go to work and then come home at night and read it. And I would just spend the entire day being excited about getting to go home and read it at night. And so I was very fortunate when I became a publisher that I actually worked with the UK publisher for Mary Stuart. I was able to rejack it and reintroduce her books, hopefully to a few new people. But she's one that I like to hand out because she also wrote Gothic thrillers, which her fantasy fans generally don't know about the sort of romantic Gothic thrillers, and her Gothic fans generally don't know about the Merlin books. So it's always fun to sort of introduce readers who are fans of one sort of genre of her books to the other. Anyway, so I guess the next question is, how do you find these books? How do we find books that people aren't talking about? What is the process of discovery? I mean, this obviously is the $64,000 question for any book buyer, bookseller, book reader. But Alice, do you have a thought?
I actually discover a lot of my lesser known reads through Facebook. Funny enough, so I'm in quite a lot of reader groups with hundreds of thousands, sometimes of people, sometimes tens of thousands, and I just use the search bar, say I'm looking for these sort of things, it's my mood, and I'll see what comes up, and I find all sorts of gems there. I mean, there's a lot of rubbish in some as well, but if you're looking for something really specific, I do find a lot of Facebook groups. That's fascinating. Tom, do you have that?
I mean, I'm quite boring, I get lost now. And there's these amazing writers I've never heard of, like Dan Brown. Brilliant. But yeah, sometimes there's usually it's just Dan Brown, but sometimes there's some fun stuff underneath.
I found Melissa Scott by mistake. No, that's not exactly true. That's the Points books. Someone at a con recommended her, and then years later, when I tripped over one, I just went, "Oh yeah, this has been recommended," and I bought it. It was great. And I find personal recommendation, or like this panel, to be the very best way of finding books, because live human beings who you have talked to liked it. And I still believe, I mean, you're in the business and we're all writers, that word of mouth remains one of the very best ways. When your friend says this is a great book,
Or even when somebody you've never met before gives you a passionate pitch about something. I mean, I certainly have some books that I'm going to be going home and reading, just off the back of this panel. So, yeah, absolutely.
Right, here's the list. Okay. So, rather like Alice, I discovered this world through Facebook. And there are lots of different Facebook groups which are like little niches. And it's kind of like an ecosystem thing there, and it's so diversifying, and there's going to be like hidden gems and then explored shores, and like as Jenny said, there's books in there that really can't be pigeonholed, and they will often be, an author behind that talking about their work, and it's important that they engage. Obviously, it's a reader in the reader groups as well, so you're all like sharing these hidden gems that you find. There's also some of these groups that offer advanced reader copies, which are absolutely essential for any author, and those will often be underhooked because, by very definition, they're not out yet, so art reading and things like that, and supporting the community that way. There are blogs, so a lot of reviewers have blogs, and there'll be some like Magic Book Corner, which does quirky interviews with the characters, so it's not just reviewing the book and how she felt about it, but actually having like an interview with the character. So the author will kind of provide what the character's answers would be, which I think is really cool and a good way to see the author's writing before you sort of dive in. And again, it's usually underhand books that do that. And then other Facebook groups, we ran like a summer challenge over the summer, and the YA sci-fi fantasy group gave out points for reviewing books which were under 100 reviews, I think. So it was like very much trying to drive people towards like trainings and how
You get the cover and their review, don't you?
Yeah.
So you can instantly see if it's something you're interested in.
So it's pretty good. So yeah, those are my tips.
Well, I thought, I mean, unless anybody else had some really brilliant thought that they wanted to share, it might actually be fun to open it up to the room a bit early so that anybody who else had a book that they wanted to talk about could feel free to pitch a book. Does anybody have an underread or a forgotten book that they'd like to share with the room? Yes, over here, please.
Hiya. Ash by Mary Gentle. Okay, so full disclosure, my name's Dan, I do the programming, and this was exactly the book I was thinking about when I came up with this panel idea. Okay. First thing to say about Ash is that it's a very big book. My paperback's over 1,000 pages long. I like big books and I cannot lie. Ash is a mercenary captain in, I'm not sure, 13th, 14th century Europe. She's also a woman, which has got its own challenges in those periods. It's an amazingly gritty, realistic depiction of probably not a great time to be alive. But what also happens is between the chapters of Ash's mercenary adventures, there's a critical apparatus from our own time. There's a couple of academics conversing about these papers that we found. And as you get into this, you start going, actually, this isn't quite our history. And that spirals, and then we're getting straight to spoiler territory, so I can't really go any further. But it ends up not being a historical novel, not being a fantasy novel, being something else. But it is honestly one of the most engrossing, detailed. I think the author took an MA in medieval history, so it's part of her research for it. It's just bloody great. It came out about 20 years ago, and this seems to have disappeared in the last few decades. I'm not even sure if it's still in print. It's probably available on Kindle, but keeping a 1,000-page book in print is not an easy undertaking. But yeah, if you've got any interest at all in medieval history, fantasy, go for it. It's fantastic.
Yes.
I fully concur. It's a fabulous book, and Backer Phoenix in Toronto still stocks it, so somebody's still publishing it.
Actually, on that tip, can I just point out, as a Bristol resident, Barricade by John Morris is available in Bristol Central Library. I've seen it there quite a lot. But the Stars Now Unchained, they only have books 2 and 3 of the series, which is the most frustrating thing.
That is so annoying. It was supposed to be 4 books, and so the 3rd book is actually the Empire Strikes Back version that ends on a big downer, and the 4th book is never published. So, it's terrible. Yes, did anybody else? Yes, please.
So it's a young adult or a child book. It was one of the first sci-fis I actually read. It's by H.M. Hoover, and the first one I came across by her was called This Time of Darkness, and it's actually about 2 children in a futuristic setting in an underground city. I won't tell you too much because obviously it will spoil it, but it was one of the first things that brought me into that sci-fi world of thinking about, you know, how do things happen in the future, and how does that impact on people, and they don't read part of that society. There's no reading, everything's done in visual pictures, and then it progresses on through, but it's a light read if you want something short, so it's not 1,000 pages long, and there is a version you can get off Amazon because I think it was done in this, I don't know, I think 60s and 70s H.M. Hoover. So it's one of those things, if you're thinking about for a younger adult that they want a book to come into it, or even like a 10-year-old, it's a really good book.
Super, thank you. Anyone? Yes, please.
Yeah, I have one that reminded me with Ashes. It's called S by Bill Dogs and J.J. Abrams for some reason.
Yes,
I think he, like all things that he does, he just had the idea and got someone else to do it. It's really interesting, and it's a book that only really works. I saw there was a Kindle version of it, but it only really works as a print one because it's a book called The Ship of Theseus, and it's like a really dark kind of story about obsession and this ship thesis that this character gets taken on, and there's this like conspiracy with it. But also, it's also a biography of the fictional author of this book, Ship of Thesis, as well. And at the same time, there's people that are looking into who this author was, because he protected his identity because he was part of this conspiracy that was going on. So there's these people trying to find out who he was, and they're communicating with each other by writing notes inside the book. So you have book at the story level, and you have the meta level of it, and then you have all this other stuff where there's handwriting, and the handwriting colour changes depending on what year it is that they've been talking to each other. But every so often there's a different set of handwriting that comes into it. So there's like a conspiracy with a conspiracy with a conspiracy. And it was just, it's really wild to read, and I remember when it came out, there was quite a lot, again, I don't really ever see a lot of people that have read it, but there's some places on the internet that are like, this is how you read this book. You know, there's people are arguing like, how do you do it, how do you say it. And there's all like little pull-outs as well, so there's like postcards that come out, there's maps, and there's all this kind of stuff. And it's just, it's really, really fascinating. I've never really kind of seen anything like it before, and it's a really great experience to try it out. So, again, I don't know how it works in the Kindle, because it's just in the, but if you can see it in a shop anywhere, it's well worth it.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary work. I mean, it really is. It's like Griffin and Sabine, only for so 500 pages long, and a beautiful just piece of work, and it's so dense and so thoughtful, and it just sort of like, as you say, sort of came in one. So that's. Is there anybody else who had a yes, please, in the red?
Little Big, John Crowley. Not that anyone's read it. I'd written about it ages and ages ago, because it's a book again never hear anyone talk about, and I read it so long ago I've forgotten. But it's basically about a man called Smokey Barnacle, but it soon becomes an ensemble piece centered around a place not found on any map called Edgewood, the impossible and gigantic mansion that his wife's family live in, a place he then never leaves. It's a very slow and atmospheric novel, and Edgewood is on the borders with Fairy, and it's about Fairy's influence on the family and the house and Edgewood itself, and how it influences him. So yeah, no action-packed thriller or anything, but just a really, really evocative piece. And I read Nathaniel Wood years and years ago, that brought that to mind in terms of creating an incredible sense of place. So John Crowley, Little Big.
Anybody else? Yes, please.
So I actually don't know how underread it is, but I just found it once, and I'd never seen it in a bookshop. A trilogy called the Cold Fire Trilogy by Celia Friedman from the early 80s. It's basically, so the idea is...
Celia is very happy you're seeing this. Please go on.
Yeah, it's so like basically it's set so like an advanced civilization kind of land on this planet, but the planet has like this space zone, and essentially so they go there with technology, but the fable is in that it doesn't work if they don't believe that it will. So essentially all of the more advanced technology they have stops working, because without people being able to understand what it does, they can't do it. And then there's a bunch of other stuff like like a whole church thing gets set up, because in that situation obviously faith was very important, so church is very important, and some guys go off and do some stuff, there's a whole thing about that as well. It's a really, really good set of books, and like I say, I'd never seen or heard of it until I just saw it on my flat-based bookshelf like a few years back. Also Dave's books, everyone reads Dave's books. So that's In Solitude Shadow and Path of War. They're both great. So yeah, read Dave's books.
Anyone else have a yes, please?
Another very gentle, actually, Grunts. One of the first books to have orcs as soldiers. It's very funny. It's very quite gross in places. But due to publishing's machinations, it wasn't in print for as long as it should have been, and it's not as well known as it really, really deserves to be, because it's a brilliant book.
Excellent. Well, I think we have another Mary Jungle fan in the back. Jared. But you had your hand anyway.
Charles Sanders Imara. Charles Sanders Imara is Sword and Sword, I think is the genre of it, which is it's a magic sort of colonialist story set on his version of Africa. Absolutely wonderful, sort of really creating genre and also revising the genre very badly, revising it. So, just for
Thank you. Anyone else? Right, well, we have 5 minutes left, so we're going to do a quick sudden death round here up on the panel. I would like my panelists to please tell me what 3 books they're going to take on their desert island when they get stranded there, but somehow have control over the 3 books they have to take with them. Begin with food. Obviously, David Green's books.
But also, I'm going to give a shout out to Alice. I just bought like so many books, so and I think we bought Alice's first, so take the family with me as well.
So trilogies count as one.
Sure.
Because I need that.
I mean, we're both people.
Yeah. I need Mistborn with me. Definitely Mistborn with me. I think I would. Oh, it's so hard. I think I probably would take the Bird and the Sword when I'm feeling down. And third one. Oh, this is the hardest question ever. Yeah, it might even be Joel Cromley for when I'm feeling like I want to be depressed. To balance it out.
Fair enough. He does make you laugh.
He does make me laugh a lot. Yeah. Tom?
3 Ian Maxes. Player of games, Look to Windward, and
Excellent. Yes.
That's funny because I'm also taking Look to Windward. But am I allowed, are we just in genre or can I walk outside? Because
Walk outside.
I'm going
Your
to
Desert
take
Island.
the 3 Musketeers because I think it's the greatest novel ever written, and I'm going to take Emily Ferrante's Neapolitan Quartet because I believe it's the other greatest series of books ever written.
Super. Well,
And also it's a desert island, and the quartet will last me a long time again.
if anybody has any other questions, feel free to raise your hand. Otherwise, please join me in thanking our wonderful panelists. Oh, yes, we have one last question.
I just wanted to ask you. So I think that the sequel to Three Musketeers is actually a slightly better book than the first one. So 20 years after it's slightly better.
So you know there's 7 of them, right?
Yeah, so I've read
Yeah.
but I've read the third one as one thing.
Yeah.
Well,
Louise Valier, is it really in the series or not in the series?
I've read that, Belle de Baglione and the Valley Mask as one big book.
So can I just say something as an author because you're sitting right there? So I'm now writing about the Candian War, the war in Crete in the 17th century. So when I read Bragelonne, Son of Athos, I thought this never happened. The French didn't fight the Turks in the middle of the 17th century. Oh, it did not. I didn't know much when I was 17. Anyway, yeah.
I don't know that now.
Well, thank you very much to my panelists. Please join me in. Your recommendations, and I will try and get these up on Twitter in the next couple of days. And I hope you all have a great evening.
Social media something.
Yeah.
Let's have a experiment. Cool, because I think there's 13 or 14 left. But I do have I mean, I'm probably just going to have to do, I'll probably just need to do 2 or 3, well, I did 3 journeys here, I think I'll just do 2 journeys back.
Well, great stuff.
Oh, thanks very much. No, sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, no, it's all right.
We're moving on to my first one. Yes, if you could do that. Great. Just wait. No, this is at the back. Or is that in nine? There's a big sorry, at the back. We're out glasses. Yes, just at the back. There's some big glasses. Thank you, dear. Right, so I said I've got names.
It's like a third line. It's like
Very small.
Yeah, so at 10 to we've got James Warren doing the reading.
Yeah.
And then at 7 o'clock we've got the panel. So we need to.
Yeah, I've got the names, but I'll bring in some fresh water.
Cool.
Then I really need to get to the bathroom.
Do it, yeah, no problem, mate.
I appreciate it's difficult because there's a tendency to address your fellow panelists, but you need to bear in mind to overcome this and address the audience and speak out loud. Yeah. It's difficult. I've been on panels and the tendency to turn around to the last person who spoke is very strong. Yeah. The instinct to do it. But usually nobody complains about it.
Until the chef came down, and they were digging each other out, and they just all his teeth because the top came down the seam, and it broke his helmet, smashed the top of his head with his bottom, broke all his teeth, and it covered him in that bottom bit, and it left like his bellies or in the nostrils and stuff like that, and so all he can remember is it's gone pitch black. Didn't really say and one of the lads was screaming, he's young lad for his 20s. Don't leave the boys, don't leave them, because like his government taking out and you think, you know, this is the 50s, so people think like safety. And the first time we went back to Big Pit was when we took us down there with children, they learned to get to mining museum. Yeah, and it was like, they're lowering us down gently because this is and this chap was there, he's like, oh, this carbon monoxide. And he's like, oh, did you have that? And I'm like, camping like, no, that didn't exist. So there was some interesting things that so when I read them things, they were talking about, you know, holes, cooking everything, and I could picture it. I think it was
are we doing the reading? Yeah, cool.
Yes, please.
Just sit there, or you can stand here. I'll stand there.
No problem at all. Yep.
It's like taking back the way out. Yeah. And then putting it in session.
Yeah, I think we're right now. It's a bit refreshed, so yeah, it's just really good timing, isn't it?
What are the glasses being?
They're all done. Thank you. Yeah.
Right.
Hello? Hello? Seems a bit much, really. It's a bit taller for me. Okay. guys having a good BristolCon? Yeah, yeah. This is my first BristolCon. Really? Yeah? Where are you from?
Lincolnshire.
Oh, that's a bit of a way, isn't it? Yeah, that's a long way from it. This becoming your regular BristolCon would be it's a hell of a commute. Right, hi there, I'm J.L. Warrett. You're probably all waiting for the thing that's going to happen. In the meantime, I'm going to read a bit of this. Right, I could read you this is Pennyblade, my fantasy novel. It's a bit decadent, it's a bit rude around the edges. Would you like a decadent bit or a decadent and crude bit? Just decadent. Okay, we can do decadent if we're going to be a Sunday church hall about it. Let's right, this is chapter 2. And, well, here we go. Oh, by the way, the main character and the narrator is a lady, so when you hear my voice, it's high. I'm more like this, or what? I can't really do that, but yeah, just use your imagination. Isn't that what we're all in this for?
Absolutely.
Fantasy and sci-fi, exactly. 2. The Isle, Corso, June 876. Will Mr. Parade, Chiron? I said to my brother as I watched the less than heaving crowd 16 floors below my open window. They were being made to split either side of the street in readiness for the shame parade. The evening was warm and my own freshly damp perfume filled my nostrils, jasmine and lily. I was eager to get out there, to be seen. Chiron, my dear, he replied. One cannot rush the fucking immaculate. I didn't look back at him. He'd only be gawping in his long mirror on the other side of his boudoir, all fuss and eyeliner and combs. I straightened my black long jacket and checked my nails. Satisfied, I gazed down upon the basalt-paved street once more. The crowd wore their festival masks, all identical in shape if not material. And from this height, and beneath the silver glow of 100 hanging moon tiles, the face of every citizen was a shining blank. The many roofs of our district rose above them, and beyond those roofs, right out to the horizon, stood the towers of the other families, live columns of onyx and wrought iron terminating in bulbous spires. From our tower, I had a perfect view. You'll be wearing a mask, I told Chiron. Why dally with rouge and powder? It'll be a mask beneath a mask. Good, he replied, his lips half still as he applied something. One can never have too many. Sirs, came a familiar voice from the boudoir's doorway. I turned to see slow Thesda Sylvester, her twin silver monocles glinting beneath the light of the moon-tiled chandelier above. A year older than us, Thesda was a bondswoman to the Caladras. Her family had protected ours for generations. Thesda, I said. Thesda made a languid gesture to the corridor behind her. Masks, she explained. Thesda had a certain way, eschewing all the necessary words or movements. Her rapier style was infamously lean. I nodded, and Thesda ushered in a low-blood servant, holding a tray of mine and my brother's masks upon it. The servant boy wore a rabbit mask of lacquered pine. All the low-blood castes wore animal masks during the Festival of Youth. Rabbits, deer, fish, all the hunted creatures. I permitted the boy to approach and took my mask from his platter. It was an abstract rendition of the ideal comrade face, as predicted by our natural philosophers, the explainers, and strived toward by their breeding programme. The final countenance, perfectly symmetrical, androgynous, beautiful in that way that's hard to recall once you cease looking at it. I'd see that face all my life. In truth, I was more intrigued by my own reflection, caught in that masked silver leaf surface. By the blood, I thought, I'm so pretty, it's a scandal. As was my twin brother Chiron, his face as close to mine as to be almost identical. He was away from me standing there now, his ritual of fuss complete. He stood beside me and took his own mask from the platter. It was exactly the same as mine, as all the high bloods. He hung it round his neck. I see no difference, I said to him, pointing at the cosmetics on his face. He did his thing of adding and removing to no good end. I knew his ways. Of course not, Chiron replied. You've no eye for the sublime. He laughed and rubbed my mop of black hair, the same style as his own. Now do come along, Rara, we'll miss the parade. We made our way down our tower's wide and curling stairwell of onyx, Festa 2 steps behind us. We passed black and white frescoes recalling our family's greatest deeds, sinuous figures moving through the landscape of brushwork and pattern, languid beneath ink-black stars. It's not usual cretin this year, Chiron said, referring to the parade. I suppose you must have died. Good, I said. The fewer road shows, the better. I rested my palm upon the pommel of my rapier. I would look fine in a pose like that. The women in the crowd would love it. It's some young man now, Chiron said. They say he's been bawling from the moment he got off the ship. Oh, nice, I replied. Mother would have liked that little detail. Yes. He looked at me and we both smiled. I do believe she would have. We passed by slit windows as we descended, the sound of harps and chatter rising as we did so. Odd to think the Rochos once had a tower such as this, similarly adorned with their own family's triumphs, all forgotten now. They had been Cal Rocho back then. An act of incompetence had torn the Cal from their name and brought them exile. It had also, in a roundabout way, taken our mother. Why do we let them live? I said, surprising myself. Each year they send someone to be humiliated and we send them back. I shook my head. By the blood, why didn't we just kill them all from the first? Chiron descended more quickly, though only a touch. We do not have any say in the matter. Not us, Ranningham, I replied. I need all the tower families, and the explainers, and well, our entire isle. When my brother made no answer, I looked over my shoulder at Festa. Do you know? Answer me, Festa. Requests for opinions always discomforted our bondswoman. I got a mean sort of joy from making them. Explainers, she answered with a shrug. Their decree. They were too soft, I said, more to Chiron than Festa. We all are. The Rochos high breeding should protect them. We should have slain them all, from cock to cane. Oh, that's anger talking, I would say. Common sense, I replied. Chiron snorted. How often the former masquerades as the latter? He shook a pointed finger. I'll tell you both why we send their offering back home each year. Death would be a release, an honour even. Humiliation is the greater punishment. Rather obvious when you think of it. He looked at me and grinned. Do try to catch up, eh? horror novella, and I really liked it. And I wrote in the Goodreads review, I love the flat effect of the characters because they're being made like in modern society is left as flat and they've got no kind of depth, and that's part of the whole thing. And then I read an interview with them, and the author said, "These are the richest, roundest characters I've created." So I hope they haven't read my review, but I'm sticking by it.
So just as a tiny bit of disclaimer, Liz has lost her voice.
Pretty much, yeah.
So I will always be calling on her last. So where possible, if you want to write things for Jimmy with a funny voice, anyway.
I don't know, I'll try. The last review I wrote was of a detective novel featuring John Dee. It was actually really good. So I gave it a good review. The end. Yeah, that was good.
It's also the intriguingness of the short review, because I read that. That's so again, I'm gonna. I think we're all prepared for everyone to read some like horrific 1-star reviews. We'll get there, but we're building to it. So first, bad review question, and we're gonna alternate good review questions and bad review questions. So the worst review that you have ever received from someone you know personally.
Is this being recorded?
That's a tough question. I can start.
Please do.
A moderator. I mean, the anthology that we put out that we knew was going to be the one that was going to lift us over the top. Like, this is it. Screw you, small press. We're going to go to medium. The first review was from, a fellow reviewer who had one of our, 12 hand-printed proofs, that sort of things, whatever. And can I swear?
Yeah.
The naughty person gave it 2.5 stars, which is, fine. But because he had had one of those 12 hand-stitched copies or whatever before anyone else got it, that just sat there like a pimple on Goodreads for 2 months before anyone else got it. I don't care if you give it 2.5 stars. I don't care if you like it or not. I don't like you anymore. But just sitting there odiously, it just always haunted me forever. I'm like, what could have happened if, nothing. It would have made absolutely no difference in the scheme of things. But it was, especially when it's your book and you check on it every day, unless it's you. You check on it every day, it was always there.
2.5 stars is worse, because 1 star is like, I have made you angry enough that I've got to write a review about how terrible your book is, and 2.5 stars is like,
He definitely read it to the end and didn't like it. That was the full mediocrity.
You didn't even inspire him to throw a book across the room and ride, you just whatever.
I'll try and leave names out of this where I can, but when I was a very new debut author, it was the first ever novella of Nunslinger was coming out, and no one could have read it yet, because it was still a Word document. And a quite well-known commentator on Twitter gave it a scathing review and said it's like someone had, It's like someone had thrown up Pride and Prejudice and Zombies, and then farted it or something like that. But, and I was like, well, that's nice, I'm 25, nice to have a well-respected reviewer supporting me in my debut book. Anyway, that was fine, I just left it. But a few years later, another well-known author who has been very supportive of the book suggested that this person include the book in their Guardian column, which they duly did. I then found their original tweet and tweeted it back to them and said, oh, you changed your mind about my book? They then had to go on a long, obviously subtweet discourse about how they didn't have to like every book they recommended. But it was quite sweet. They recommended it. The element of Schadenfreude was enjoyable.
I don't know, none of my mates have been cruel, particularly. There was one, my friend, she wrote a review on Audible, and lovely person, do anything for you, but she's a bit blasé. And she wrote a review, 5 out of 5, this is excellent, pay you back, it's amazing. And she titled it, Nice one, Jim, mate. It's just sat there. It's like there was, flyers in the post. I keep telling myself, it's a bit like, I bet people say that's Stephen King, Nice one, Steve. Steve O. yeah. I don't know this person. Yeah.
I found one like that. He was like, Joe's a personal friend, and it's great, you know, this is a fantastic book, I love it, you know, absolutely fantastic all round, 3 stars.
Too many pages.
Yes.
If they have, I haven't seen it.
Well played. Okay, so the reverse of it. How about the best review you've ever had from someone you didn't expect that? So, you know, the Guardian reviewer that referred to your book as a fart, then making it.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
True.
Unless he likes farts.
Yes, it really is. No, actually, I think it was probably from the first ever panel I did at Nine Worlds, and I was a brand new author, and I was so nervous. I didn't know anyone in publishing, and Joanne Harris came up to me and said, "Oh, you wrote Nunslinger?" And I said, "Oh, yeah. She was like, "Oh, I really enjoyed it." I said, "You haven't read it?" She said, "Oh, yeah, I've read it." And that was the nicest thing that could have happened in that moment, my first ever convention. She's been incredibly supportive since, so that was a boost when I needed it as a brand new author.
It wasn't a review, I got a letter. I had to go parcel, and I opened the parcel, and in the parcel was a hand-knitted beanie and a big slab of cake.
Yes.
And a note that said, "I hope you don't mind, I've got your address from my friends. I have never seen myself in a book before. Thank you." And I sat in the kitchen and just kind of went, and I ate the cake.
And then ate the cake.
That service is going to go one of 2 ways.
Yes. Yeah, the cake was poisoned and then I died.
Never been the same.
I don't know really. Oh yeah, and there was a reviewing a Grimdark magazine, the online magazine, and the guy doing it, he said, I have a character who has a stutter in the book, and he said, as the partner of a stutterer, I felt this was handled really well and with taste. It's not a great story, evidently, but you know, it touched me a little bit. You know.
The things you worry about, to have someone.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, it wasn't a review, but Timothy took me out to dinner on the story for my first book. And that was really nice. She rang me up and I was like, but for different reasons I couldn't actually speak for about a minute. I squeaked. And she was like, "Okay, are you still?" "Yes." And that was really nice.
That is amazing. The chance to speak it kind
Yeah. Greatly missed.
Yeah.
Okay, somewhere in the middle. How about the flat-out weirdest review? You know, the people that, you know, the cover was too orange.
I agree with them.
I mean, frankly, it did need a little less orange. Weirdest review we've received.
I had one which was for Nunslinger, which, you know, is very much about someone grappling with their faith. I'm not religious myself, but it was someone sent me a long letter about how I'd help them reclaim they found Jesus through reading my book, and I was like,
wow.
Wow.
I'm glad for you. It was not my intention.
Works in mysterious ways.
Glad a coating nun helped you in your time of need. Yeah.
I had one, and it's, yeah, you know, I really enjoyed the book. I particularly liked the bit with the dragons. I thought the dragons were excellent. I thought the dragons were really well done. Blah, 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 blah. I was like, there are no fucking dragons in my book. What are you Not one dragon.
This one, I took the liberty of copy and pasting. For this, I don't walk around with my reviews copy and pasting. But this one actually confused me. This one. Despite having a lesbian protagonist, everything in this book is about sex. I've had to stay there, obviously. Should have done my research.
Did they come straight to that from Mansinger?
Oh, I did have another excellent one, which was 3 stars. These were not the sausages I ordered. I thought that was quite generous, really.
It does make you wonder what it would take for 1 star.
Yes.
But still delicious.
These were not the sausages I ordered, and they taste like a book.
2 pages.
Good name for a novel, though.
My book of private.
There's an anthology of the undead called The Book of the Dead, and we got a review saying it was not instructional.
I was going to say there were too much dead.
Yes.
Too dead.
I think it had an appropriate amount of dead, frankly. It just apparently it was a little too fictional for them. Sort of following that thread, how about just flat out inaccurate ones? I mean, I think the dragon is a great example. There's always the review you get where you just have to bite your tongue, being like, you know, I appreciate everything you think, but the protagonist was not called Hector, or that sort of thing. Just the inaccurate review you've always been desperate to respond to.
I had one, a book that's set in 2 time periods, and someone reviewed it saying they don't like time travel fiction. It's like, I think you maybe don't understand multiple settings in books. But I got nothing I can do about it.
Yeah.
Sorry you didn't enjoy the non-time travel. Not time travel book.
Definitely reading it on a very different level than intended.
Yeah.
I got told that a book which was absolutely crammed with like war and death and blood and gore and was promoting a homosexual agenda to the under-10s.
It's obviously intended for the under-10s.
Oh, obviously, yes. You can tell that by the skull on the cover.
Any inaccuracies to?
No, they're all accurate. They're just rabid. Vicious.
Accurately rabid.
Accurately rabid. Yeah. Was that an album?
So let's talk about a few of the rabid ones. Some of the ones that make you, any examples that just make you a bit worried. Not for yourself, I hope, but they're clearly the reader has blessed them, possibly taken things in a terrible way.
Is this of our books or
Of your books. Although you're very welcome to, enjoy reviews of others.
Well, I did find some pretty good ones out there of other people's books.
Were you just randomly trolling the internet for terrible reviews of other people?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, she's been shaking for it.
Well, it's
anything I wrote.
No, you're fine. Hang on. There was an amazing one of June, which was 1 star, not that much sand. I legit expected more sand. 1 star.
But to be fair, there's a lot of sand in
Well, then how much were they expecting?
Were they reviewing actual sand dune?
Yeah,
Went to the beach, bit rubbish, not enough sand. 1 star.
Sausages taste like sand.
Another one for Jude, which was 1 star. Did Jesus have gills? No. 1 star.
We don't know.
What? That's a very good point. On the water, not on it. That's really tough to top.
I mean, I can share some
Yes,
1 star
that's
reviews of
excellent.
my own. I've got a 1 star review of one of my books, which is just 1 star. No.
I had a rejection like that once. Just see me back and it was just, no! Okay, thanks. I feel good now. I was really enjoying this book and I would have given this book 5 stars, but I'm not. I'm taking away 4 stars because of all the gay in it.
But were they under 10?
They weren't under 10, but their IQ probably was.
I'd never read Goodreads before, ever. I've never, I've got a book printed and started reviews. I'll have a look. So I have no idea what that world's like. I And the first or second thing I miss in it, the story has potential. I'm curious about the world building, but the author tried too hard to shock and has made himself look like a complete prick. A real shame, as I was very excited about this book. Welcome to Goodreads.
Followed by 2 gifts.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Okay. This was for Ghost Sister, Liz's first novel. Oh my god.
That's a good start.
It's 1 star on Amazon, like watching paint dry. Harsh. Shall we do it? That as well. Someone complained about Comet Weather, another novel, on the grounds that it was just pagan literature. Which we've all read too, had to. There's a glut.
It's late for my own question, but the sort of positive ones. A friend of mine wrote, a fantasy series, and in it there was a woman in it that's part spider, part woman, lots of monsters running around in this very capital W weird fantasy world. And bless him, in his sort of occasional Google ego search, as many do, discovered that there is on one particular sub-corner of some sort of forum, there were people with a particular kink, which is women that were part insect. And his book was incredibly popular, was in fact the sort of top recommendation for people that like that. And he's like, this is great. Like, how do we grow this forum? I found my fan base.
It's a niche market, but it's still a market.
Yeah. So happy. He's like, you read so many terrible reviews, you read so many good reviews. So, I'm really connecting with readers. That's what you want.
Giving them what they want.
Giving them what they want. So we've all had reviews that hurt if we read them. And what do you do? How, do you type responses and delete them? Do you just immediately start tapping into the corona? Do you hide under the bed? What's your way of dealing with the trauma?
You have to remember, you're not your book. That's the only way. People take things too personally. If you've been to writing workshops, some people can get really, the slightest criticism, they get really defensive because they see the literature as them. Before I was a writer, I came from a background of, I used to gig a lot, and we did a couple of gigs in front of Hell's Angels, and they will, if they don't like you, they will throw a bottle of wee at you. So compared to that, Goodreads is, it's acceptable criticism. It's as valid as ever.
They're just metaphorical bottles of wisdom.
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
Existential one.
Doubts me, I kind of like it.
Not a bottle of weed.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a bottle.
I think I've always approached it as not everybody is going to like what I write. And that's fine, because people who, go off and on about the guy, I'm not writing for them. They can fuck off. There's loads of books that I can read out there. They'll probably enjoy a lot more than my books, which are full of all the gay. Yeah. So it was not meant for you. It was meant for the person who sent me cake.
A voice of Liz.
Yeah, we've got a voice. My Liz Williams impersonation. Perhaps not as good as that. I did write back to paint dry and thanked him for taking the time. Got an abashed email in return.
Oh, that's lovely.
Oh.
You've probably created a lifelong fan as well.
Spreading the love.
I just try to sort of move, never reply in terms of if it's like on Goodreads or something, because it's just not worth it.
Yeah.
But usually, or just move on. And actually, I was a judge on the Clark Awards this year, and it was fascinating how subjective this is, that, you know, books that are all good books, and some people just aren't into them, and some people are, and that's all it is. It's just completely subjective.
You're never going to please everyone.
No, something I loved, someone else didn't like, and, you know, it's not really about the quality of the book, it's just personal taste sometimes. So I think just sort of trying to remember that, it's like, yeah, that's all it is.
It's like, have you written something that you enjoyed, that you would be proud of, and that will maybe, you know, reach a few other people who may really enjoy it? Fine, then that's great. You've achieved a really good thing. And, you know, if people don't like it, that's down to them. And if people want to put negative review of it, again, that's down to them. It's not for them. But again, by the same token, reviews are not for us.
It's the standard sort of etiquette, isn't it, on Twitter? That you are perfectly, like, everyone's free to write whatever they want about stuff, just don't, if it's really critical, just don't tag the author in it. It's
Well,
kind
this is
of
quite
uncalled for.
The funny thing with the I'm taking away all your stars because of the homosexuality guy was that I didn't mention it, but Foz Meadows picked it up, and she wrote an entire blog post about it, and I sold like 300 books that week off the back of her blog post.
Bless you, Foz.
Okay, I was just like, I'm not saying anything because I'm not supposed to respond to reviews, but you are not me, so you can say what you like.
There's something interesting, you know, a critical review, even if you don't agree or with the criticism, I mean, it's still sort of presenting the book out there. I mean, and actually, someone writing a review saying it's just too full of the gay, in a weird way, like that's
the selling point.
So there's going to be a lot of people being like, great, I was just looking for a book that was chock full of the gay. Like, there's probably a lot of people that are like, you know what, I didn't want sausage. So excited to find that review.
I'm really glad that I'll buy this book instead.
That's right, not sausage and 3 stars. This is exactly what we need.
I wanted.
Other reviews, I was sort of going to move from, you know, the most ridiculous review of your own work into reviews of others, but have you ever seen reviews of other people that do make you laugh, snort, cringe?
Yes,
Why?
I have some more.
Before we go to Stark, who has a whole collection
You can
of
carry
them, anyone know any classics?
I've got one here. This isn't so much a review, as I've always loved it. It's basically George Orwell sent his famous book Animal Farm to Faber and Faber, which is obviously it was a metaphor about the Russian Revolution and everything that befell them. But it's picked by T.S. Eliot, and he read it, and he sent a rejection letter back, and it's just not getting the point. And if you can imagine being Orwell smoking a cigarette, coffee, reading this letter, this paragraph here, this is from T.S. Eliot. The point of view, which I take to be generally Trotskyite, is not convincing. After all, your pigs are far more intelligent than the other animals, and therefore the best qualified to run the farm. In fact, there couldn't have been an animal farm at all without them. So what was needed was not more communism, but more public-spirited pigs. Available Wi-Fi network. Oh no. Was this one of yours? Oh no, that was. Okay, here we go. Who's reading it? It's not just that the Mister is bad, it's that it's bad in ways that seem to cause the space-time continuum itself to wobble slightly as the words on the page rearrange themselves into kaleidoscopic fragments of repetition and product placement. The one positive thing you can say about The Mister is that it steers, mostly, clear of BDSM, and so it doesn't misinform millions of readers about the dynamics of consent. The Mister is no different, really, in that its male characters have power and its female characters cook and clean. She gives us internal monologues that have the breadth and emotional resonance of the white pages. This kind of indiscriminate detail explains why The Mister is more than 500 pages long, but that what's baffling is that despite this exhaustive access to the inner workings of Maxim's mind, he's as wooden and charmless as a cyborg.
Quite like cyborgs.
They're quite charming.
They are. And often wooden, I suppose.
Yeah. I've got a couple here from Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? So one of them, 1 star, no answer. Do androids dream of electric sheep? Well, do they? 5 exclamation marks. I read this whole book and nowhere does it answer the question. I'm thoroughly disappointed. And then another one by just the name N. 1 star. Good Lord! If this is a classic, it only confirms what utter rubbish the whole science fiction genre is. What terrible cliched writing. What boredom. Please do not include it in the infinitely better dystopian genre.
Oh.
A book for sad anoraks.
They're not here, are they?
The sad anoraks or the...
We are the sad anoraks.
My favourite bit about that is the fact that they don't see Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep as dystopian. That's all.
I think I've seen a review of that was very disappointing, very few sheep.
And do they dream? I mean,
it's nothing about them dreaming or not, just the fact there weren't enough sheep in it.
Not enough sand.
Yeah.
Not enough sand, not enough sausages.
No.
I'm very conscious of time, and we are followed by the closing ceremony. I just wanted a quick whip round. If anyone has any classics or not classics from the crowd that they would like to share, everyone does enjoy kind of reviews. So, anything that stuck with you that you wanted to throw out?
But there's it's not science fiction, but there's the classic review of Lady Chatterley's Lover in the Gamekeeper magazine. This gives us some interesting insights into the life of the gamekeeper, but there is an awful lot of extraneous material.
These are not the type of galoshes we use.
I've never heard it called extraneous material.
If you think of it as a gamekeeping manual,
Yes.
It's wonderful.
It's like a gamekeeping manual with extra shelling.
It found its audience. I think that's wonderful.
Wasn't there also the judge on it said something about it? It's not a book you'd want your wife or your
servant
to
to
read.
read.
Yeah, that's a review. I wish I could get a review like that.
Absolutely fantastic work. Well, on that note, I think we'll call it. I'm so sorry. Yes.
Yeah, I got a review a few years ago, and it went along the lines of it was a 1 or 2 star, and the writing's good enough, but the plot is terrible. There's no cohesion to the plot. I was trying to follow the story through, and it's obvious nonsense. Got to the end, 2 stars. It was actually a collection of short stories.
Wow.
But again, it just begs the question, like, why not 1 star? Like, if you're genuinely, like, how badly must they have had to misread it for it to be 1 star? And not 2
Because the writing was good enough.
Just about.
Well, could be something in that.
Because the thing is that there's something quite kind of glorious and compelling about 1-star reviews. You know, you're still, you know, if you're flicking through a magazine or whatever, you see something with a 1-star review, you'll stop and read it, won't you? It's like, oh, what terrible things have they said?
But I'm convinced that the real knives come out in the 2-star reviews, because I think they're trying to sneak them in, because everyone reads the 1s and 5s. It's the 2s where the grudges get settled.
I had one which was 2 stars. The size I ordered was too small. I don't know what's going on with my books.
That was large.
Very chunky paperback.
I don't know if we can top your undersized, meatless books.
Can I have that as a review, please?
Yes.
Undersized and meatless.
Thank you all very much for dealing with whatever this was. It's a pleasure to see you. A big round of, a positive review for our Thank you very much for attending 95% of BristolCon. Well done.
Thanks.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
yes. I think
Slightly
it was
nervous.
recently.
Yeah, that was definitely crossed the line.
What's wrong with this image?
Can you hear? No, no volume? Hey? Can I, Oh, it's not mine. Hello. I would like to announce the return of the Meg.
Yay! Yeah, they love me. They love me. And I don't tap the mic. You have to respect tech. Don't you? Actually, that's probably my first vote of thanks. You're not doing this online, are you?
No, not at all. No.
Our first attempt at a virtual or a hybrid event was last year. Sadly, I couldn't attend, but I was watching what was happening, and the guys did a brilliant job last year, bearing in mind that we'd never done it before, and they've learned a lot of lessons. And this year's streaming, I really have to ask you to put your hands together to celebrate Simon and his crew, who have made this such a wonderful thing. Thank you. You do deserve that. And actually, I was thinking, what am I going to say at the closing ceremony this year? And I took a moment to think about all of the things that we've achieved this year. I mean, we've had how many prime ministers? I can't remember. Let's just brush over that bit. But all of the sort of challenges that have been in place over the course of the last year. We've lost some significant people this year through illness, through absence. We managed to get our head of programme back at 6 p.m. tonight. Thank you very much, Dan, for all of the work that you've done over the course of the year. We've had a little bit of a diminished crew through this year, so thank you, Colette and to Nick, for your help with dealers, with registration, with the website, the communication. I've got so many people, and I know I'm going to forget somebody, so please forgive me if I do. I've got to forget you deliberately.
Yeah. We know.
Okay.
I know. Don't know what's happened.
But we're at the 2022 BristolCon, and we've almost miraculously, on Wednesday at midnight, we shut down registrations and we'd set a cap larger than we would normally do. And on Wednesday night at 2 minutes to midnight, we had 2 memberships left. Now, I would like to thank Stark and Liz for helping us to get to that stage, because as our guests of honour, would you mind standing up just for a second and getting the appreciation of the audience for being such wonderful guests of honour, and you've participated in everything over this day, and being so willing and so, wanting to be part of this event. And these events do not happen with that sort of commitment, so thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much too.
Thank you. I mean, yes, I'm a chairman, but all I'm doing is I can't remember the word I used earlier. It was direction. Direction. We know what we want to achieve. We try our damnedest to achieve it with the tools and the experience and the facilities that we have available. And because we do get, well, we certainly have got this year, quite a lot of people signing up, thank you, we've also had the funds to do it properly as well. I mean, it makes a big difference, seriously. somebody's just walked out the door that I really, really wanted to thank. So, Simon, would you mind passing our thanks on to Katie, who stepped in at the last minute to coordinate our volunteers as well, the people who come and they pay their normal membership fee, but they go, is there anything I can do to help? And you're here, you're all here. So those people who wanted to come and enjoy themselves, those people who wanted to do, like, is there anything I can do to help? This is what makes BristolCon BristolCon. So many people come along and they say, I come back year after year because it's such a fun event, it's such a welcoming event, it's so inclusive, it's so welcoming. We have big names that come year after year that you may not even know, that you pass at the bar, some of whom I'm trying to persuade in future to be guests of honour, but I'm scared too, because if they really are big names, and we cannot really, in this hotel, because we love this hotel, they love us, we can't accommodate a 1,000-person event here. And it wouldn't be the same. It would not be the same BristolCon that we've got now. And we love BristolCon the way it is. So, I have actually spoken to a couple of people for next year's BristolCon, but this year is for Liz and it's for Stark, and I hope that you will join us all in the bar later to raise a glass or whatever it is, a packet of Pringles that you would like to do. We've got a few bits and pieces that we can bring into the bar. We've got some things to give out to our guests of honour to say thank you. Have we not?
Yeah.
Brill. He's a good lackey.
2 seconds, yeah.
Do you know some of these things I don't even know?
Not for you to know.
Can we do a round of applause for the crew and the volunteers while we're waiting for
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. All of the volunteers.
I'm ready. It's all good. So you're the chair. Last year I did it. You call up. You are the decision maker. Make the decision.
I can't make a decision between Liz and Stark. Come on, both of you, come on up here.
Right.
Come on.
Alphabetical.
Yeah.
Yes.
Be alphabetical.
Very late for alphabetical. Right.
It is late for us.
I present you with the guest of honour goblet. That's
just lovely.
Slightly different because apparently they don't have the one from last year.
That is beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
You might already have a bag, but now you have a guest.
I don't, and I love a tote.
Oh, okay.
So
You don't always out for a tote.
Yeah.
Right,
Thank
and
you
then this
very
is
much.
where it gets slightly difficult because some of the stuff has your name on it. There we go.
Please remember to give the right gifts to the right guest.
So I think this is appropriate. I think it's probably going to happen.
Yes. Yeah. That looks accurate.
Don't know whether you can all see that at the back. Would you mind showing the audience? So I think that works. So something to stick on your bookshelf.
Oh, wow. Amazing. Gosh, that's even more amazing.
You don't have to show anyone.
Yes, if you would. That'd be great. Oh, thank you. What a beautiful, beautiful around the world box.
Yes. Now we've been going since 2009, and the tradition is that our guests of honour have lifetime membership, which means next year, if you fancy coming back, you don't have to buy a membership, and we would love to have you back. So
You have to be on panels.
If you could moderate that.
Sorry, you do have to moderate panel. Tell them about like next year's date.
I can tell dates.
Yeah.
I can't tell names just now.
No. Tell me the names first, and then.
Yeah, but you're so unreliable. Everybody will know it by the end of the day. Okay. So our date for next year it's changed a bit. I know everybody's got used to the fact that we're the last weekend in October, Halloween, whatever. But we're moving it forward a week, so we're the 21st of October next year. We will have pre-reg open, very bad, as soon as we close down in here, which is available, and it will be a massive discount on the normal rates. I know that the hotel have warned us, and you know, it's not unexpected that prices will go up this year. I got another request from sort of tech crew-ish to help it tear down, say, half a dozen people max. So if anybody just wants to hang around, who's sober, by the way, ish, mostly sober, to help us just tear down the stuff, that would be great. What was the other thing? Or was that it?
Banner.
Oh, the banner!
Oh my goodness, I nearly forgot.
The banner.
This is the traditional
Nearly forgot.
guest of honours signs the BristolCon banner.
Oh.
You're not going to try and move it, are you?
No, it's going to
No, I
get
didn't
sharp.
get a shot.
Meg? Meg?
Oh, this one.
It's gone.
Let's do it before it gets back.
Oh, no.
I'll mess with it.
Oh, he's back. Oh, now we've got three.
Right. Do we need to move cameras around or anything
No,
like that?
we've got it set. You're fine.
Not supposed to bring them in.
Leather.
Not only are you on the
Brilliant.
So you may have noticed in your, shall we say, goodie bag, in which case you never had a bag this year, but you got a bookmark.
Didn't. Oh no, what you did. Sorry.
Yeah. On the back of the bookmark is every guest of honour we've had since we started. Okay? And if you look carefully at 2020, it says something like, we don't want to talk about it. Having said that, we did have 2 online events, one of which was a presentation from Chris Lintott, the Sky at Night man, who was talking about the Zooniverse, and the other of which was an interview between Gareth Powell and Peter F. Hamilton. So I don't like to gloss over that too much. I still count that as a 2020 BristolCon. So that means 2009 was our first event. Somebody like to tell me when is our 15th event?
About a year after I retire.
We might do something really special at that time. Is it next year? Do you think it's next year? Our 15th event is next year.
Okay.
So let's do something big and bold and brash, because you probably don't care about stuff like this, because I was supposed to hold a clutch at 5 o'clock tonight, how to run a BristolCon, and the only people that turned up were part of the committee.
We were just interested to know.
But we're in a position, thank you everybody, to already put the deposit down for next year.
Yeah.
And we're also in a position to pay for next year. Thank you very, very much. In fact, applaud yourselves for this. And if you sign up tonight for next year, obviously you're going to get a discount. But we're going to push the boat out a little bit. I love the fact that you guys keep coming back. You love it. You tell me and us all the time that it's such a friendly, inclusive, non-pressure environment, and you love coming back. So please keep doing that. And if you want to volunteer, if you want to be on the committee, if you want to be more involved, if you've got ideas on how we could do this better or that better, just write. I was going to say ring. I'm not going to give you everybody my phone number, but chair@bristolcon.org. If you think I want to be more involved, or couldn't you do it this way instead of that way, write to us. There's no point in us doing the same thing year after year after year because we'll become stale. We need new ideas, we need new people, we need fresh stuff coming in. And that's the only way that BristolCon can become better year after year. I'm going to stop waffling. We do have an issue here. Does anybody see the problem here? Yeah? Yeah, I do.
Good.
Right, this is the end of the closing ceremony. It's gone. The name.
Alternative key. Alternative key.
Alternative Key is our entertainment for this evening, and they will be out in the bar. In fact, they're going to be out in the bar any minute now. Enjoy yourselves. This is one of the things that we're going to try and do on a regular basis, is to have really good kickback entertainment for Saturday evening. So take time, have a think about what you've enjoyed, what you've not enjoyed over the course of this, I was going to say weekend. It might have been a weekend for me, but it may not have been a whole weekend for you guys. But enjoy yourselves this evening, and please come back again next year. We'll see you soon.
And can we get a round of applause for Meg? I don't really need to say anything because everything you said about everyone else applies to you as well. But you never thank yourself because it's a bit weird when you do. But so that's what I'm doing, and I'm going to turn off the mic and stop hitting it.
Yeah.